Chapter 1 Couples. Today, the busy course has finally been solved. I took a breath. Hey, Ayu, have you done your math homework today? It's so difficult. If you take it home, I will definitely not finish it. I was still packing my bag. My best friend Hiju immediately leaned over and rubbed my shoulder. He kept a refreshing, flat head and showed a simple and honest smile, but because of his thin body and good features, he was a handsome guy for the time being. Such a man with no masculinity had to make me instinctively nauseous. A chill came, and I quickly threw out a book. Take it, I finished it when I was in class. Yet it deserves to be the top 10 in the overall ranking. Hiju immediately rushed over and put away his math homework. I'm leaving, I'm going to find my girlfriend today. When I shook off the cold words with my bag in my hand, I walked out of my Class A classroom. Wow, it's Takezawa. Is that the handsome guy with the top 10 stable grades? Along the way, there are always girls who cast peach blossom gazes at me, and I just pretend to inadvertently show a friendly smile, causing a few girls to scream indiscriminately. Drinking is really fun. I walked to the door of Class B upstairs and spied on the situation in the classroom from the rear entrance. She should be there, after all, I ordered it this morning. Just as I was looking around, a girl who had just walked out found me. Ah, it's classmate Zhu Ziyu, are you looking for Jasmine again? The Vitality girl with her hair dyed slightly blonde and tied into a ponytail came up with curiosity. She is so white, and she has a slender figure and slender legs. Her legs and knee socks are set off by a short skirt. I was stunned, and then I spoke. Oh? It's classmate Sunflower, that's right, I'm here to look for Jasmine, why didn't I see it? Molly, I just went to the teacher's office to ask a question, so I should be back soon. She smiled softly, like the sun in Hawaii. I nodded, my eyes slightly narrowed as if they were stabbed. Then I will go first, hee hee. She seemed to be a little envious of us, put out her tongue playfully and walked away with her back. What a lovely vigorous girl, what a pity. I showed a thoughtful expression. But when I smelled a familiar fragrance, I knew she was back, and immediately turned my head and put on a fake smile. Ah, dear, you are here, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Behind me is my girlfriend, Ai Molly, who is not a virgin. She has white and tender skin, long eyelashes, delicate features like dolls, and a long straight black hair that is supple and waist-long. As soon as she saw me, her expressionless body immediately exuded an icy breath, but it disappeared after a long while being suppressed. She shook her black hair and greeted me casually. Dear dear. I've been waiting for a long time. The greeting is a bit hard, but it can't be helped. Ah, let's make an appointment to study at my home today, after all, it's about to take the exam. I couldn't help but grabbed her hand and pulled her out of the classroom semi-strongly. Of course, all this is just an ordinary couple's affection to outsiders. I really envy them, they are talented and beautiful, and both of them study very well. A boy cast a jealous look and muttered unkindly. It's useless to think about it. Not only does Zuziu study well, he is also a handsome guy. We can't compare. The other side, and the atmosphere in their place gradually became silent. Of course I heard it, but only smiled contemptuously. Chapter 2 Getting Close. We are just walking on the road like this, and there are no ordinary couples talking and laughing. And Jasmine's face was as ugly as ever. She walked quickly, only to show me her beautiful back. That's great. My girlfriend is also perfect when viewed from the back. She has a slender and well-proportioned figure. She has a chest and butt, and her shiny black hair also makes her very temperamental. There is also the swaying skirt below, and the pair of slender black silk legs, which are more mysterious because they are wrapped in silk stockings, which makes me salivate. Well, she can't help seeing me now, so she can only break the embarrassment for me. Jasmine. Okay. Jasmine, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and let out a faint groan. Because she felt a hand touching her shoulder. Chapter 2. I really don't blame me, I blame her for being so cold. How can a good student be so low-key? What are you doing? She turned her head and stared at me contemptuously, her dark eyes seemed to kill me. Hee, nothing. Just ask you to recite the story of Yueyang Tower for me. In the spring of the 4th year of King Gli, Teng Zijing was relegated to Bailing County. In the next year, the government will be harmonious and the people will be harmonious. The Yueyang Tower will be rebuilt, the old system will be increased, and Tang Xian's poems will be engraved on it. Awesome! I just smirked and cast a threatening look at her. Humph! She gritted her teeth angrily, but reluctantly slowed down. The beautiful girl's youthful waist just swayed normally as she maintained a natural walking posture. Of course, if the irritated eyes can kill people, I guess I would have been broken into pieces a long time ago. It is a pity that it is impossible. The reality is that she had to cater to and accommodate me from the day she started dating, but I also made relative concessions for her, which should be good. It seemed that Jasmine was a little nervous to be shown affection in the crowd, and her steps became a little heavy. We walked across the smooth road like a normal couple. It was a very enviable situation to others, but Jasmine blushed, like a cold. What's wrong with Jasmine? Her face is very red. I asked her loudly. Nothing. That's good Deng Si Lu, but there is nostalgia for the country, scornful and scornful, full of sorrow, feelings, and sadness. It is the test site you taught me, thank you. Jasmine's cute face was rendered even more charming by the strange blush, which made me unconsciously approach her earlobe and let out a breath. You are really an annoying boyfriend. I never thought you were so disgusting with your strong learning enthusiasm. As if seeing something dirty, her expression was melancholy, and she struggled to squeeze out such a sentence. But you agreed to associate with me? You agreed to help me study, right? Well, I asked for it. It's always the case, I have to keep an inch. Don't be so indifferent, we are lovers, right? Hearing what I said, Jasmine's face visibly stiffened. Although she looked reluctant, she still didn't say a word and fiddled with her hair at the same time. Couples can't make an inch. How arrogant, my girlfriend. Hey, it should be okay for your boyfriend and girlfriend. I tried to caress her beautiful legs. No way. She indifferently refused, and clamped her legs without giving me a chance. As the touch of Jasmine's tight and round slender legs passed to the palm of my hand, I also withdrew my hand. Well, if your girlfriend doesn't want to, you can't force it, want peace. Then you have to be good today, dear. As soon as I finished speaking, Jasmine glared at me with regretful eyes, but then nodded like a discouraged ball. Anyway, this level of communication is like this, I don't care too much. I retracted my hand with satisfaction and put my arms around her slender waist instead. She is indeed a beauty at school level, and the soft sensuality of her waist has to make me dream. She thinks this is okay? Then I won't harass me by reciting the poem. In this way, we passed through a few twisted streets, entered a suddenly enlightened villa area, and walked to one of the villas. This is my home. I lowered my head and took out the key, but didn't knock on the door. Since my parents are not at home anyway, I am too lazy to test. Start learning. I have been here a few times, and there is no one in your house. Surely you have no parents and upbringing. Seeing my gloomy face as soon as I saw the door of my house, Jasmine sneered. Haha, maybe. I was too lazy to quarrel with her, just twisted a handful of her wrapped in black silk. She immediately blushed and covered her and looked at me with hatred. After finding the key, I opened the door, and Jasmine followed me. As soon as I entered the entrance hall, I couldn't help but kiss Fangs, smiled and reached out into her school bag, and Jasmine became dissatisfied. Hey, what anxious, you? Yeah, don't touch my book. As a couple, don't forget our agreement. Hey, I know, you poor student. Jasmine just frowned, as if cursing the 18th layers of below me. Her jet-black pupils seemed to be emitting flames. You pervert! I won't let you go. She gritted her teeth and looked at me unabashedly with disgust in her eyes. Hee, I don't know who is more perverted when you do that kind of thing compared to homosexuality. I cast a meaningful look, and Jasmine immediately turned her face away with a guilty conscience. Okay, I won't quarrel with you, I want that too today. No. I know. I will teach you the chemical balance method. Chapter 3. My house is very big. After passing the clean corridor, I took her to my room. I walked to the window and drew the curtains, and once I turned my head, Jasmine was already full of unwillingness but skillfully took off her uniform, and began to unbutton her shirt. As the white shirt fell off to the ground, most of her delicate skin was exposed. She deserves to be a schoolgirl, and she is so beautiful whether she is dressed or undressed. And I, lucky enough to get her become my personal tutor. Hurry up, I haven't finished my homework today. I know, didn't I come to your house just to help you make up lessons? It's so hot, I will start teaching you algebra now. With my urging, Jasmine's exquisite snow-white face was blushing, adding a touch of delicacy. Her are really good, and her legs are beautiful. I'm studying, don't think about it. Even if she learns, it is a little dangerous to take off. The room is full of scenes of crimes, but this is not the case. A good student like Jasmine, of course, has a quirk. When she is studying, her brain cup becomes very hot, and she takes off so cool to dissipate heat. So we started learning. Did you see it? Bring X into Y. I know. Jasmine is my girlfriend on the surface, but our relationship is actually very weak. Even if she helped me make up lessons, her pair of big eyes were still indomitable and resentful, and she hoped in her heart that I would die right away. Enduring trouble, feeling the humiliation, my girlfriend's expression is full of disgust. But looking at her so sad expression, I became more and more comfortable. Because I'm a scumbag who studies poorly but tries hard to learn well. So even if her eyes were full of tears, I still bullied her mercilessly and forced her to teach me knowledge in my own way. Teach me, what is Ohm's law? I won't. So if you learn well, I can understand it. I'm a liberal arts student. You are smart, I understand. This way. I can go back. With a flick of the pen, Jasmine, panting, blushed slightly, but still staring at me with biting cold in her eyes. No, let's take a bath together. Today I want you to accompany me. My parents are not at home anyway. Are you crazy? Let me spend the night at a boy's house. Jasmine was stunned for a moment, then scolded me angrily. Just call your parents and tell them to spend the night at Sunflower's house. You haven't had a crush on your childhood sweetheart for so long, and you actually did something like that and I filmed a video. I shrugged. You. She stared at me angrily, this killing light seemed to me like a reward. After a long silence, she bit her lip and nodded unwillingly. Chapter 3 Early Morning. Scum is scum, go to death. Her scolding made me even more excited. In short, when she was calling and telling her mother to spend the night at Sunflower's house, I just teased her again. The meat on the chopping board was talking about Jasmine, such a delicate and fair female body always made me want to stop. Especially when I take away Jasmine's purity, I will never forget her sad expression. You who have been recorded by abnormal behaviors, are you a magical horse? I felt her trembling, and made fun. Oh. I don't want to mention it, you scumbag, ah. Motivated by my verbal attack, her whole body was trembling, and finally Jasmine softened helplessly. Seeing her subdued, I hugged her again with enthusiasm. She was indifferent at school, and now she has to accept the heat of my body. So cute. After that, I cleaned in the bathroom with Jasmine, and then we soaked in the big bathtub together. You will die. Jasmine frowned her graceful willow eyebrows, and she couldn't help but let out a threatening groan, which of course sounded not terrifying at all. We just take a bath as usual. Of course, I am also very disciplined. It's like a child taking a bath together. There is nothing to care about. If I can kiss fangs to my girlfriend, I am willing even if I die. Then you go and die. What's the matter? Today is in a particularly bad mood. How can I feel better when I see you? But you still roll your eyes occasionally. That is. Chapter 4. She was red to the bottom of her ears, and her face full of shame and anger made me very satisfied. This is Jasmine that only belongs to me. Even if I hate it, I have to cooperate because I have a handle. Therefore, she was so tired that she was held by me from behind without resisting, and the two of them were soaked in the water quietly. What's wrong? There is no energy. In this way, I will be farther and farther away from Sunflower. I secretly looked at Jasmine's profile. Her snow-white pretty face showed an expression of pain. It seems that she is a little bit lost. Maybe she took advantage of the opportunity to come in. Hey, in that case, why don't you help me get sunflowers? You, what did you say? Perhaps I couldn't believe it. Jasmine's dark pupils were full of anger and humiliation and glared at me. It doesn't matter, I will give her to you occasionally, any way you like her. The water in the bathtub rippled slightly. Jasmine, how would you choose? This is a good opportunity to be with the same-sex crush. I even started to look forward to the look of you two fighting with me in bed, ha 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 ha. Snapped. The crisp slap in the face echoed in the bathroom. I clutched my hot cheeks with a helpless look, but also trembling because of the sudden eruption of the woman in front of me. Just now, I accidentally said my desire, and the woman turned around and slapped me. I never allow you to be near Sunflower. She threatened me with a trembling voice, her eyes sharply piercing my chest. Oops, did you poke her against the scales? Sure enough, this kind of thing is not so easy to handle. I sighed and wiped the drops of water on my face, because my face was covered with water, so even my vision became a bit blurred. Although I was beaten by her, I was not very angry. After all, what I did to her is nothing. Are you jealous? My girlfriend? It's not. I just don't want you to interfere with me and Sunflower. Jasmine screamed while casting a hateful look at me. Although she is angry, it smells so good, her hair is like soaked in nectar, so I can't be angry with her like this. Staring at her with a smile, I changed the subject. You can rest after taking a shower. Then we. Hey, I'm getting up, I'm almost late. In a daze, I felt something pushing me in my arms. Goo, what? Rubbing her eyes, Jasmine, who was in my arms in front of me, struggling restlessly, cast an angry look at me. Is it morning? I vaguely remember that we were very tired yesterday, and then I hugged her and fell asleep. Good morning, dear. I gave a false sunny smile. If you kiss, don't bother to pretend. She grinned at me in irritation, but the shoulders that were hugged by me were slightly to the side, her white slender waist twisted slightly and left my embrace, and she wrapped her body in a quilt shyly. What are you looking at? I'm up. Frowning her brows, while holding back her desire to scold me, Jasmine buttoned her underwear. As if she didn't want to care about me anymore, Jasmine turned her head angrily, looking like this, it was like a couple quarreling with me. It's such a laughable scene, and it makes me feel a little bit moved. My dear, I'll prepare breakfast first, so go and wash yourself in peace. I jumped up, and Jasmine, who was wearing sex, just glared at me without responding. Putting on a t-shirt, I went into the breakfast and took out the bread and milk from the refrigerator. Stir the salad, put the beef into the pan and fry, while I spent a few minutes warming the milk, humming in a good mood. Although we are not a couple who truly love each other, I also force Jasmine to obey me, so I have to take care of my food for the time being. With the sound of piercing, and deep frying, the aroma of steak floated over. Is it really good to eat this early in the morning? I usually think about putting the kettle on the plate and bringing it to Jasmine, who is already sitting. There was a haze in the beautiful dark eyes of Jasmine, who was sitting elegantly, but it seemed to be slightly dissipated by the fragrance. Honey, eat quickly. I pretentiously pulled up the chair and sat down, observing her with my cheeks in my hands. Chapter 5. Humph. Jasmine was still cold, using a knife and fork to deal with the steak on the plate in front of her, and delivered it to her mouth. Shaking his head, it seems that the other party doesn't want to talk to me anymore, probably because I was tired yesterday. I chewed on the beef, not my boast, the spread of the fleshy mouth feels very good. When I go to her class B today, why not strike up a conversation with classmate Kwai Hwa? After dinner, Jasmine and I put on shoes in the hallway. After putting on her shoes and planning to go out, I saw that Jasmine was still tidying up the skirts of her uniform and checking whether the buttons of her clothes were buttoned properly. He is a meticulous top student, although his personality is very regrettable. It's just that, she suddenly gave me the desire to mischief. Now, my dear, let me put on shoes for you, you were so tired yesterday. I rarely put on a polite expression. What? She was a little dazed, but I continued to repeat my words. Be sick. She blushed and stretched her translucent black silk feet out of her slippers, and moved her toes like a secret swearing. The soft feet can be seen through the thin silk stockings, and the toes of the beautiful feet that make me dream of are almost touching the tip of my nose. Look, what are you looking at? Don't you want to help me put on shoes? Although she deliberately pretended to be cold, I still caught the shy voice, and she straightened her calf cooperatively, and her straight and slender pink legs were charming. Seductive. Looking surprised at Jasmine, who deliberately stretched her beautiful legs in stockings, she didn't expect her to have such a glamorous moment. I swallowed my saliva and grabbed her beautiful feet. I felt that the silky touch of my hands was about to blend. I lowered my head and kissed the back of her instep. The familiar smell of leather and the unique fragrance of jasmine perspiration suddenly came out. And at the same time, starting from the back of my instep, like playing a piano, my hands followed the beautiful arc of the foot to the calf bit by bit, causing Jasmine to moan comfortably. What are you doing? Jasmine curled up her toes embarrassingly, and the clenched toes made the foot shape more graceful, and the lovely toes looked even more beautiful than her for a while. Charming. My girlfriend's feet are really cute. I squeeze the thin solace of my feet and play with them. The little feet hidden under the stockings are not only fleshy, but also faintly revealing white and delicate skin, exuding seductiveness that does not match their appearance. Breath. As I stroked the sensitive solace of the feet back and forth, her feet became softer and softer, and as soon as my fingers poked the solace of the feet, the tender flesh there sank in. It's so ashamed, what are you doing? Jasmine let out intermittent protests, and her sweet voice made me want to push her down here. Fortunately, I have strong willpower. I just smiled awkwardly and pulled her beautiful black silk feet with my hands. Feeling the soft touch of the solace of my feet on the palms of my hands, I gracefully helped her feet enter the student leather shoes. It's okay, I think my girlfriend's feet are great, they will turn me into full control. I was smiling. Metamorphosis. Biting her lip, not knowing whether it was because of nausea or fear, Jasmine shrank her beautiful legs into a cute inner character, with an expression of shame and anger on her face. Each to each other, otherwise, how come you, who look perfect, would be caught by me? As I shrugged, she was defeated again and generally did not speak. It's so cute. It would be great if she was mine forever. Think about it carefully, we are also very good match, are people with different expressions and full of abnormal hearts. Chapter 4 Discovering Her Secret. I didn't know her secret until more than half a year ago. At that time, I was still a cold-hearted guy? Probably, everyday life is just a three-point line from the empty home to the school. Xiao can take care of herself, Mom and Dad go on a trip. My parents just dropped this sentence and disappeared, they just sent me money every month. I don't know when it started. The incompetent parents who inherited the wealth of their ancestors began to indulge in traveling and having fun, and they never took me with them when they played. Every day a person curled up and fell asleep in the blanket, no one was chatting with him, this is my life. Because of this, I don't know how to communicate with people. Maybe my personality defect was developed at that time. Chihisa, come to my house and play game. Okay, copy homework by the way. My friend Tomohisa is probably the only one who can play with me. Everyone has the same smell and secretly confronts the beautiful girl of gal game. Of course, when we go out, one of us is a cold-hearted top student and the other is a sunny sportsman. Ah, there are so many beauties in Class B. That day, we in Class D changed time to attend physical education class because the teacher asked for leave. We happened to be in the same venue with Class B classmates. At that time, they were all doing various sports, and they all put on simple gym suits, and Lu's Hiju whispered in my ear. I looked over there and there were two girls who made me care. Yet, Jasmine's are still towering as always, envious, hee, I will rub me. Yeah no. Don't. The Vitality girl with her hair dyed slightly golden and tied into a ponytail put her hands on the black long straight girl. Both of them are wearing a little lusty gymnastics suits, their smooth and white thighs are exposed to the air, especially the black-haired girl, who clearly exudes a cold aura, but as long as they are intimately touched by the double ponytail girl, they will melt. The red face was unexpectedly ambiguous. Lily is infinitely good, but can't give birth. I smiled boringly, it's just normal girls interacting with love, how could it be Lily? And the girl called Jasmine is a tall, steady, and mature beauty. Well, it's pretty good. I gave Hiju a heartfelt admiration. Next came the normal class activities. He went to play basketball with the boys' group. I squatted in the corner and looked at the class notes. Of course, in fact, I secretly investigated the pair of beauties afterwards. Jasmine is the goddess of perfection. She has excellent grades in all subjects. I can see that her grades are inferior to mine when I look through the rankings of the previous monthly exams. In addition, she can also see her excellent physical fitness during physical education class. Girls run the playground 5 laps every time they go to class, and she always ranks in the top few. Chapter 6. The most rare thing is that such a beautiful girl is iceberg-shaped, she has no contact with boys at all, her best friend seems to have only sunflowers, purely like a snow lotus. Sunflower is a cute girl, and it can be said to be a perfect vase. Although learning is average and sports bottom, but has the natural and innocent character of a comic heroine, and is willing to help others, it seems to be very popular among boys. One has both talents and color, both civil and military, and the other is cute and unparalleled, which makes people look forward to. If it is the heroine of a beautiful girl game, this is the basic equipment, but there are also such girls in the three-dimensional, which really makes me can't believe it. And they are good friends. Every time I pretend to go to the bathroom, I will pass by Class B. I can find that they are discussing something happily. Originally, this was all I could do. I would not have an intersection with them until that day. Cut, I finished my homework in class today. I stretched my waist and watched the sunset go down, planning to go home and play games. Xiao, I'm so miserable. My parents are not at home, I'm going to starve to death. Lu's Hiju rushed over in tears. Wow, what's the matter with me? You're out to eat. I want to eat Xiao's food, because it's super delicious. A big sunny man suddenly twisted and acted coquettishly, which made me feel sick. Well, let's go to my house after school. I just sighed. Hey? But I have training in the basketball team today, so can you wait for me? He clasped his hands together, begging pitifully. What kind of expression is this? I think I'm going to kill you. Okay, you go to train first, I'll come to you later. Yeah, thank you. He just cheered and ran away holding the ball. I am the only person in the classroom. Sighing, I continued reading. No way, it's a friend. I have few friends. Make him a hamburger tonight. I read the notes while thinking about the recipe for the evening. After all, I live alone and starve to death if I don't learn how to cook. My cooking level has been unexpectedly high over the past few years. But I'm so upset today. Is it because you haven't eaten enough? I stood up abruptly. In this case, it's better to see the basketball team training. I made up my mind and walked to the gym. But a figure stopped me for a while. The handsome black hair fluttering in the wind, the beautiful profile that makes people instantly fascinated, and the white to transparent neck. It's classmate Jasmine. She is also going to the gym. I decided to follow her and admire her back. Straight and slender legs swayed my spring heart. There is also a black skirt, I really want to lift it up and have a look. Of course, although I occasionally play gal game with a perverted heart, after all I dare not do perverted things, right? I just admired her beautiful back, and she didn't find me from start to finish, so she went into the gym. However, what is she doing alone at this time? I looked at her cold profile, her long eyelashes almost covered her eyes, her clear big eyes wandering around, and finally entered the dressing room. Alas! Go in? Why should I go in? Is it physical exercise? But now it's boys' basketball training in the stadium. With such doubts, I sneaked in a ghostly manner. It's okay, if there is anyone else I will say I went wrong. So comforting myself I entered the women's dressing room and silently closed the door, and the door and the wardrobe were separated by a long corridor, and I hid in the long corridor to observe in secret. Really, that guy Sunflower actually forgot to bring back his gym suit. I heard her muttering alone. Is it? I helped my friend get gym suits, it turned out to be so ordinary. I looked at Jasmine secretly through the corner, she just stood elegantly upright, glaring inexplicably at the gym suit of her good friend in her hand and muttering to herself. It seems that I am going to slip away, otherwise she will find me bad. It was like this, but her next actions surprised me. She buried her head directly in her gym suit. The sound of heavy breathing poured into my ears. As if dissatisfied, she held the gym pants in her left hand and put it to her mouth, smelling it forcefully. Shoo, it's the smell of sunflower, he he he. Chapter 7. She made a pleasant voice, and the person swayed as if dancing. How can it be? Am I blind? Even the aura is different. The beauty who looked like an iceberg before now smells the gym suit of a good friend like a pervert. Lust. No matter what, I have to record it, even if one person appreciates the beautiful girl's gaffe. I took out the phone and turned on the video mode. On the screen, the iceberg girl exuding awe-inspiring aura, that exuding an inaccessible atmosphere, the lonely princess, sniffing her gym suit like a fallen cuckoo, the smell of sunflower. I like it. She turned her head, clamped her legs, and made a terrible noise. I swallowed. It turns out, she is in love with her friends. Acridine, I like sunflowers so much, just smell the smell, I really don't want to return the gym suit to you, hee hee. Her weird behavior was completely captured by me. I don't know what my face is now, but so cute. My heart was moving, and my beating heart was beating for me to discover the other side of the beautiful girl. I really want to get this kind of beautiful girl with inconsistent appearances. This kind of beautiful girl who is cold on the outside but so unbearable on the inside. With this feeling, I walked out slowly and stood in front of her. Sunflower, hee hee, sniff. Jasmine, who was still immersed in joy a moment ago, froze. Her expression froze, and her breathing probably stopped. She stared at me as she stepped into the dressing room. You, who you are?" she screamed in panic, forgetting to bring her cold mask. Seeing the phone in my hand, she panicked even more, her small body trembling constantly. "Hello, classmate Jasmine, I am your admirer, I just accidentally discovered your behavior." I gave a disgusting smile. Unexpectedly, Jasmine, who is cold-looking, is such a person. "No, no, no!" she screamed hysterically, then hugged herself in fear, and started to retreat to the corner. "If your favorite friend knows you like this, will they leave you?" I approached her aggressively, condescending in a Waldong posture. And she was just shaking in panic, her lips moved but she didn't know what to say. "If you don't want your friends and the whole school to know your behavior, please accept my coercion obediently." I pretended to be indifferent on the outside, but the storm was already surging. I resisted the perverted evil smile, without knowing where the strength and courage came from, and grabbed her by the shoulder. You can't." So cute, her cold expression has long collapsed, and now she is like a kid caught doing bad things, with tears in her eyes, making people want to bully. My face just got closer and closer to her. Tweet. I kissed her boldly, and at the same time her black eyes were filled with incredible light, and then she began to struggle. Of course I won't let her go. Although she struggled with considerable strength, she was firmly held by me. So soft lips, so fragrant smell. We looked at each other and entered a long silence, but Jasmine saw the threat in my eyes and started to soften. I put my arms around her waist with satisfaction and pushed my tongue into her mouth. Goo. As if dissatisfied with receiving my first kiss, she shot strong hateful eyes at me. The mouth became slimy, we exchanged saliva, and the slick voice reverberated in our ears. "Ah, it's so pleasant." Chapter 5 Lunch Break. After that, because of my coercion, Jasmine and I became lovers naturally. This kind of news naturally spread rapidly among the high school students who were full of vitality and heart. Soon I acted together with Jasmine on public occasions in school. Because she is a beauty, I am naturally jealous of boys. But fortunately, I have a godsend gene, and I am a handsome guy in front of me, and we are all in the top 10 with stable results, so no challenger dared to stand up against it. Congratulations, congrats. Hey, you are so disgusting, what are you laughing at? Jasmine's stern voice pulled me back to reality. Hey! I recovered, we were still in front of the school, and I had been wandering for too long before, and I almost hit a telephone pole without knowing it. Alala, it's dangerous, thank you dear. Die away, I told you not to go in with me, so as not to be misunderstood that we are staying overnight. Hey, my girlfriend still cares about me anyway, so let's have lunch together. She didn't reply, but stared at me fiercely, looking at the garbage as if she was going to deal with me with a fire. As always, I hate it, but I don't hate it either. After all, I am indeed a scum to intimidate her. In order to cater to my stubborn girlfriend, I stood under the telephone pole and waited for 5 minutes before walking slowly to the classroom. Chapter 8. There is already a hustle and bustle inside. Sure enough, are there a few people like me who step on it? Good morning. I greeted Chihisa in the front row, and slumped on the table listlessly. Hey, why are you so decadent? Slightly, a little tired. I feel exhausted just now. It seems that I was tired yesterday, and I woke up again today to prepare breakfast. Is it the reason? What did you do? This guy who doesn't know what to say and what color is actually going to come over, broke the posture of asking the bottom of the casserole. No, it's nothing, I'll take a nap. Naturally, I can't tell the truth, I just closed my eyes. Hey, can you sleep like this? It's a god, but you should get up now. A voice that made me quite unpleasant has been chattering. I grunted and felt an unpleasant push. Brother, it's time for lunch. Another force pushed me, and I opened my eyes unhappily. My mouth is so dry, what time is it now? You are such a god, you have slept all morning. I saw Chiku's helpless expression head on, and wiped my saliva in surprise. Hey? Is it noon? Yes, and did you make an appointment to have dinner with your girlfriend? She is waiting for you at the door. As Hiju pointed out the door, it was Jasmine who was holding her chest with a sullen expression, and she seemed to be holding 2 bentos in her hands. The cold eyes seemed to hate me even more because I overslept. Wiping my mouth, I walked over slowly. You are really bad. I waited in the classroom for 20 minutes. You were actually sleeping. It seemed that I was so angry that I didn't even pretend to be a girlfriend anymore because I put the pigeons, and Jasmine scolded me sternly. I'm sorry dear, because I was so tired, after all, we weren't yesterday. Alright, let's go. Seeing what I was going to blurt out in a daze, Jasmine covered my mouth in a panic and half forced me to pull me away. And so? Why come to the rooftop? The common parts of this kind of boy manga. I scratched my head and looked at the blue sky above my head. And Jasmine, who sat on the ground obediently to prepare the lunch, sighed with dissatisfaction. Even if I miss it once, I don't want to be seen with you. Hey? Is that so? Nodding, I will sit on the ground and face her face to face. After picking up the meal, the dishes seemed to be a fast food restaurant at the entrance of the school. So she went out and brought me lunch before she couldn't wait. I'm a little touched. I stuffed a piece of sweet and sour ribs contentedly, feeling the sweet and sour taste spreading in my mouth. My dear, to make up for your hard work today, buy me lunch, let me see the bottom of the skirt. My sudden speech made Jasmine frown. Are you playing with me? Still kidding. Wow, even the voice has become cold. I am true, seeing her performance makes me want to provoke her more and more. It doesn't matter, we are lovers, and it's not that we haven't seen it. I shrugged and answered seriously. Dead pervert, scum. Holding her slightly flushed face, Jasmine reluctantly bit her lip and said this sentence, and the dark eyes staring at me could already burst out fire. So cute, I just like this kind of sad expression. But sure enough, she had no choice. After all, during the 6 months of intimidating her, I knew that although she would scold me, her unreasonable demands were always obediently satisfied. She stood up helplessly, with a bitter expression on her face. By the way, her thighs are pretty good, and the dazzling white thighs wrapped in black silk under the skirt are just a work of art. I couldn't help swallowing. Hey, it's great to have such a girlfriend. But she didn't really lift up the skirt, but tightly grasped the skirt with her slender fingers. I can't accept it. What? She bit her lip and released her hand with a force full of self-esteem. Chapter 9. I can't accept it. Jasmine let go of her skirt pop. The skirt was slightly rolled up because of the airflow, and then fell lightly, completely covering the thighs. Just thinking, it's great to have such a compliant girlfriend, Jasmine rebelled against me fiercely. How? Stop dreaming. You give me a little more than enough. Bah, she stuck out her tongue, and then kept her original elegant sitting posture on her own. Even if you have the handle, I won't let you scumbag disgust me. After she replied to me, she started to eat with a serious expression. What? It still meets most of my needs. Then forget about this trivial matter, and it will give you face. I sighed, holding my chin on, not knowing what to think. By the way, let's get close to Sunflower after school, after all, she is also my favorite person. Chapter 6. The weather is good. Yeah, hello. After school, I rarely bounced off to Class B and greeted Jasmine with a big fanfare, who was packing things up inside. She seemed taken aback, then rushed out with anger and dragged me to the corner. What are you doing? Didn't you say that you don't need to go to your house today? I know, but I suddenly want to ask if there is any activity. No, get out. God Allah, why does my girlfriend always grin when facing me? Hey? It's classmate Zhu Ziyu. A silver bell-like voice came from behind, and Jasmine immediately turned her face to one side. Sunflower. She immediately ran over with a gentle smile and held her hand. How come out? I just said something casually with my boyfriend, and then we can go together. Wow, this expression changes super fast. However, the sunflower legs with pale golden double ponytails are also quite slender, and she is a beautiful girl with a beautiful figure. The two are really a good pair of lilies, although the other person shouldn't have that kind of meaning. Is that so? I'm still worried. My request disturbed you and your boyfriend. Sunflower lowered her head, looking embarrassed. Wow, super cute, so caring about my friends. If I were Jasmine, maybe I would fall in love with her. No, I am from Sunflower. She comforted her friend with an ambiguous tone, and cast a reproachful look at me. Wow, what's up, am I a bad guy? Although it's almost there. Excuse me. What kind of request did Kuai student make? As a boyfriend, I have an obligation to care about my girlfriend. After I said this shamelessly, Jasmine glared at me fiercely, as if to shoot a murderous light in his eyes. Yes, it's actually nothing. Sunflower lowered her head embarrassedly. I work in a maid cafe, and occasionally if there are not enough people, I will ask Jasmine for help. What? It's actually a maid costume. It was so bad, I was moved when I heard it. It turned out that Jasmine did this kind of work without telling me. Then which store is it? I want to see my girlfriend's cute look in a maid outfit today, and drink coffee by the way. As I spoke, I cast ambiguous eyes, and Jasmine seemed to be enduring something. She looked terrible, her hair was going to stand up, like a cat with fried hair. No. Stingy why? Because, it just doesn't work. As a result, Jasmine and I turned on the bickering mode again in the corridor. But, yes, let's go together. Hey? Since Sunflower said, there is no way. As expected of little Sunflower, she didn't realize our embarrassment at all. She pulled Jasmine's hand, and the latter immediately showed the shy expression of a little woman like melting ice. Actually, I spent half a year training Jasmine without breaking her straight. It's a little bit low, but forget it, go step by step. Because it is said that the cafe is in the city, we can only take a bus for 10 minutes. Damn it, so crowded. The carriage is the same as canned sardines, and everyone raises their heads indifferently, treating others as air. As a result, the three of us could only stand with difficulty pulling the ring. Sunflower, are you okay? No, it's okay. The two JKs in front of me are still caring for each other, and seeing my girlfriend's blushing cheeks and a smile from the heart when talking to my crush, I feel a little bit jealous. Haha, then, Xiaoming was so embarrassed last time. It's really interesting, ha ha ha. I can't hear what the two beautiful girls are talking about at all, but it doesn't matter, because I've already planned to make a good joke of my girlfriend who can't see the reality when he is happy, as punishment for ignoring me. Yes, the restaurant was so unpalatable last time. I ordered a bowl of noodles and almost spit it out. Hey? I know a place is good, let's next. Chapter 10. Jasmine was saying this with interest, and suddenly screamed like a cat stepped on its tail. What's wrong with Jasmine? Sunflower's eyes widened in surprise. No. Nothing. Jasmine's ruddy face immediately turned pale. Maybe it's because I rubbed her when I was okay, and she was very upset. I'm sorry, I stepped on Jasmine's foot. Keep going. After I pretended to apologize, Jasmine bit her lip and stared at me. The anger and contempt in those dark pupils seemed to aggravate a bit. But in this case, it is impossible for her to scold me in public. On the one hand, it is embarrassing. On the other hand, if I provoke me, I will tell Sunflower her secret to be done. Ignoring this accustomed look, I leaned against Jasmine's beautiful back from behind, sniffing the delicate fragrance of the beautiful girl. It was too close to me, so Jasmine's snow-white cheek flushed with shame. "It's okay, I'm just a little tired, In front of her friends, Jasmine barely kept smiling, only talking intermittently. As for the reason, my hands are not honest. Ha 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 is super fun, even the strong-looking Jasmine has already been captured by me to death. Hey, is there anything behind? I always think Jasmine cares a lot." Sunflower noticed that Jasmine's complexion was unusually red, and she glanced at me with concern. I smiled politely to her. "No, let's go on." Jasmine squeezed out a normal smile, but unconsciously bit her tender lips, not daring to turn her head. Now she is even more afraid of her actions too big and attracting the attention of others. "Okay, well, let's continue talking, that one." With a smile on her face, she stood up with the narrative of Sunflower, but her brows were always raised. "The weather is very good today." I secretly leaned to her ear to express shameless thoughts, but Jasmine could only hold the ring of the bus in her hand, trying to pretend that nothing happened. It's a pity that I've been enjoying the burning feeling of anger hidden in Jasmine's dark eyes, but it didn't take long for the bus to arrive. Jasmine got off the bus as if he was escaping with his Sunflower. I can only regret it. "Keep up." Well, it's not bad to see the maid outfit. Chapter 7 Memories. What is her mood in front of her now? I won't let you go forever. Myself reflected in Jasmine's double pupils, the whole face is darker than her ink pupils. I want to get you, because I don't know what a convincing reason to make up. After all, I was secretly threatening her to come to my house today, and finally pushed her to the bed forcibly while she was not paying attention. "No matter what you say, do you think I will forgive you?" That pretty face was still stubborn, but the twinkling pupils were obviously full of tremor, as if she was forbearing. Jasmine, who was as cold as frost, would show such an expression when she was about to lose her purity. "Please, or tell your secret." With a threat, as if begging her. Turn the naked desire into words. The light black eyes flickered. Surprise, horror, despair flashed in his eyes, and finally, You fellow, do you think I will succumb to this threat? Let go. Let me go. Me, ah. Like Mian Yang being bitten by a wolf, Jasmine struggled feebly, but after all, she was a girl, how could she break free? At last, we hugged each other tightly, and even couldn't distinguish each other's existence. "That's good, we will never be separated again." The sharp cicada cried awoke me. Because my house is courtyard style, it is normal for cicadas to sing on the trees outside. It's night now, and a bright moon hangs in the air. Cicadas are screaming, and people are broken. Jasmine was lying on the clean white bed, the blue moonlight shining on the blanket on her body through the window. In the moonlight, she has two godless eyes, like a doll without a soul. If it hadn't been for her body to fluctuate slightly because of her breathing, I would have thought she was dead. Fortunately, I remember her previous sad expression and desperate voice. "It's amazing." I turned my head and kissed her forehead. Chapter 11. Welcome home, Master. The sweet voices of the maid girls brought me back to reality. Jasmine and Sunflower entered this maid cafe in the city through the back door and told me to go in 5 minutes later. So I opened the door. As soon as the door opened, I finally saw the scene I was looking forward to. A dozen beautiful girls lined up on both sides of the aisle. He bowed his head and bowed to salute me respectfully. "Master, you are welcome back." The beautiful girls were charming and smiling, which immediately made me feel that it's good to be alive. Before I could be moved, I immediately found familiar faces. The two black and white maids headed by the array were Jasmine and Sunflower. The sensational maid dress not only has a short skirt, but also has a low chest that is scary. If you just bend over, you will be seen in the gully. Sunflower's smile is awesome, as comfortable as the sun, while Jasmine is as unwilling to me as always. Give me a small private room, I want this maid to serve me. I asked Sunflower to do those maid things for me, but... Master, let me come this time. As if seeing through my strategy, Jasmine stood in front of her and couldn't help but drag me into a room. I won't let you approach her. I seem to see her lips in this pose. Damn it, let you help your friends block guns this time. Chapter 8 The Maid. Then guest, do you want to order first? Before I could speak, Jasmine put on a fighting posture with a cold face. Hey, no hurry, after all, there are lovely maids, let me take a look at the environment here. I was naturally happy to tease my lovely girlfriend, so I glanced at this small private room casually. The warm colors in the store make people feel very relaxed and lazy. The soft exotic music matches the rustling sound of rockery and water outside, the air conditioning in the store with moderate temperature and humidity, as well as exquisite crystal chandeliers and scrolls for painting and calligraphy. The maid in the elegant maid costume in front of me decorates the whole situation like a sculpture. I really feel that spending a leisurely afternoon here will be a great pleasure in life. Goo, what a nice place, is the maid lady very experienced here? I deliberately pretended to be a guest who didn't know Jasmine, and provoked her with a polite tone. Sure enough, this guy saw my forehead appearing like Brother Pig, and he looked like he was going to yell. But she deserves to be a top student with a sense of responsibility, and probably doesn't want to cause trouble to her friends, she still replied with a smiling face. Goo, guests can really laugh, people just, occasionally work part-time. Wow, you guys are so sensational, do you have a special part-time job? While talking, I shot Jasmine with my sight. After all, she is now wearing a black Gothic-style maid uniform. Sure enough, the uniform here is not as regular as a normal maid dress. It is closer to the two-dimensional style, which is pretty and somewhat seductive. Fitted tailoring, light clothing, black sensational garter stockings, cute bows, florals, and ribbons, and the short skirt will flutter when you walk around, as if it will go out at any time. Damn it, although I've touched it a long time ago, I really want to molest her in this kind of workplace. Calm, if you are entangled with Jasmine now, you will be discovered by Sunflower, which will cause your image to plummet. Won't I stop singing? No, there are no things, there are limits to joking. Guest. Jasmine rejected me indifferently, and cast a look at me at the same time. As if saying, you rubbish, the dog can't spit out ivory. Damn it, I was despised again, and I have done so many excessive things, do you still trample me under your feet in your heart? Depressed and unwilling, I started to take the menu and prepare to order. After all, the name is for my girlfriend to visit the class, so I need to support the business. I flipped through the menu, it's super expensive. From the very beginning, I was very concerned about why students were rarely seen in the hall and private rooms were specially set up. A plate of cute omelette rice costs 100, a piece of cake costs 80, and coffee is 3 times the price outside. Sure enough, the gold content of this store is on the maid. Fortunately, my irresponsible parents send me large sums of money regularly, so let me order something to eat. Me, I want a regular omelette rice and a cup of black coffee. Good host. Jasmine bowed hard to me, then turned her head and went out. Jasmine, who was originally noble and glamorous, put on this uniform like a little fairy. It made her blush and heartbeat without any special teasing. The visual stimulation made me and her well-known artillery friends feel like nosebleeds. Ah, the skirt is fluttering, the essence of the maid outfit is really gone, I want to see it. Her skirt was flying lightly with her footsteps, and I leaned over and looked at it from a lower angle because of the sudden desire. It was a pity that she couldn't see it at all until she went out. In fact, this uniform was cleverly designed, right? Damn it! While expressing regret, I flipped through the menu boringly. This kind of shop should have special entertainment services, let the maid accompany you to play poker or something. I flipped through it and saw an activity. Hey? This looks very suitable for 3 people to play. Although it costs 100 yuan to play this game? Hello, master, this is the omelette you want. Coffee will be served soon. Before long, Jasmine walked up with a plate of omelette rice, her beautiful dark pupils staring at me. The golden rice grains are mixed with scattered minced meat and vegetables, and a slice of omelette is on the bread. The taste is not bad, and it hits my heart. Then master, what do you want to write on it? Jasmine squatted down, holding a tube of ketchup in her hand, turning her head and staring at me badly. Chapter 12. What to write? Just write, my girlfriend Jasmine is working in a maid's shop, maybe it's a uniform but she has a good body, I like it very much. Master, such a small fried egg can't write so many words. Surprised by my molesting and recalling her humiliating memories, Jasmine squeezed her slightly flushed face and reluctantly bit her lip to say this. Ha ha ha, the eyes were so terrifying, as if I was about to shoot a 40-meter knife to cut me off. Haha, there is really no way. Then write a love in a normal way. I am also a reasonable master. Okay. Jasmine frowned slightly, and scribbled on it. Then master, please use it slowly. She bowed to me politely. What a well-trained maid. I usually look at the fried egg with emotion. There were 2 words written on it in ketchup, die. Damn, what is this? Ahem. I cleared my throat a little, and in order to teach this wayward girlfriend a good lesson, I continued to make demands. Hey, Miss Maid, I want to serve, I don't know if it can be. Hey? What service is the master? Jasmine couldn't think of me stalking and stared at me unkindly. I want to enjoy the service of Miss Maid's footsteps. I made up a service casually, and then unfolded my body carelessly. What is it? It means literally. You are a pervert. Jasmine suddenly became confused, her snow-white pretty face flushed with shame, and she hugged her body tightly. Really, I think the lady maid has a S-like temperament, so let you step on me a little bit. I started to shame, and started shaking and squatting on the sofa, and the sound was almost audible outside. Wait a minute, don't disturb others. Jasmine finally panicked and hurriedly begged to come over and cover my mouth. Okay, I will do it. As if making up her mind, she suffocated her anger and said to me softly. Yeah, then please trample on my chest at will. I laughed like a child, and Jasmine seemed to think that she would actually associate with this kind of pervert, and also made such a perverted request. The indifference in her eyes grew a bit thicker. You really are a scum. She gritted her teeth and untied the straps of her shoes, unwillingly sticking out her beautiful black silk feet from the maid's shoes. Then I pointed the soft black solace of the stockings at me, bit the tender lips slightly, separated the long legs, and stretched out the beautiful legs with the skirt. Deadly perverted, you remembered it for me. Following her threatening words and a cold expression on her face, I felt a flexible object touch my belly and began to walk jerky through the clothes. Ah, so soft feet. So happy to be called out. Oh no. If Jasmine's S attribute is really developed, won't I be suppressed? Slightly squinting, I saw Jasmine blushing, tears in the corners of her eyes as if she was being bullied. Holding on to the wall with 2 small hands, she began to tilt her waist, and slowly placed the sole of a beautiful leg on my belly. Step on it back and forth. The black silk nylon rubbed the clothes, making an ambiguous sound, and the curve of the beautiful legs became clearer and clearer in front of me. Ah! I couldn't help calling out. It's not good, it's too bad. Chapter 9 Stepping. You, don't make any strange noises. Her face became more and more shy. Jasmine couldn't help staring at me angrily, but the strength on her feet increased a bit unknowingly. The beautiful and slender legs wrapped in black stockings have been walking around. I feel very comfortable, so of course there is no way to make a sound. So even though my mouth was responding to her, my brows flicked rhythmically with the force of her calves. You pervert! Rubbish! Jasmine still couldn't help but yelled at me, but fortunately, she continued her small movements very professionally. Wipe, what is the profession of a trampling maid? Eldest sister, although I have called a maid trampling service, it does not include verbal abuse. Eldest sister, you are ready to go. As a result, Jasmine cursed me even worse. Damn, why haven't I found my girlfriend's feet so flexible before? Fortunately, she received the money, so it is only natural to take care of the willfulness of the guests. I always feel that the sporadic stomping of beautiful feet interrupted my thoughts. It is obvious that contact with a rough belly will give my soul out of my body. Ha ha ha, Jasmine, you are particularly strong today. Seeing trash like you makes me feel more and more uncomfortable. Chapter 13. As I made a weak voice, Jasmine's eyes changed, like a noble queen facing a knight who bowed to her head. Her feet tightened, lifting my chin with care, and I had to face her. Indifferent face. Perverted. Scum. She said 4 words lightly. What? What does it feel like? The subject of my coercion uses his feet, and his body is ruthlessly trampled on, and I groan with this kind of double stimulation. How about it? Didn't you have great momentum when you threatened me before? Sorry. Jasmine seemed to have awakened some strange attributes in her heart. No. I always felt that it was a long-standing character, but I didn't know it. It shouldn't be like this, right? Does an apology work? Give me back what I lost. In short, her beautiful feet directly covered my face with the solace of her feet. Can't breathe, cuckoo. This kind of oppression, is my queen. I really want to be trampled under her forever. What's wrong? Before, wasn't I very strong when I was? Now I can't even beat my feet? What a trash man. Gum. Somehow, I just couldn't use my strength, struggling weakly on the spot like a drowning person, but I was firmly controlled. Pervert. Pervert. Jasmine scolded me more and more excitedly. I always feel that it is not right. Why do I, a coercion, become like a victim? Wait a minute. I finally almost cried and struggled away. What are you doing? She looked at me with an awkward look with her arms akimbo. I can only remind her of our master-slave relationship. I am the owner? In 2 senses, I come to the store but it costs money. Yes it is. She nodded as if thinking of something, then looked embarrassed. Then. I want you, Jasmine, as a girlfriend, not a maid, and make out with me. Aha! Jasmine stared at me incredulously. The situation changed suddenly, even because of tension and anxiety. She gripped the skirt tightly. What's wrong? Don't you want to? Me? What? I'm very submissive in school. Don't mention those. Her legs were clamped unconsciously as if to escape, which made me look pretty cool. Then hurry up. I know. With her head drooping, she walked slowly to the sofa. Queen Jasmine's reign, declared collapse in 5 minutes. The next little maid, Jasmine, leaped into my arms obediently. Hey! I don't know how long it took to hug me before I was pushed away by Jasmine, who was awake from a dream, but I reluctantly took her hand and pulled it back into my arms. This time she only moved symbolically and put her head on my chest. Probably I have no energy to struggle. Jasmine's legs were bent together, folded on one side of her body, and she was reclining in my arms in a weak posture. If you look closely, after she kicked off her shoes, the two fleshy and boneless little feet inside the black silk gently buckled inward. You. Her feeble verbal abuse now sounded full of softness, and it didn't seem to be so murderous anymore. Illusion, after all, I am the scum who threatened her together. Suddenly thinking of something, she jumped up again. Yet. Still at work. She flushed her cheeks, hurriedly tidying up her maid's outfit. She looked like she was not alone with the iceberg beauty before. Contrast cute. I smiled and opened the menu. Miss Maid, please call another maid, I want to play this game. Humph. Jasmine pulled through the menu as if in a bad mood, and gave me a glance. Then I will call Sunflower. She muttered with her head down, and left the room as if fleeing. Yet, she was too moving just now so she saw it. Black. Chapter 14. Chapter 10 Divination. Master, I heard that you are going to play a game. Before long, Sunflower and Jasmine came to the room together. It was different from my girlfriend's black maid outfit. She wore a pure white servant outfit, which not only showed a higher degree of exposure, but also the edges of the thigh socks were temptation. Lace. And as soon as she saw me, she showed a generous smile, a pretty charming smile, not at all as stern as Jasmine next to her. Normally I always think that she will be shy and blush when talking to boys. How can people be trained to be like this here? Yes, because I look forward to entertaining with beautiful girls. Hate, Master, it's so sweet. Sunflower showed a sincere smile, and she didn't forget to push Jasmine, who was gnashing her teeth next to her, who reluctantly took out what she had carried her back. Then, Master, please start the little maid's tarot divination game. Jasmine was holding dozens of thin and long cards in both hands, with cosmic patterns in the style of Western abstraction on the back. I saw this game on the menu before, because the introduction was to deepen the bond with the lovely maid through the divination of fate. This obviously has a deceptive theme, so I can't help but talk about 100 yuan to play it, because it requires divination. The relationship between two people requires a third party to divination, so a total of 2 maids are needed. Then, let me test the fate of me and Jasmine first. When I spoke, the girlfriend on the side raised her eyebrows unnaturally. Sure enough, as long as she has anything to do with me, she will be very irritable. Hehe, it's really a love mind, so please make a decision together. Sunflower, who knows our relationship well, showed an innocent smile, spreading out dozens of tarot cards and showing us the shape of a fan. The rule of this shop is that 2 people negotiate and choose a card, which is equivalent to the future decided by 2 people. Sure enough, it is a very troublesome rule, but the average customer will be happily at a loss if he or she will draw cards with the cute little maid. It's really a cunning rule. No wonder I heard that the hourly wages for part-time jobs in this shop are very high. It seems that I made a fortune by squeezing the wallet of the dead house. Although I was in the middle of it. I feel Jasmine is like a dazzling new star, so I think she is beautiful like the center of the universe. Choose the card in the middle. There is a third party, so I naturally want to conceal my affectionate relationship with Jasmine, first praise her carelessly, and then choose a card at random. Humph. Sure enough, she didn't catch a cold for my praise, but she covered her chest very disgustingly. Hey, I just bore you so much. I'm about to cry. I've been together for half a year, and I have this attitude towards me in front of my friends. Whatever you want, I just don't want to accept your choice. She muttered, then pointed to the long card in the corner. Is it good to be like this soon? Why do you want to sing against me? I protested weakly, and Jasmine just glared at me fiercely. It's disgusting you, don't. This cold momentum made me suddenly stiff. Sure enough, I would unconsciously become weak when I saw my girlfriend's, although I still like the unyielding Jasmine occasionally. No way, you have to act like a man who dotes on his girlfriend at this time. I smiled and nodded, well, I can do whatever Jasmine likes. Of course I respect your choice of destiny. The relationship between the two is really good, really good. While we were fighting, Sunflower couldn't help but cast an eager envious look at us. Hey? No, Sunflower, I definitely like you more. Jasmine was not happy at all when the person she liked said something like blessing. She just eagerly held Sunflower's hand, and then stared at her eyes earnestly. Hey? Haha, Molly is really a good person, so she doesn't value in friendliness, but has both. Sunflower tilted her head, a nice expression of my friend. No, I really cherish sunflowers more. Jasmine shook her head, glaring at me while exhaling passionately at the sunflower. It was slightly warm and moist, just like spring wind. What? It made me a little sour. I let out an uncomfortable breath, then interrupted them. Then I want to smoke, I'll choose Jasmine's one. I faintly drew out the selected card, and then turned over the back. Beneath a huge idol, two people tried to hold hands across the air, a man and a woman looking at each other affectionately from a distance, while the dazzling sun was shining behind the towering idol, as if blessing and jealous. It's lovers. Represents the union, corresponding to the astrology, Gemini. Ah, the two are really predestined, so you can get lovers casually. Sunflower's eyes revolved in cheers with stars in her eyes, while Jasmine on the side seemed to be petrified. Impossible, non-existent, I do not. Because of her unbiased choice, she drew the lover, and Jasmine covered her face with a blow. Yet, Jasmine is really true, and it doesn't matter. I'll bless you if you are better with your boyfriend. We have always been friends. Sunflower embraced Jasmine in a charming manner, without concealing her intimacy. We are friends. As if he was relieved, and as if desperate, Jasmine's eyes became hollow. It's really bad, let me take a look at what this card is saying. Ahem, then I will explain the meaning to the master. Sunflower smiled, and then spoke with an unpredictable smile. The lover is the best card in the tarot card to explain love. He represents the puberty of this life. A man and a woman on the card come together under the call of an angel and become lovers. Although the sun is shining, they are full of happiness. But there are many tests waiting for the lovers behind them, the tree of hope and the tree of forbidden fruits entrenched by poisonous snakes. Couples in love can help and support each other, romance has become the theme of this good time. But people in love, you have to face the emotional choice, which is to choose one of the many opposite sexes as your partner. Therefore, love is both beautiful and cruel. When solving the cards, you must pay attention to the choice behind the combination, that is, to there are trade-offs. Oh, it's very high and deep. I didn't understand, but Sunflower continued to speak as if she had expected it. Chapter 15. Well, after all, our shop also simplified the translation a bit in order to make the guests concise and easy to understand. Let me see. She scratched her hair, then read what was written on the front. The vocabulary represented by this card are: can't withstand temptation, excessive indulgence, repetitiveness, weak friendship, boredom, quarrel, gorgeous dress, indecision. The owner is emotionally naive, and although he has expectations and hopes for growth, he hopes to avoid it forever. Danger: avoid responsibility. Lovers always maintain a high level of vigilance in their careers, making people feel uncomfortable and unwilling to cooperate with you. Yes, this guy is terrible. Upon hearing a big push of derogatory terms and the pessimistic prospect of our love, Jasmine's eyes lit up and cheered as if victory. Wow, how do you think this card is signed? Why did you congratulate us so happily before? I can only vomit depressed. Because this is your test. Listening to Sunflower's grinning explanation, I also calmed down a little bit. Although this card could scold me, but some places were accidentally fit, I didn't pursue it anymore. Then I will give you 2 fortune-telling. I took the remaining cards and greeted the 2 maids with an entertaining attitude. Hey! Jasmine's eyes widened in astonishment, and then her face turned red, and her thin rouge rose to her face like a flower, adding a few points of charm. I want to tell the fate with Sunflower. Why is it so excited? I am a little jealous again. At this moment, I actually flashed a little unpleasantness. Then 2, please choose the card. Putting on the hypocritical smile I am best at, I arranged the tarot cards into a bouquet and handed them to the 2 maids. Ah, what should I smoke? Sunflower smiled innocently, then approached Jasmine to ask for advice seriously. Sunflower choice is fine, I can do it all. Jasmine looked at the pure and beautiful girl in front of her, her eyes glaring at me angrily softened involuntarily. Really, this dead gay? I angered silently in my heart. Yeah, then, this is all right. Sunflower took one casually, turned to look at Jasmine as if asking for advice, and the latter nodded softly, so she drew out the card with a cheer. On the card is a hermit dressed in a robe, carrying a lamp, leaning on a cane, and groping forward alone in the dark. The hermit. This card represents being alone. The hermit tries to give up the external temptation to achieve inner peace, and then obtain the truth through meditation in a quiet environment. In silence, you can only hear the voice from your heart, so you can better understand your own thoughts and find an ultimate goal that truly belongs to yourself. Well, I also know a little bit. I wanted to explain what I knew, but it seemed that there was an explanation from the maid cafe, so I took it into my hand and read it out by the way. This card, it says, ignoring the police, hating loneliness, inferiority, worry, naive thinking, too cautious, leading to failure, deviation, and not suitable for traveling. Too much investment in your career has made you unwilling to face other things, so there has been a breakthrough in career. In terms of relationships, busy work is used to avoid the development of this relationship, and the attitude towards the partner is cold, because they are afraid of the development of the relationship and withdraw at critical moments, making the other person feel chilled. This, what is this? Isn't this worse than me and Jasmine? Hey. Sure enough, my girlfriend was sluggish in place, as if the of fate had sentenced her to death for the relationship between her and her best friend, and she was also frozen. Ah, it's really bad. Actually, this tarot card is to deal with strange guests who want to harass the maid, so the general divination is bad end. Seeing her best friend in depression, Sunflower hurriedly comforted her and hugged her arm and stared at her. I like Jasmine the most, so I won't be indifferent to you. Sunflower. Jasmine felt her friend's warm body temperature and couldn't help but mutter to herself as she hugged him. The 2 maids hugged in front of me, yes, they didn't even consider the existence of my master. Sure enough, I like you the most. Jasmine showed a warm smile that she would never release to me, her voice softened a bit, and Sunflower nodded with a blushing face, leaning closer to each other, maybe because they are all girls, they have no scruples, the 2 are soft. The huge horns were all squeezed together and became flat, and because the maid's outfit was so tight, there was a rustling sound through the clothes. Where is this youth idol drama? No, it's a Lily drama. At this moment, I have a feeling of watching TV. Hey? The master is still there. After finally noticing my embarrassment, Sunflower screamed and pushed Jasmine away, then bowed to me embarrassedly, putting her hands together. I'm sorry, master, I blame the relationship between our maid. Hey, it's okay, I like to watch Lily. I glanced at Jasmine with yin and yang weird, and the latter turned her head strangely. Hee, I don't know Lily, because Jasmine belongs to the master. Sunflower pushed Jasmine weirdly, and then walked a few steps back. Then the game is over, I will give the master and Jasmine space first. Hey? Wait a minute. Jasmine stretched out her hand in surprise, but Sunflower walked out of the room with her tongue out before she could react. Why is it like this? Regarding the thoughtful departure of her good friend, Jasmine looked unwilling to do so, so arrogantly she reached the edge of the sofa. Ah, what an angel! With emotion, I took a sip of my coffee. The maid with long black hair and beautiful legs was just biting her tender lips, holding back her anger, and staring at me silently. Ah, what a terrible expression! It's obviously a good friend who kindly asked us to be alone without a drink. With a friendly smile on my face, I handed over half of my coffee, while Jasmine just shrank a little more aside. Chapter 16. No need for the master, she said glumly. Hey, really disobedient. I shook my head and drank the rest of the coffee. Before Jasmine could react, I leaned over and stopped her slender waist and pressed her tender lips. She stared at me incredulously, physically trying to struggle subconsciously, but I was so strong that I was forced to pour coffee into her body from mouth to mouth as if forced. And with rough movements, I made Jasmine speechless from the very beginning, so that the corners of my mouth were rubbed repeatedly by my tongue and a lot of saliva overflowed. The coffee-mixed saliva dripped on the snowy white corners of the red and elegant mouth. On the chin. Don't, grunt, hate. The little maid in my arms raised those big beautiful eyes, and seemed to be looking at it like begging. At the same time, because I couldn't resist my masculine aura, Jasmine's moans began to become clear, and a lot of the heat that was caused was exhaled from Ziyuding's nose and directly hit my face. Ah, it's so wonderful, as if she was holding her girlfriend in a maid costume in her arms and pouring liquid into her body. A perverted rose from the bottom of my heart. My rough movements caused Jasmine's beautiful black silk legs to tremble, swaying in pain, and my red and tender mouth and beautiful nose were all rubbed and heated by me. So the beautiful girl with long black hair and beautiful legs is not breathing smoothly, I can hear her throat gurgling helplessly and swallowing my coffee. That's right, so good. Every time I bully my girlfriend, I can really feel that I own her. After a long time, this suffocating long kiss came to an end, and after I relaxed a little, Jasmine pushed me away eagerly, wiping her mouth as if eating something dirty, and then she used her black eyes as if she wanted to eat. Stared at me like I did. You are such a shit. In order to vent her anger, she scolded me routinely. But after being scolded, I felt a little warm, probably I have a tendency to Then, come home with me after get off work. I took advantage of the opponent's lack of strength to grab her beautiful black feet, and gently rubbed them against the soles of the feet. Yeah. I hate it. Don't touch it, it's disgusting. With slightly rough fingers cruising on the soles of her feet, Jasmine squinted her eyes uncomfortably. What was even more uncomfortable was that I asked her to stay with me again today. No way, I will be lonely too. Please, aren't we dating? Stupid. Don't, itchy, I didn't change my clothes, tomorrow, will tomorrow. I clamped my slender black silk ankles with my big pliers hands and made Jasmine frown, both shame and irritation, but because I had a handle, I could only lower my voice and beg me. Yeah, there's no way, since it's a cute girlfriend's request, I'll let you go. I thoughtfully let go of the hand holding my ankle, and Jasmine immediately retracted her foot reflexively, and blushed and put her foot back into the shoe. Then I will go home first, hee. With a trace of loneliness, I opened the door. Is the master leaving? The sunflower at the door seemed surprised that we ended up so soon. Well, I'm very happy, thank you, I was cured when I saw Kuaihua's cute maid pretend to be. I smiled at her. Woo, nothing, I hope the master will come again. She made a lovely hum. Such a cute child, beautiful and polite. I naturally nodded in my heart, feeling more interested in her. Although the progress of Raider's Sunflower is a bit slow. Well, let's play online games tonight. Chapter 11 Regress. In this midterm exam, some students regressed greatly. Standing in front of the podium in the classroom, the mathematics teacher, who is the head teacher, held on to his glasses and scanned the classroom with sharp eyes. Then he fixed his gaze on me and criticized in more acrimonious words. Especially some outstanding students have made great mistakes, and the teacher sees that our students in our class engage in some abnormal male-female interactions in high school. This can be regarded as the culprit of learning regression, and I hope that all those who regress take a warning. As he said, a group of people regressed in the midterm exam. And I am one of them. Frowning a little, I stared at the red letters on the math test paper. 88, although it is an auspicious number, it is still too bad. Moreover, the overall score dropped by 400, which directly caused me to vomit blood when I saw it. The reason, without even thinking about it, is because I'm too tired recently, and I'm all to blame for my love of playing happy games with my girlfriend. Damn it, I've always claimed to be a genius before, so I have to bear this kind of shame. Okay, next is the grade ranking of the whole class, everyone should look at it, and then study the top students. The teacher indifferently showed the grades and rankings of the whole class on the big screen. Obviously, I was no longer in the top 10Q of the whole class. But after all, I had the foundation, and I quickly replied to calm down. I patted myself on the cheek and encouraged me a little bit. I felt that I was able to get through the difficulties and I would finish my exam next time. Let's make a learning revival plan first. Horses are not fat, so it is necessary to buy some tuition materials. Jasmine seems to be a very good person, so if she asks for help, she might have better results. After making up my mind, I went to Class B as usual after school. Because I seem to be very cheeky in some aspects, such as looking for a girlfriend to play, when a familiar figure appeared at the door of Class B, some girls who met with me every day also enthusiastically beat me up. Call. Oh, it's classmate Zhu. After seeing me, a girl in front of me hurriedly walking out with a shoulder bag, she greeted me in a good mood. Tie her hair into a ball on her head. The trivial bangs on her forehead are clipped with a pink hairpin. Her beautiful pupils are brightly like warm spring peach blossoms, and her tall body looks splendid and involuntarily. Look at it a few more times. Hello, on sideline. I also waved to her gracefully. I came to see classmate Jasmine again today. Yes, didn't I come to her almost every day? Chapter 17. It's so good, the relationship is so good. Student Wen is so beautiful, if you want to, you will be able to find it soon. I hate it, people who have girlfriends still praise other women like this. She covered her mouth and giggled, then waved goodbye to me. Looking into the classroom again, I tried to find my girlfriend. I found it. On the familiar seat, it seemed that the tiring study had just ended. Jasmine stretched out lazily, the beautiful curve under the uniform showed off with the extension of the arms, and the towering bulge on the chest was ready to come out. A beautiful silky hair was dangled gracefully, still curled at the ends. The delicate lines of the facial features are three-dimensional and delicate, and some fragile elegance exudes from the clear ink pupils, and the slightly raised eyebrows make her look a lot stronger. This is my girlfriend. Hello, Jasmine. I walked in without hesitation and stood by her table and greeted her. Hey. A slightly surprised expression appeared in her beautiful black and white eyes, and then her flawless cheeks immediately turned red. It's so cute, even though I frowned after seeing me and made me care a little, but I still control her tightly. Oh what, boyfriend is coming to you? I snorted her, and moved my gaze to the nearby people staring at us. I always feel that it is a bit arrogant for me as an outsider to enter other people's class casually. Anyway, some of the boys in the room showed very uncomfortable expressions, and there was a big tall man flexing his hands as if to lunge over. No. Although I feel that the act of showing affection between myself and Jasmine in public is a bit odd. But after noticing my reminder, Jasmine's eyebrows were raised slightly, as if she had accepted her fate. She endured the unwilling twitching sensation at the corners of her mouth and smiled reluctantly at me. Dear, it's nice that you are here. Ah, yeah, after all, I can't help but want to see you. I laughed loudly and took the initiative to take her arm. It looked like a hopeless little white face was flattering the rich woman. But my mood is probably much more refreshing than Xiaobai's face, because I am really showing kindness to her while enjoying the coercion of the beautiful girl. Although I still want to tarnish, no, it is to taste a mouthful of Miss Sunflower, who is pure and as pure as the sun, but the student's duty is to study. In order to get a good grade, I'd better review it first. This is a top student girlfriend. For help. While thinking about this, I winked at Jasmine. Please go to my house today, if you have important matters, please. You. Her face turned red violently, as if it were burning, and then her pitiful cherry lips trembled slightly. With a helpless sigh, she lowered her voice to me. Today is my day, can you not? I was taken aback for a moment, and then I felt a little troubled. Really, she really misunderstood, why don't I say that I really have such a scum? Asking her to go to my house reminds her of that kind of thing. Actually, I am not an animal who simply thinks in the lower body. Sometimes I have spiritual needs. No, today is really studying, the midterm exam has greatly regressed, please help me with tuition. I put on a serious expression and asked her with folded hands. And Jasmine's expression became even more rigid in an instant. As if she was quite ashamed of her own thoughts, she screamed and covered her face. After burying her face in the palm of her hand and rubbing it, she raised her head, and her eyes became hazy and blurred because of some moisture. But Jasmine still stared at me vigilantly. Really, is it just tutoring? Really, don't be so hostile to me. Stop talking nonsense, how could I be wrong to a scum like you? Obviously, she had always spoken kindly to her, but Jasmine had been staring at me with cold eyes, as if I had touched her mold. Ah, this unyielding and tangled expression really makes my head bloodshot. And after subtle changes in her expression, she still chose to compromise. Okay, but I can't go home too late. Flicking the bangs on the front of her forehead with her hand, she agreed to tutor me. Damn. Actually went home with Jasmine. I'm rubbing. That stinky guy. It seems that the boys who eavesdropped on the side didn't notice the content of our conversation. They just saw us whispering and then left together, wailing jealously. For a while, a sense of superiority emerged in my heart. Oh, it's great to have a beautiful and well-studied girlfriend. Chapter 12 on the subway. In order to purchase teaching and guidance books, Jasmine and I took a train to the nearby bustling area. Of course, in addition to the bookstore, there are snack shops, grocery stores, and clothing stores, so my purpose of bringing Jasmine in the past is not just to buy extracurricular teaching assistants. Oh, school hours are really crowded. I pretended to sigh while squeezing in the subway and winked at Jasmine. Oh. And my girlfriend really didn't catch a cold when he showed good intentions to me. The radiant phoenix eyes stared at me coldly, and then looked away. There is really no way, Jasmine is still very willful, although it has something to do with me. While thinking about it, I watched my girlfriend's pretty face in a daze. The three-dimensional and beautiful little nose, the slightly upturned soft cherry lips, the slightly haughty and raised chin, and the white as jade neck, the flawless skin glows with a healthy glow, giving people a pure and noble appearance. A feeling of, she is a beauty without blind spots at 365 degrees, especially now that she is very upset with me. There is a trace of melancholy that can excite me between the willow eyebrows, which makes her look more charming. Chapter 18. It's a woman, as I can't make that kind of sound. While thinking about the messy things with some care, I continued to strike up a conversation with her with some care. Oh, Jasmine, it suddenly occurred to me that you haven't told me how you did on your midterm exam, but a top student like you must be great. Although I am considered a top student, it would be better to praise her for a while and let her wait a bit more willingly to tuition for me. 12 people. Her Emotong glanced at me without emotion, and then moved away. It's like I'm asking myself to be bored. But I still made a big discovery. Because she wore a white slim-fitting shirt under the uniform jacket on her upper body, the shirt fits well with the body, and the front of the dress is supported high on the ground. From my perspective, I can even see the slight protruding from the collar. The lace of the bra, not to mention the attractive, slightly hot sex. Ah, I am so happy to have a big-breasted girlfriend. While muttering to myself with some emotion, I cheekily moved towards Jasmine. Hello, Jasmine. Woo. It seemed that the tone when I was speaking hit her sensitive ears, and Jasmine's expression became a little alarmed, and then she covered her flushed ears and shrank back. You, what are you doing? It's okay, I think you have to be careful, it won't be good if you encounter a subway satyr. It's safe here, the only pervert is right in front of me. She satirized me indifferently, while inadvertently straightening up her somewhat messy skirt. Fortunately, the leaders of the private school I attended have a good taste, and they all know that they let girls pass on some beautiful clothes. The grey British uniform of the school, the silver grey pleated skirt and the temperament of Jasmine unexpectedly match. Not only the upper body is perfectly displayed. Her exquisite body, a skirt that only covers half of her thighs, can generously expose her charming legs. While thinking a little bit sullenly, I lowered my head slightly and saw her slender and round jade legs wrapped in black translucent stockings. Even in the crowded carriages, they glowed with a girl's unique charming luster. Ah, this is really seduce. I blame Jasmine's legs for being so beautiful. Before I knew it, I became a perverted foot control. Well, it was all her fault. As I thought, my hand rested restlessly on her elastic and round black silk thighs. Ugh, what are you doing? Her face immediately turned red, and she looked uncomfortable, but because it was a public place, it was more inconvenient to have an attack. She could only stare at me and lower her voice to question. Ah, I just think my girlfriend is very cute, I want to touch it. What nonsense are you talking about? Did you touch it on this occasion? Yes, don't you think the two girls are also? They seem to be hugging each other intimately because they are crowded. I pointed at the two exposed hot girls not far from me. Although they seem to be students like us, both of them have light makeup, and they are very glamorous, almost not like people of the same age as me. They are actually wearing skirts and armors like ancient fighters. And the snow-white wrists and thighs were exposed. One is a black-haired and long-haired beauty with the same attributes as Jasmine, and the other is a red-haired girl who exudes an aura. Looking up from the hemisphere of the sex, they seem to have delicate tattoos on their chests. Should there be any weird people these days? Not only did they get tattoos, but the faces of the two of them were so red, they looked at each other ambiguously, and they didn't know what plane they were doing. Who cares about those? Wait a minute. Her voice was intermittent, probably she herself hadn't realized that her tone had become as delicate and charming as running water. But thanks to her being so pitiful, my attention returned to Jasmine. Although at first it seemed that I temporarily agreed not to do things that made her hate, but I am used to playing these plays with my girlfriend, so I can only make her feel wronged here. Jasmine, who was squeezed into the corner of the subway, panted and supported her body with one hand. Although she was bullied by me, she still relied on her willpower to keep her from making a sound. Ah, it's a cute body, and it's a type that disagrees with integrity. Well, I'm not welcome to cooperate so well. Sha sha sha. No one noticed where the suspicious sound came from. I always think this scene is very familiar. I played with her with a smile, while pretending to be foolish and vomiting. You rubbish, Jasmine's expression became serious but looked a little languid. In fact, I also feel very much it is the feeling of being in love, not born under coercion, but a love that is truly happy. No, I always feel that we are not in a serious relationship like this. But are we not lovers? Although I don't know if the throbbing caused by watching the lovely girl in front of me is in love, the atmosphere is already very good. So, not as good as us. I chuckled and leaned my lips over. Refuse. I didn't say anything, she just pushed me back with one hand with a flash of cold eyes. It's a pity, her will is really firm. Chapter 13 Store Door. After failing to do some intimate actions with Jasmine on the subway, I went to the commercial street on the ground with a little regret. Although teaching assistants can be bought in the bookstore near the school, you can have a different experience here, which is not bad. The shopping street is here. As the mechanical electronic reminder sounded, Jasmine and I walked out along the crowd of people. Jasmine, who was originally on the side away from the car door, had a slightly dizzy look, as if she had endured it for a long time. After the subway door was opened, she walked around me with a cold face and walked outside. Hey, Jasmine, don't be so anxious. Chapter 19. Hurry up, it's too crowded here. After seeing my squinted look, her delicate and beautiful face seemed to be even colder. Her white, tall nose snorted and flung me away. Ah, this is really bad. My girlfriend's favorability for me seems to have plummeted recently. No, it should have been not so good. But her glamorous back is vaguely a bit pitiful and heroic, and I can't help but want to bully her. Staring maliciously at the beautiful, slightly exposed black silk legs under her flying skirt, imagining the cute toes soaked in sweat from walking around all day, I swallowed my saliva. What color and style are the she is wearing today? Although I would harass her disgustingly when I first dated, and then force her to go to a hidden place and lift up the skirt to show me the sacred area at the bottom of the skirt, the disadvantage is that as the number of times increases, Jasmine, who is getting more and more impatient, makes xiao xiao the style of trousers has gradually become conservative. From the beginning, there will be lace-trimmed or thongs that are comfortable and not oppressive, and then almost all white cotton trousers or black sports underwear, which really disappoints me. So the two of us have been in contact for so long. Although she has made great progress in the senses of the body, she has become honest and sensitive, but the style of dressing really makes me disdain, and her mouth is also very poisonous. Although I'm very curious what would happen if I threatened her, I will report you to Sunflower if you talk to me again, but I also understand that people need to vent. If you keep oppressing her, you might ruin her one day. And then I might have a tragic hatchet ending. Ha ha ha, just kidding, how could I be so unlucky? The important thing to be a human being is to be happy and to be knowledgeable about the unknown. So just do it boldly. Thinking about this, I shook my hand and lifted the hem of Jasmine's skirt when everyone was squeezing outside intently. What caught my eyes was, oh, emerald green underwear, it feels like nature. Oh! She let out a scream, put a hand on her hips and pressed the skirt, turned her head and stared at me as if she was about to explode fire. It's terrible. If the eyes can kill people, I don't know how many times I have died. Fortunately, the commotion just now was only for a moment, so no one noticed our situation. Even if it did, I thought it was stepping on my feet or something. If I was harassing female high school students here and it was discovered and exposed, maybe I will become an internet celebrity. Since being attacked by me once, Jasmine's mood has become even worse, but she still suppressed her anger, slowed down and walked side by side with me, probably to prevent walking in front of me and being harassed by my hands and feet. On the busy street, I searched for it based on my memory, and finally found the bookstore I wanted to go to. Because the shop here is about commercialization, it took me a long time to find the tutorial book I needed in the corner. In fact, this is a master of mathematics and physics and chemistry that are popular in the market. See you next time. Accepting the enthusiastic greeting from the clerk, Jasmine and I walked out of the bookstore in superficial harmony. Do you really buy these books? She tilted her head slightly as if she didn't believe it. It's really rare. Jasmine actually took the initiative to talk to me. Oh, I really put my posture down. Boyfriend, it should be right to be talked to. Otherwise? Didn't you say yes? I just smiled and shrugged. I thought, you would buy some pornographic books. She turned her head and muttered a bit complicatedly. This relieved look was seen in my eyes, and my mouth raised a smile again. Would it be that simple? I take pleasure in looking at you in embarrassment. After all, this kind of beautiful girl is a strange thing. It is you who can be caught by my pigtail. I must, definitely, must tarnish you, smear it. Color me. Although I like you in a certain sense, but I hate beautiful girls the most. So, can we go back? No way. There is another place to go. Jasmine, who had her hair tucked easily behind her ears, suddenly stopped a little nervously after hearing what I said. She looked at me suspiciously. What do you want to do? You'll know when you follow me. With a face full of mystery, I took her around a few alleys, and then came to the door of an inconspicuous shop. It's just an ordinary convenience supermarket, but it should be opened in such a small place for the convenience of the shopkeepers and residents of this alley. Jasmine, tell you. I moved my mouth to Jasmine's ear and whispered for a while, and Jasmine's face turned pale. You, what do you want to do? Didn't I make it clear? It's just that my TT is running out, so I can't make friends with my girlfriend. In order to prepare for the next event, I think it's better to buy some reserves first. Then you go buy it, I'll wait for you. Biting her lip with a bit of resentment, she flushed, and turned her head with her hands on her chest in a twisted manner. But this compulsive composure was immediately broken by me. No, I hope you buy it for me. What? Because I'm so tired of shopping now. I don't even have the strength to buy a condom. I can only ask my girlfriend to buy it. Of course, if you don't mind being naked, there is no way. Who do you think I am? Jasmine's willow eyebrows were completely erected, and she could see that she was completely angry. I just operated my phone calmly, then opened the photo album and showed it to her. Ah, by the way, I also have friends with Sunflower. If I accidentally send these pictures next time. You. Seeing the photos in the album, Jasmine's pupils suddenly tightened. One hand clasped her arm tightly, her strength seemed to be emptied, and her slender body swayed as if it was about to fall in the next second. Seemingly helpless to me, she gritted her teeth and nodded with an angry voice. Chapter 20. Okay, I will do it. Chapter 14. Bye. Thank you, remember to buy a thinner one. After Jasmine reluctantly agreed, I had to add another word. I know. After answering resentfully, she cast a bitter look at me, dragging a heavy step into the convenience store reluctantly. And I just hid beside the gate leisurely and eavesdropped. Because the area inside is actually not large, and the counter is directly opposite the door, I can easily hear the conversation. Welcome. The clerk inside seemed to say hello formulaically, but immediately the voice seemed a little unnatural. This is inevitable. Jasmine's face is actually quite high. Even when I saw her for the first time, I would shout Oha in my heart. Jasmine didn't speak, but walked inside with gentle footsteps. Although she hasn't confirmed through the crack of the door, she should look for the target on the cabinet now. Because my girlfriend has been strolling around in silence, I was really curious about her expression after seeing those unsightly things, so I sneaked through the crack of the door and squirmed inside. Her flushed face was full of anxiety and restlessness. She looked around nervously like a thief. Jasmine moved her eyes awkwardly, as if she wanted to find what I asked her for. She paused, and glanced on the shelves. Her eyes were always weird, and she wandered more restlessly after discovering that she couldn't do what she wanted to buy. The clerk sitting at the counter looked at her curiously. I had already laughed happily in my heart. Of course that kind of thing is next to the counter, she is too inexperienced. Walking from the shelf at the door to the shelf inside, Jasmine didn't seem to notice the place where TT was stored. Finally, she couldn't help the suffering in her heart and walked quickly to the counter. Please, please. Ah, can I help the young lady? Then, I want to buy TT. Jasmine's expression was quite embarrassing. She stroked the long hair that was hanging down to her side a little nervously, and smoothly wiped the hot sweat that did not know when it appeared on her face. This pretty cute and tangled look makes me totally uncomfortable. I won't be a s. The clerk seemed to be very surprised by such a beautiful and open girl. He paused before answering in an unnatural voice. Yes, yes, of course, what do you need? Whatever, whatever. Jasmine's expression was almost crying. She stepped on her student's leather shoes and paced restlessly on the spot, holding her skirt tightly with one hand, wishing to run out of the shop directly. We have a lot of supermarkets, GB, DLS, DLG, and so on. Whatever you want. The more expensive ones are safe for girls. Do you need a 65-pack of mace? Wolf. Mace. Her beautiful ink pupils widened abruptly, with an unbelievable look, and her red lips trembled. Even the clerk couldn't bear to look at this pitiful look, and he let out a dry smile. It's not what you think, but there are some bumps on the surface, which can make the contact feel better. Hey, there is such a thing. Jasmine's shoulders began to tremble, and her cheeks were stained red. As if exhausting all her strength, she glanced at the shelf next to the counter with all her strength, and grabbed a box of TT in hand. No. That's it. Oh, it's the orange one. Anything is fine, check out soon. Frightened by Jasmine's momentum that could almost make her hair stand upside down, the clerk's expression became stiff. He finally took the money, and quickly began to check out and ask for money. After grabbing the TT packed in a plastic bag, Jasmine rushed out of the store, holding TT tightly in her hands, as if she didn't want to be seen. Ah, dear, you finally bought it. She just stood still in front of me out of breath, and I greeted her loudly as if I was deliberately trying to be heard by passers-by. And Jasmine's figure suddenly stopped at the same time. Looking around awkwardly, she found that no one was looking at her, and she stared at me angrily. Are you sick? No, I'm just calling you While I was interacting with her leisurely, Jasmine's slender and whitening jade hand suddenly squeezed hard at my waist, and the unexpected pain made me scream. Perverted, perverted, perverted. Probably I couldn't help it at last. Even Jasmine, who had always been cold-spirited, slapped me, and this contrast made me a little bit happy. It really feels like a girlfriend and boyfriend. In short, we returned to my familiar room afterwards, because I would open the window to ventilate every time after the incident, so there was no hormonal smell of Jasmine and me in the room. This time it wasn't something weird to do. We moved out of a small table, and then sat down face to face and started learning. Oh, yes, are these books really useful? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and watch. With an impatient look, Jasmine frowned lightly and scolded me. Oops, if I don't take an active offensive, she will easily take the upper hand. It's really bad. I chuckled, and then took apart the new material and chemistry teaching assistant. By the way, today's biology class is really difficult. I haven't figured out a few things. Chapter 21. If you don't understand, just ask, although I don't know much about this. Well, what is pregnancy? I continued to tease Jasmine with a smile, and as expected, her face instantly turned red again. That. Super gang. She took out her notebook and spread it next to the textbook, and quickly returned to her normal appearance. She put her ear-covered hair behind her ears casually and started homework. Hey, the high school students are really tired from their schoolwork. They are obviously lovers, and they can't talk about love when facing each other. It really makes me unhappy. By the way, let me have a look at the English notebook. Give. Ruthlessly threw the notebook in front of me like a frisbee. Once opened, there are delicate handwritings and the essence of every class since high school. This kind of learning attitude is really good, like I can't be so meticulous. It's no wonder that Jasmine's learning has been so good, but I have plummeted. Thank you. Humph. Everyone speaks the words as they are, and your words are really beautiful. You don't need to look at it to know that your handwriting is ugly. After the bitter taunting, her gaze moved away from me again, and she continued reading with a cold look. Although cold, but still very enthusiastic, at least lent me the notes, although I don't think about my threat to her relationship. If a foreign language subject that focuses on accumulation is left behind, it will be difficult to improve in a short time, especially my current vocabulary is terribly low. If I don't memorize the textbook carefully, I'm probably going to belch. Now I can only do it. Write down the grammar in the notes that Jasmine gave me. After English, there is mathematics. After mathematics, there is physics. Jasmine, ask a question. How do you do this? She handed her the wrong questions in the physics paper of the midterm exam, but got an answer of I am a liberal arts student. That's what I said. I actually forgot this. It's not a classmate of the same class, not even the liberal arts class. But fortunately, she was able to help me solve things that I didn't understand in other subjects. It was a great help. In just 1 hour, I also experienced another kind of gentleness from my girlfriend. After regaining his senses, the sky was completely dark. Chapter 15 Cooking. After regaining his senses, the sky was completely dark. In fact, the sun was almost set when I first went home. So tired. I have finally kept up with the progress, and relying on my talents, I will definitely be able to return to the top. Wow, ha ha ha. Oh, then I'm leaving. Jasmine, who was sitting across from me, was expressionless and perfunctory, and then began to pack things. Wait a minute. I stopped her with a miserable look. It's rare that I have finished launching a month of hormones before. In fact, I can experience a pure love with Jasmine now. It would be better if I had a chance to discuss with her to hang out with sunflowers. Anyway, she will definitely be able to do this. Promise to help me. What are you doing? She frowned and looked unhappy. It's rare for you to help me, just stay and have dinner. Do you know that I'm good at cooking? Then, I have to leave after eating. After hesitating for a while, she nodded and put down the bag. Nice. Then please sit here for a while. It's okay to watch TV. I'll prepare. No, I'll help too. Jasmine, with high self-esteem, flatly rejected my kindness. I don't want to take advantage of you as a scumbag. At the end she murmured to herself softly. Secretly made a triumphant gesture in my heart, I took the lead to lead the way to the kitchen. My cooking skills are not made out of thin air. Since my parents left me to travel, I was lonely in order to get rid of the daily life of eating takeaways, and did not want to go back to my home country, so I watched food shows on TV or inquired wildly. The articles on cooking on the internet gradually became quite good techniques. Then, what do you want to eat at night? It's not a puff, but my kitchen has a lot of ingredients. Casual. The expected answer. Okay, it's decided, let's make fried pork chops and stewed lamb. This fat is too high, right? Vegetables, please. Just stir fry any greens. Ignoring her dissatisfaction, I took an apron to Jasmine directly from the refrigerator. Here, if you want to wear an apron, you can also. Who wants a pervert? After glaring at me fiercely, Jasmine slowly put on her apron, first took off the coat of the student uniform, and then tied the string around her waist around her back. Her slender figure was just as untouched. The fume-filled apron fits perfectly together. She took out a rubber band from her pocket to tie her black hair up, and Jasmine took a piece of cabbage and walked to the sink. One foot was slightly relaxed and the toes stared at the sole of the shoe. The look of having fun. The snow-white hand was holding the cabbage and washing it under the faucet, the skirt of the short skirt swayed slightly unconsciously, and the straight legs of the collapsed ground revealed a different temptation by the smoothness of the stockings. This is simply a standard wife. Chapter 22. I always feel that the atmosphere between us is super good now. After all, her flawless jade legs are rippling randomly under the short skirt, like a secret weapon. The translucent black silk stockings that are ecstatic can slightly distinguish her white calf flesh, that the silky touch makes me excited just by imagining it. But, damn, this is too teasing. If it weren't because Jasmine had said that I was on a special day, I would have. I can't bear it anymore, but I can't bear it anymore. Check it out now, stand next to her. So I walked to the other gas stove in front of the stove with a blank look. Jasmine, you are so beautiful. Woo. While Jasmine was doing cleaning, I ridiculed her casually. Just like the newlyweds in a TV series, they flirt with each other during dinner. In the end, she actually seemed to be frightened, and broke the root of the vegetable in her hand while screaming. You, what are you talking about? She turned her head slightly, her plain white face looked at me with shame and anger, her lips opened slightly, and she squeezed out the questioning words. No, I just think it's very warm, isn't it? One to make a fire and one to wash vegetables. Who wants to be tender to you? It's not a sunflower. Because she turned around a little shame, I can put my eyes on her shoulders mischievously looking down a little, I can see the shirt underneath through the raised apron. The buttons are not fully buttoned, not only the snow-white skin leaked out, and even the lace edge of the bra had been vaguely glimpsed. If I can work harder to see that hemisphere, I will be happier. Oh, would you be happy if Sunflower prepared dinner like a couple? What do you tube? I felt her expression gradually stiffen, and her feet under the slippers tightened. After hearing my pleasant question, Jasmine's mood seemed to improve somehow. As if thinking about the wonderful future with Sunflower, her ears were red. Babble? Why is it so excited just thinking about it? Is it possible? Are you YY? That's not it. Sunflower and I wash vegetables and sleep together one by one. She refuted me blushingly, putting all the thoughts in her face on her face. Oh, so what you thought was when the Sunflower hugged you while cooking, and whispered, Jasmine likes you the most. Woo, no. Then you take off the aprons for each other, and she will hold you to the bed. Don't say such a beautiful thing. It seems that because of shame and too much pressure in her heart, Jasmine's body suddenly became limp, her expression was in a trance, it seemed that even her bones had been taken away, and she fell back on my body like this. If it were not for my support, she would have passed out directly. Hey. Jasmine. Jasmine, who was in my arms, seemed to have a fever. The flawless face was filled with unnatural blushes and added a bit of charm. The half-open and half-closed ink pupils looked dilapidated, even with a sense of consciousness. Not in this world anymore. Ah, that's awful, it's too much to play. But think about it carefully, it's not my business. It's obviously that she and I haven't figured out my beat for so long that makes me unable to bear this kind of fun gameplay. Obviously, I really wanted to let her experience a different feeling, so that I would not stare at me with an expression of bitterness and hatred every time I was in bed, and would scare her to pass out. I had no choice but to pick her up and put it on the sofa, covered with a blanket to prevent her from catching cold, and then went back to make dinner. After I finished all the dinners without a stunner, the electric rice cooker in the kitchen also sounded a reminder. Well, this is just right. Because my girlfriend fainted because of my language harassment before, I specially stewed half a chicken. Unexpectedly, the ingredients that I regularly store in the refrigerator are all useful today. Humming a little song in a good mood, I packed a bowl of chicken soup and walked outside. Chapter 16 Finding Something. In the living room, Jasmine was really awake, but she curled up in a blanket and looked listless. After seeing me passing, her pupils exuded a strong hostility. Now she exudes an elegant and refined temperament, especially the delicate beauty of ice sculpture and jade with a sullen expression. She is like an ancient witch who can people's souls away, and the tightly squeezed sandalwood makes people want print it to get your own breath. You are awake. Walking over with a smile on my face, I made a small chair and sat next to her. Jasmine's face was a little pale, she muttered a little something I didn't hear clearly, and then turned her head angrily. Seeing her such an unhappy look, it is impossible for me to unilaterally get from the torture if I simply bullied her, so making my girlfriend happy has become my top priority now. I'm sorry, I forgot that you are in a period of weakness. I was wrong, so I added a meal. I made the chicken soup specially. Try it. The weasel pays New Year to the chicken. She muttered softly, but because she was really hungry and weak, she leaned in slightly. Because she turned gently, the beautiful black silk legs hidden in the blanket completely leaked out. The overlapping legs seemed to be magical, not only entangled and made a rubbing sound, but also saw her through the silk material. The skin is like fat, slender, and straight calf, in contrast to Yuran's just right thighs. The beautiful lines from top to bottom make my eyes keep spinning on her beautiful legs. It's a pity that her buttocks are covered by the skirt. After all, my girlfriend's small is also a must. She has a fuller than an average girl. The elasticity is also top-notch. It is definitely a safe body shape. It's pleasing to the eye. Before I knew it, my eyes became a little weird. You, what are you doing? Jasmine seemed to be aware of the change in atmosphere, and shrank her body nervously, her cute little toes curled up like a silkworm. She is so cute that I want to protect her. It's okay, just to help you blow, please make up for yourself. Chapter 23. After returning to my senses, I let out a hey laugh, then pretended to scoop a spoonful of chicken broth and blew it. Humph! The expression on her face seemed to ease a little, and Jasmine blushed and took the chicken soup I handed over. Hum. Her eyes became ambiguous as the foreign body was inserted into her mouth, and the blush climbed on her cheeks and neck, and the arms supporting her body seemed to soften like a soft, white swan-like neck slightly. Twitching, it seemed that it was hard to swallow the liquid I put into her mouth. Ho ha! She wiped her mouth, then looked at me with a surprised look. This soup, not bad. Right, I'm not bragging, I'm first class in terms of chicken soup technique. Cut. Okay, let's have dinner, the food is well served, if you don't eat enough now, you will have no energy next. Next. She stared at me suspiciously, and restlessness appeared in her eyes. I smiled. It's not that. I just said to finish other homework. I'll take you home tonight. Don't be wordy, I don't need you. She flatly refused. But immediately I threw a tempting olive branch to her. By the way, I finally passed the midterm exam. Why don't you make an appointment with Sunflower to play? What? Her eyes widened, and then vaguely hesitated. What are you talking about? Why do you want to make an appointment? Sunflower is obviously good friends with me. Why do you want you? Because you are my girlfriend, as my possession, how can you miss me while playing? After all, we have an agreement. You. She was quite excited at my rhetoric. Jasmine seemed to be lifting a knife and slashing at me. It really scared me. Fortunately, she was still lying on the sofa holding her knees in her arms and restraining herself. The confrontation finally ended in my victory. Jasmine slowly let go of her clenched hand, and lay back as if she was relieved, her beautiful side face was full of regret and unwillingness. Then, Then you can talk to her. Plan to pass. After a pleasant dinner, Jasmine returned to her dark and unhappy state. Fortunately, I was accustomed to her always having a depressive aura when she was alone with me, so when she asked for it back when I was home, I nodded and let her go. Heh, then just make an appointment with Sunflowers tomorrow. After all, the lovely golden figure left me a deep impression, especially the natural temperament plus the elastic thighs. The shiny skin under the skirt and above the white socks is superb, although I haven't touched her ass. In short, it's perfect. I will ask 3 people to play together first, and then I secretly show that someone who seems inexperienced like Sunflower will soon fall. After the seeds are planted in her heart, summer vacation will be me. It's harvest time. I will never go back to my hometown when the time comes. I will just stay here, and occasionally go out with Sunflower and Jasmine. It's best to take a long-distance trip, and then... He. Imagining the exciting scene of 3 people lying on a bed at that time, I almost drooled. It's so hard to die. At the critical moment when I was imagining it, the phone came out of vibration. Fuck, who, is it Chihisa? I took out the phone unhappily, but the name after opening it made me tremble. No, this person. After hesitating, I still took it. Hey. Xiao. Unsurprisingly, there was a strong male voice on the other side, slightly vicissitudes and old-fashioned, just listening to it made me a lot of bad thoughts. Grandpa, is your old body still tough? Of course. Grandpa always pursues the unity of nature and man in the mountains. The age of our cultivators starts from the age of 100. It sounds energetic, so good. However, as far as I know, when my parents were still very concerned about me when they were young, they would also talk about the famous Taoist priests at home, and they told me to inherit the glory of my ancestors and continue to subdue the demons and demons. No way. Afterwards the parents got the property given to them by the grandfather and started a journey without a trace. Grandpa was so angry that he was about to have a heart attack, and he scolded him every day for unfilial sons, but because the parents even changed their mobile phone numbers, there was no way to contact them. Fortunately, the conscientious two would occasionally call with a new number to show care and send some living expenses by the way. That's fine, so what's the matter? It's not a big deal, just let my precious grandson go home from the city to inherit the family business. Isn't this a big event? It sounds like it all told me to drop out of school. Hey, wait a minute, didn't you sell your family's land by Grandpa and then give you all the money? Where's the family business? Don't mention that unfilial son, I will lose my life for 10 years when I think of him. If you don't study the technique well, you can forget your ancestors and ancestors by the woman. I always feel a little troublesome. Chapter 17 Hidden Dangers? I'm sorry, what else is there anyway? With my continuous comfort, my grandfather's attitude finally became a little more relaxed, but his attitude was still very determined. In terms of family business, of course, it's not just farming. Grandpa told you a long time ago that the ancestors and ancestors of the family were all Taoist priests, but they are not in the era when monsters are rampant. And they are also more cunning, and some even mix with humans. Hey, don't say these scare people, I never saw you and Dad show any spells. Grandpa is doing good for you. You will know when you come back. Now that we are in the bamboo family, you are the only male. The task of inheriting the family will be given to you. Wait a minute, I'm still a high school student, and I have to take the college entrance examination. Chapter 24. What are the important things about those mundane things? During the Warring States period, our ancestors learned from Lao Tzu. They walked among countries in their teens. The admiration of the monarch depends on personal charm. Where would you care about exams? The times are different, hey, and the people in the village are still so primitive now because they think like you. In short, I have decided that you will come back as soon as possible, and you will marry Shan in the spring festival next year. Boom! A thunder blasted in my head. A beautiful and thorny back figure became clearer and clearer in consciousness. Snapped. For a while, I felt that the world was spinning, so I stumbled and put my hand on the table next to me. As a result, I knocked out the book and smashed it on the floor. Although one of the reasons why I don't want to go back to my hometown is that my hometown, as a boring country with beautiful mountains and rivers, can't provide me with anything that appeals to me, but also because I have many complicated memories of where I am. Now, that memory reappeared. Obviously, I don't want to think of anything. Hello? Xiao. Wait a minute, this time you asked me to propose a marriage. Maybe Shan urged you. Yeah, the little girl is very good, unlike you only come back once or twice a year, and you will use spells to show off fireworks for Grandpa to see. What kind of show is that? That guy also likes to play ghost drawing symbols. Isn't it just using a lighter to ignite the paper talisman bought on the side of the road? I cursed secretly in my heart, but the inexplicable anxiety made me scratch my head. And the heartbeat became very unnatural, like something was turned on, only temporarily holding his chest to ease the rhythm a little. Wait a minute, this has nothing to do with the fireworks display. Didn't she go out for a long time and then disappeared? That's just Au, you didn't see her by chance. I have contact with her family, and she goes to the village more times than you every year. In short, the people in Yu's family are also satisfied with you, little girl. It's not bad to go back to the hometown and you run the family hotel here while retreating to the mountains and rivers. By the way, Grandpa secretly tells you that the Yu family, as a Feng Shui family, really has a set of locations for choosing a location, relying on the prosperous one. Huazai, not only is the house in good weather, but the girls are also healthy and beautiful, which is completely different from our downfall. In fact, I know all the nonsense my grandfather said. For example, Ziwan's family is a family of Feng Shui masters. It is said that the location of the mansion is excellent. It not only protects the health of the whole family, but just runs a country hotel. She herself has a lot of research on Feng Shui. When she was a child, she often dragged me around the mountains and said that it depends on Feng Shui or something. But suddenly I said something about getting married. I was really troubled so much. So these days, I don't believe in superstition anymore. I don't believe in Taoism or Feng Shui. Anyway, the most weird thing I have ever seen since I was a child is chasing after the dog I bite inexplicably. Wait a minute to digress. Anyway, I can't get married as a high school student. But she said it would be fine even if she got engaged first, and she said she would come over. Okay, I won't mention this beforehand, I have to do my homework. Wait a minute, isn't it not finished? Now you can drop out of school. Crackling. I hung up the phone severely. I'm going to blow my hair up when I hear that name, let alone talk about her with my grandpa all the time. It's so cold, it's like falling into an ice hole. I don't know when it started to become so uneasy. It wasn't until I rubbed my body several times with my hands that I calmed down a little bit. And I don't get married and don't drop out of school. I'm not interested in Daoism or spells. Catching monsters and other things is of the age. Even if there is, it can't be solved with pistol. Yes, I am determined not to go back. Not only will I not go back, I will also try to persuade my grandpa not to force me to marry that woman, otherwise even if I insist on binding me, I will flee abroad with Jasmine. As for why I'm not alone, maybe I still want to solve my physical needs? The next day, I had forgotten the unpleasant trivial matters, and I chatted with Zhiju every day between classes. Oh, Au, my grades have improved a lot this time. Lu's Zhiju, who slapped his test papers on my desk and showed off, rarely made me want to beat him, but this kind of thing is of no benefit to me, and it is not because of studying. Advances and retreats in grades will produce jealous people. Oh, Isn't that great? You have regressed a lot. Have you been squeezed out recently? Only knowing that Jasmine and I are in a romantic relationship, he doesn't know some inside stories, but shows me the ambiguous and curious smile that is unique to boys in this period. Although the frequency between me and Jasmine is not very high, it might really affect it a bit. It seems that I have to be restrained. The reason why I don't have many times is that I have to stay at home and play games, and every time I get naked in bed, I have to accept the resentful stare of my girlfriend, and Jasmine's self-esteem is high and thin-skinned, and I am being intimidated by me. It's still going to be daunting when it's time, so naturally I can't devote myself to it. Oops, oh, the relationship is not good enough, so I should give her some sweetness. Seeing my expression change quite quickly, Chahis's eyes widened. Say, got it right. No, no, no. Although this kind of thing doesn't need to be concealed for me as a boy, it seems to others that we are lovers and everything is justified, but it might damage Jasmine's reputation. Wow. Aha. I always felt that the students who happened to hear it by the side showed a rather shocked or sure enough expression. The classroom after class just became turbulent. Although I'm scumbag in a certain sense, it's not good to make it look like showing off, especially when the girls look at me with perverted eyes, and the boys onlookers are also gearing up. It seems that I'm pretty good, but my popularity in the class has always been stunned. Maybe it's because I have a beautiful girlfriend. After sweating till the lunch break at noon, I immediately went to Class B where Jasmine and Sunflower were. I really envy them. Two people with such a good relationship can squeeze in the same class, even though I only met Lu's Hiju, who was particularly fond of me when I was in Class A. Oh bamboo classmate. When I missed a face in Class B, I immediately saw Sunflower moving a chair and chatting with Jasmine happily while holding her chin, while Jasmine's ruddy and beautiful face was always with a faint smile. The hair dangled down his waist like a black waterfall, and the snow-white jade neck, the delicate collarbone, and the weak shoulders really looked like a jasmine flower exuding a coquettish atmosphere. Sunflower noticed me when I probed. She waved to me and gestured to Jasmine. My girlfriend's shoulders trembled slightly at that time, looking back at my face showed obvious discomfort, but when she turned back, she immediately replied with a smile. Witnessing all of this, I can only sigh that a woman turns her face faster than she turns a book. Chapter 18 Threats. Good noon. I also smiled and greeted me, because it was lunchtime and most of the people had walked out of the classroom. I didn't bother to care about the few boys nearby who cast unpleasant eyes on me, so I walked straight to Jasmine's table. Next to Chapter 25. Student Zhu came to my house again, Jasmine, really jealous. When Sunflower's big eyes narrowed when she laughed, she teased her double ponytail to cast her playful gaze at Jasmine, and Jasmine could only froze on the table with a wry smile. Don't be jealous, ha ha ha. We are good friends, don't we know each other longer? That's it, Jasmine. You and classmate Zhu only met after going to high school. You actually had a fierce fight. It's not. With her arms around her arms like a spoiled sunflower, Jasmine's face was flushed, and even the slight gasping sound was caught by me. This reaction was that Anjuang was able to get in touch with friends while feeling embarrassed about my existence at the same time. It's okay, the female college won't stay, but it's a pity that little Jasmine, who has been bathing with me, has to wash with other boys. No, it's not like this. Biting her lip tightly, Jasmine, who was shy on her face, began to wave her hands in a panic. A caring person would find this reaction was incoherent when she was told the secret. He is so good, anyway, classmate Zhu, if you see it, I will ask Jasmine to give it to you. Sunflower seemed to have a good impression of me, and pushed Jasmine towards me with a laugh. There is no other way. I have consistently played the role of a good boy with excellent character and learning. People who don't like me must be jealous. I firmly grasped Jasmine's weak shoulders with my hands, and watched her almost hit my bulging chest. I also showed a hey smile. Of course, I will take good care of my lovely girlfriend. Well, that's fine, Jasmine is waiting for you, then I won't bother. It's okay to have lunch together, and let's go and play together this weekend. Babble. Sunflower's big bright eyes blinked a few times, and then tilted her head in confusion. Play together? Are the three of us? Yeah, in fact, Jasmine really wants to date you too, but she is too reluctant to bear me, she can only take me by the way, right? Yes. In order to make this invitation more natural, I also drew on Jasmine, who was a childhood sweetheart with Sunflower, and my girlfriend became obviously flustered after receiving the pass from me, her black pupils turned gruntingly. After a few laps, they were confused. Sunflower nodded naturally, holding Jasmine's hand in a touched expression. Wow, little Jasmine, it turns out that you are so reluctant to bear with me. Even if you have a boyfriend, you still think of me. It's really different from people who value and despise friends. Yes. Jasmine's face became redder and red, and she looked terribly shaken. Seeing her rare shyness from the bottom of my heart, I also felt a little refreshed. The appointment time was set on Saturday, but on Friday night. Please, Jasmine, let's go to my house to sleep first. I asked my girlfriend to offer a generous invitation in a corner of the school. As I expected, Jasmine's face immediately became ugly. But it may be expected, because there was also the experience of staying at my home without telling her parents. This time her resistance was not very fierce. No, it won't work. Didn't you say that you are going out to play tomorrow? It doesn't matter. Anyway, we waited there earlier, and then told Sunflower that we had arrived separately. What about your parents? Anyway, you can use staying at Sunflower's house as a shield, right? With her eyebrows frowned, Jasmine gripped the hem of the skirt tightly with one hand, and was forced into a dilemma by me in a small corner of the academy. Because there was really no way to think of how to reject me, she just bowed her head in silence. It was completely in a dilemma. Jasmine's eyes showed strong unwillingness, and her breathing gradually became a little rush. How about it? Just one night, anyway, your days are over. Aren't you afraid of retribution? She clenched her fists cowardly, she held back for a long time before glaring at me like a kitten. Anyway, as long as I seriously intimidate her, she can't do anything with me. Don't be afraid, because I have a lot of things in my phone. When I'm bored, I can use it to relieve loneliness. Her pupils tightened in an instant, and Jasmine stretched out her hand in embarrassment, trying to slap me. But I grabbed her wrist first. Woo! Then a foot caught between her legs, making her completely unable to move. Even so, Jasmine's body was still struggling lightly involuntarily, and the general feeling of rejection and welcome made me uncomfortable. Coupled with the unique scent of the girl that exudes from her delicate body, I almost left my moral values behind. Such a beautiful girlfriend, if you don't have a good time, I can't call myself a man. Thinking about this, I held up her slightly pointed small chin, and matched her beautiful ink pupil. How about it? If you don't go home with me today, it's okay, then I'll put special things on you when I'm dating. Goo. With a face full of unwillingness and anger, Jasmine's teeth creaked, her lips pressed tightly into a line. I know. Breathing out a deep breath, Jasmine glared at me with a bitter look in her eyes. The aggrieved eyes full of tears are really refreshing. But you can't wear school uniforms to the streets tomorrow. There's no way, you go home first and bring the change of clothes, just say you need to bring more things for the night. You are really lousy, can I go back first? Yeah, wait for you tonight. Chapter 26. Rubbish. Angrily spit out the weak words insulting me, and Jasmine hurried away from me with a grunt. Unexpectedly, she would use such a large amount of strength suddenly. I accidentally staggered back several steps, but my girlfriend ignored me, who almost fell, and just left in my field of vision. I was left alone, stroking the palm of my hand in a precipitous manner, and I could only watch my longer and longer shadows in the setting sun. This guy Jasmine, is so strong, shouldn't it be hidden? No, don't look at her slender figure, her thighs are about the same as my arms. Well, it's a bit thicker. How could such a beautiful girl be a strong man? Besides, she was completely absent when she was crushed by me. What kind of strange force was used to kick me flying? Call. I was surprised by my sudden whim, and I smiled contentedly again. Really, what am I thinking about? No matter what Jasmine is hiding or why she is in such a bad mood, I am invincible in front of her with her handle, no matter how much I hate me in my mouth, no matter how much I hate in my heart. I can only come to my house obediently, then be taken to the bedroom and take off my clothes in front of me. Thinking about it this way, I'm really a scumbag. Chapter 19 Love Rivals. Puffed out a laugh, I shook my head, slowly planning to walk home. Wait a minute, you fellow. A voice stopped me. Because it was so sudden, I almost slipped. When I stood still, I turned around and checked, and I found a figure that was not very familiar. He is a boy with fairly good facial features. His burly figure supports the school uniform high up. You can vaguely see a few pectoral muscles from the print on the shirt. Not only is he tall 180, but he also looks even taller with deliberately permed hair. Although he was wearing a school uniform, he looked like a bad boy. The zipper on his jacket was pulled down, and the buttons on his shirt were also opened. He seemed to be quite irritable. Faced with this inexplicable development, my reaction is, "Who are you?" The boy's calm expression immediately became embarrassed. He glanced back a little shaken, and from the corner of the corridor, I saw a few boys who were probing their heads. If they were familiar, I was a little familiar, but I couldn't remember where I saw them. They were probably in the same grade. Well, such people will have an impression when they meet every day. The few people made a gesture to the tall man, and the tall man continued to turn his head and asked me aggressively, "Are you Takeziu?" "I am." "Your girlfriend, is that, beautiful, nice personality, and very good Jasmine, right?" Puff, why use a bunch of praise words to describe Jasmine, although I think she is similar to what she described. So I nodded honestly. "Yes, so what can you do with me?" Crack. "That's right. Come to a duel, kid." Babble. My face twitched slightly. Is there something wrong with this person? If you are a junior high school student, do you still play a duel? Of course, I am not good at fighting. I can barely manage to escape. Wait a minute, don't get excited, so what are you looking for me? Don't pretend to be garlic, how can you, who sits with Jasmine, the #1 beauty in the school, know how I feel when I am a sophomore or a virgin? Hey, why do you conclude that I am not a virgin, and most high school students are virgins? By the way, I actually saw a few more beautiful than her in the corridor. But no matter how I persuaded, this person looked excited, grabbing my collar with a monstrous aura, and I had to stand on my toes and stare at him. Stop talking nonsense, Jasmine is so beautiful, I want her. If you like, just go after it. Anyway, I'm not married. Is this your boyfriend's attitude? I'll kill you. Hey, wait a minute, okay, Jasmine is mine and I can't let it to you. Okay, let's fight a game. Only the winner can socialize with classmate Jasmine. Hey, do you want to beat me up anyway? Although the situation seems more and more chaotic, and I am on the verge of being beaten, I know what happened anyway. Anyway, this stupid big guy fell in love with Jasmine, and then became jealous of me with her and wanted to force me. Break up. What a joke, although I plan to devote some energy in the next time to try the strategy Sunflower, which seems natural and makes me feel at ease, but the relationship with Jasmine also makes me enjoy it. How could it be because of this kind of passerby? If the thread is broken, it will be broken. Seeing me looking like I was not moving in, the big tall man's mood became a little irritable, and finally he raised his fist. You guy will break up soon. No, you can try it yourself and pursue it. You. If you are attractive enough, even if you have a boyfriend, Jasmine can't help being attracted to you and coming to you, right? This one. Or you don't have confidence in yourself, you can only mean to coerce me to break up? This is a scumbag behavior. I calmly attacked him with language, and the boy's expression turned out to be a little strange. That's not the case. I absolutely love Jasmine more than you, and I can take care of her better. Cut, even if you say it. She is not here, so why bother to act? You, I paid attention to you. You and her are clearly on the same side. I was speechless for a while, but this person suddenly seemed unwilling to mumble softly in his mouth in an uncertain tone. I frowned for a moment. What's the matter? How did this person discover that something is wrong, and what does it mean to look good? Obviously Jasmine and I have done a good job. We don't quarrel in public and we talk very happily. If there is any imperfection, it may be that Jasmine is a little unnatural when calling my dear. Chapter 27. After hesitating for a while, I still held up my chest strongly to express my fearlessness. That's not the case. You definitely made a mistake. Jasmine and I have a very good relationship. You should give up. Although it was shameless to make me, who secretly coveted sunflowers in my heart, say such words, but as a boyfriend, I still show that I can't be easily shaken. But my unkind words seemed to irritate him. Boy, don't think you can just sit on a beautiful girl. Ah, shishin he, don't get excited, this is the school. Beating someone will be punished. When he raised his fist and wanted to hit me in the face, the people hiding in the corner became anxious. They jumped out one by one and grabbed the burly boy named Shi Tianhe. The scene became a little chaotic for a while, anyway. As the core of the contradiction, I was put aside. Don't worry about me, this guy is super ode. Can't hit people, it's not the internal affairs of the basketball team. I can't take it anymore, I feel so uncomfortable watching Jasmine talk to this person every day. Looking at these entangled people a little bit inexplicably, I sighed. School life is really not easy, so inexplicable things are encountered. A chill came and my pores were tightened. I shivered and groaned. The few people who were arguing in front of me saw me trembling strangely and couldn't help but stopped moving and stared at me with bewildered eyes. Hey, what? Takezawa, what's the matter with you? Is it because I was so scared and trembling? Ahaha. I'm just a little tired, let's take my leave. I gave a dry laugh, clasped my fists in a polite gesture, and then ran around a few people at a fairly fast speed like a loach. Hey, don't go. But I didn't care about Shi Tianhe's anger and frustration behind me, so I left the school generously. Ho ha ho ha. While sprinting, I wiped a handful of sweat from my forehead. What is going on with the chill just now? Think about it carefully, maybe it's too tired recently. It's really disappointing. I originally wanted to get close to Jasmine, but the body has issued this kind of alarm, so I should bear it. After thinking about this, I finally slowed down after running for a while. Illusion, how could it be possible? Chapter 20 Z1. When I returned to my home, the sound of the TV came from inside. Babble. I subconsciously made a surprised voice. What's the matter, is there anyone in my family? But it's impossible. Did I forget to turn off the TV? It is even more impossible. An increasingly uneasy mood was backlogged in my mind, making me almost out of breath, but I thought I had to check first, so I gritted my teeth and opened the door of my house when I took out the key. At the door was a pair of embroidered shoes that I had never seen before, and the room was filled with a familiar smell. The living room, which used to be deserted when I first came home, now has a few shining lights on, and the TV is also on, playing food shows that I have no interest in. What worries me the most is that there is a lazy figure who is lying on the sofa watching TV with her head supported by one hand. After discovering that I came back, she slowly got up from the sofa. The big bright purple eyes blinked, then squinted excitedly. "Ah, Xiaoyu." There was a sweet, familiar voice. Her hair is bright purple, and after being tied into a bunch, it hangs down to her hips. The snow-white skin is only covered with a red cheongsam that fits perfectly with the bumpy figure, only to the knees of the skirt. It is a pair of slender jade legs wrapped in flesh-colored silk stockings. Through the thin silk material, the delicate skin on the beautiful legs can be seen. The ivory-like color can definitely capture the hearts of all men. Not to mention the delicate smile of the delicate face after meeting my gaze. The heart began to beat violently. For a moment I felt dry. But that is very different from the reaction of ordinary men after seeing beautiful women. Even though she was so beautiful in front of me, even if the inexplicable feeling of admiration and surrender appeared in my heart, I didn't feel happy at all, and even had the illusion of imminent disaster. "Ah, Zi Shen, when did you come?" I wiped the sweat from my head and asked her in a low voice. "I hate it, because I want to surprise you." Without paying attention to my nervousness, the girl named Shen crossed her steps in full, and walked towards me slowly with her back, and said in a pretentious voice. Seeing her as a little devil as always, I swallowed more nervously. The coexistence of beauty and evil, my dreams and nightmares, my princess and queen, in short, the existence that eats me to death. In short, I have been in friendship with her for many years, and many things have happened, but before I knew it, I became unable to lift my head in front of her. "Oh, ha ha ha, you didn't go on a trip, you found me. I asked my grandfather about where you are, because I think it's still reliable to be a family member in marriage. Come, get married. Well, that's why I am looking for you." Chapter 28. Shen blushed a little when she mentioned the word, a shame gradually burned to the brows, and the extremely prominent cheongsam made her look bulging, and her appearance was suddenly striking. But this thought lasted for a few seconds, and I immediately dispelled the thought. No, you can't let me marry her. But how should you object to Shen tactfully? This person doesn't listen to me at all, right? If I get married, I will be a miserable wife 100%. Long time no see, Xiaoyu, you have grown taller too. Yes, but why are you dressed like this, and? Okay, don't care about the trivial things, come over and let me see. Before I could raise any objections, Shen stretched out his jade arm at me with a smile, his slender jade fingers hooked. As if enchanted, I held her hand without hesitation. The palm of her hand is so warm, like holding a piece of hot beautiful jade, her palm is so warm, and she can feel her ice muscle and bone through her white and slender fingers. When I was in a daze, Shen had already taken my hand back quite actively, and leaned her fingers to my side with interlocking fingers. As a refreshing fragrance enveloped me, a pair was attached to my chest. Something bulging and soft. Shen, she got into my arms. She is quite tall, even after I grow up, she is still about the same height as me. The two of us who came to face each other still maintained a straight-sided posture, but I was already nervous. What's wrong, Ayu, are you uncomfortable? You sweat a lot. It's okay, I just feel that I'm so excited to be able to reunite with Shen, ha ha ha. Wow, you have grown up, and you feel that you can get along with me more on an equal footing than before. That's right. Husband and wife should treat each other as guests. Shen, who was facing me, murmured happily, while guiding my hand to her waist, and our body got closer. The girl who was my age in front of me came here really well. The crisp chest under the cheongsam was high, the waist of the bee that I caressed was slender, and the slender and straight legs were close to me, showing her charm. Goo, this, too fast. I broke into a beautiful girl in my arms, sniffing the scent of the nasal cavity, but I became more and more nervous, because there were long-lasting memories and mixed feelings that rushed into my forehead together. The thin willow eyebrows were slightly raised, Shin smiled sweetly at me again, and then moved out of my arms lightly, and the heroic hair tress was flicked and flicked with her rotation, and then she sat down in full. On the sofa, lay your legs flat in front of me in a half-lying position. The legs exposed from the high slits of the cheongsam are very well proportioned, slender, and there is no trace of muscle lines that destroy the beauty, but they give people a very tight feeling. This is exactly the same as the beautiful legs of Shin that I have always known. Pleasing beauty. Hoo-ha, I'm really exhausted today. I have to hurry to Ao's side, still wearing high heels. Here, sit next to me. Ah, yes, yes, ooh. When I sat on the sofa carefully at her feet, she suddenly stretched her waist lazily, moved her body a little, and put her legs on my lap naturally. When I lowered my head, I saw two white and tender slender legs on my knees. I was shocked at once. Don't worry about how fast my heartbeat accelerated. Although I already have a girlfriend and have strengthened my face with various offensive actions, by this time, Shin's familiar teasing made me at a loss. At the same time, her calf pressed me extremely gently, and the faint fragrance of the 37-size slender feet floated into my nostrils when they were hooked, making my breath almost frozen. Ao, I'm so tired, I can help them squeeze their feet like before. Okay. Shin commanded me in a lazy tone, but I could only agree tremblingly. Chapter 21 Massage. Shin's small and light toes are wrapped in transparent flesh-colored stockings, and the back of his feet, which moves restlessly like a urchin, sometimes draws a beautiful curve tightly, and sometimes stretches the toes like blooming petals. The abnormal beauty makes me at a loss, so I can only hold her calf tremblingly, starting from the calf and gently fucking. Is this okay? Well, it's so comfortable. As expected, it's Ao, who is always so good to me. Shin made a sweet voice in a good mood, then she turned and lay on her back on the sofa, with her arms folded in front of her and buried her face in her arms, as if she was basking in a beach bath. Handed it to me defenselessly. Just like playing a piano, I lifted and dropped my fingers on her very elastic legs with gentle force that did not cause discomfort. Fortunately, her jade legs are well proportioned and tight. From the calf to the plump jade thighs, she won't feel any difference in the hand. The beautiful leg lines are really pleasing to the eye, so I won't feel tired when I massage them. The exquisite cheongsam is worn on Shin, because it is short, the skirt only covers the buttocks, and because it splits from the side of the buttocks, it loses its shielding effect when lying on its side. Shin is covered by thin silk stockings. It had a strong impact on me. Puff 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 puff. Before I knew it, my heartbeat started to quicken, and the strength in my hand became flickering and I couldn't control it with ease. She didn't seem to notice this at all. Shin just handed her body to me, and then spoke to me with a delicate voice one after another. By the way, Ao, how do you think I am wearing today? This is a special surprise prepared to meet you. After all, Feng Shui Master is a branch of Taoism, and the loose Taoist clothes that I usually wear are really old-fashioned. I always feel there is no way to attract the attention of boys. Very, very good. Shin's figure is really good, I knew it a long time ago, because we developed relatively early, and we took a bath together in elementary school, but when I was still a primary school student, I didn't have any special thoughts about the bulge on her chest. To this day, our reunion after many years seems so natural that the two of us have regained our intimate relationship without incident. The difference is that as a mature body, she showed me a hotter figure. The round and curled buttocks highlighted by the cheongsam showed the charm of a mature woman, which almost made me bleed. Besides, helping her to squeeze her feet was only our habit when we were young. After going out to play and tired, Shen always loved me, who had gained a high position with me, and then stretched out her little feet without hesitation during the rest. Let me massage. At that time, I didn't have any thoughts, but now she has the charm of mature women. But having said that, why on earth would I be so proficient in showing the appearance of a loyal dog in front of her? I just expressed regret for my lackluster appearance, and the strength I had on hand became a bit lighter. Oh, Ayu, you are being lazy, take it easy and perfunctory. Shen in front of her pouted and complained to me like a baby, and her sleek jade feet twiddled my thighs twice. This kind of amorous posture made something that had been buried in my heart for a long time almost tilted out. I gritted my teeth anxiously, determined not to continue this way, and could only say silently in my heart, I will get better soon. It's fine if she has served her well. Then continue to use the strength that makes her comfortable. The atmosphere in the living room thus became silent and ambiguous. With courage, I secretly looked at Chen, who was enjoying herself, and then asked casually. Ziwan, it's been a long time since I saw you, so where did you go during this time? Oh, Ayu, you really care about others, so happy. Ha ha ha, just a little bit, after all, you are a girl who disappeared from the village without even going to junior high school, so she cares a little bit. Humph, a kid like Ayu who was taken halfway by his freewheeling father and put on play wouldn't know, because his father said that he would inherit the skills of the family, so I had to go out to learn feng shui. Deal with all kinds of people in the place, and then learn about the mystery of divining, seeing photos, and choosing the date. Of course, I have self-study for the junior high school courses, and after the high school entrance examination, I will let the students hang in my home high school. Oh, that's it. In fact, I just wanted to find a non-embarrassing topic to chat with Shen. I didn't expect that she seemed to be unable to stop as soon as the conversation started. It seemed that her mood was getting higher and higher. Foot, even harder, this strength is very comfortable. Suddenly there was a soft breath, Shen lowered her eyes and urged me with a delicate voice. At the same time, the silk stockings that was agitated in my hands gave me a more elastic touch, and the instep was tight. The slender and straight lines on the back are almost completely inspiring the foot control genes that I was half-baked in when I was a child. Chapter 29. If I'm not mistaken, I'm also very interested in Jasmine's beautiful legs. Maybe I was trained by Shen, who was unrestrained to me when I was a kid. Ah, Jasmine! My face suddenly changed. It seems that I used to force Jasmine to come to my house obediently for the night today, and finally got her to agree, but Shen suddenly appeared. If she knew that I had a girlfriend, and I would go on a date with 2 girls tomorrow, I can't imagine what she will do. Shouldn't I splatter blood on the spot? It's all because of her beautiful feet that gave me the unprecedented experience. After I got back to my senses, I've been squeezed like a charm for so long. Well, although it's a bit light, it still feels gentle when you were a kid. It seems, Ayu, you haven't practiced pinching feet for other girls, so I can rest assured. Haha, how come? While perfunctory to her without a preface, I mumbled in my heart that maybe I have a strong ability to rub my chest and buttocks. After all, girls with cold faces like Jasmine would be panting when I touch them. Ah, it's not right now, it's not the time to think about it. If you want to find a way to get rid of Shen, this person shouldn't be ready to live in my house from the beginning. Ah, by the way, although you came to see me, you never came to see me specially. Shen, you should have something else, right? So where to live? When I asked tentatively, I met her glance at me, her toes rubbed against me like a coquettish little cat, and then her face became a little serious. Well, although I really want to say that people came to you specifically to discuss engagement matters, but this time it was a coincidence, because there are monsters in this city, and they have also formed organizations, secretly disrupting the order of human society. They also came here after receiving a request. When I heard the answer, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Shen won't stay long. Ah, where do you live? Of course it's Au's family. Chapter 22, Walking on Thin Ice. I was shocked by her words in a cold sweat, and I even got a little harder in the massage. It should be said that it is a beauty's leg. Even if I was so nervous, I still pressed it intently and thought about how to send her away. Although squeezing her feet now makes me feel a certain kind of psychology, similar to watching the jade legs that occasionally wriggle a few times and the comfortable feeling of being grasped by myself with the vaguely stretched beautiful feet. But I don't want to be such a low profile anymore. Shen chuckled when my face was uncertain. She flung her purple hair tress lightly, blinked her eyes and covered her tender lips, and laughed in a low voice. Just kidding, we are not kids anymore. We can't even take a bath together, let alone staying overnight with lone men and widows. Even Au will have scandals for others to talk about. Great, although she was unexpectedly unrestrained when facing me, fortunately Shen was still a conservative woman by nature. I breathed a sigh of relief, and continued to question with a pretended calm tone. Then, where do you live? How many days do you want to live? Well, it's to be determined, but I live in a very far away hotel in the city center. As soon as they put down their luggage, they will come to you. While answering, Shen narrowed his eyes slightly, leaning over to look at me suspiciously. Au, you feel very abnormal today, you seem to be looking forward to me leaving. No, I am very happy to see Shen. Staring at her beautiful eyes that seemed to penetrate the soul, I hurriedly pinched Shen's delicate solace. She seemed to be overstretching, and Shen groaned in her nose. So heavy. I quickly relaxed. Excuse me, how are you now? It's incredible. I don't think Au is so aggressive. It makes me want to stop comfortably, and it stimulates my acupuncture points every time. It's acupuncture point. Because I tried my best to please her, Shen's brows gradually stretched out, and she interacted with me with a beaming smile. However, I have not devoted myself to it all during the period, because I knew that my girlfriend might be there soon. Although there is still some time before our scheduled time, she should have dinner at home first, and because of her reluctance, the speed of coming over will be much slower, but if Shen stays here, the encounter with Jasmine will only be a matter of time. No, we must not let that kind of cruel thing happen. Since Ziwan said that she is only staying in the city temporarily, she just needs to stay until she leaves. First of all, we must adopt a quick attack method. First make dinner for her diligently, and then take her out for a stroll. After a long time, we will leave directly at the corner of the street, so that I can probably see Jasmine staying in front of my house when I go home. Perfect, it's so decided. In any case, I can no longer drag time on the interaction with Shen, otherwise. Comfortable. Shen, lying on the sofa, has been emitting a faint and comfortable sniff, and her breath is obviously messed up when she first saw me. It's probably a girl's inherently sensitive physique, not only from her mouth. There was a moist and sweet sound like raindrops, and even the gleaming pupils became a little dizzy. This defenseless look. I always feel that the flames in my body are about to burn, especially when my palms are touching the feet of the stockings. The indescribable touch makes my mind start to be confused. Ziwan, haven't you eaten your dinner yet? Why don't I wait a while and make dinner for you first, and then we will go for a walk together. I can also send you to the hotel where you are staying. While avoiding and looking directly at Shen with some guilty conscience, I softly suggested. While pleasing my childhood sweetheart, the strength of my hands naturally can't be lightened. Anyway, I can't give her time to think, so I rubbed the solace of her feet with one hand and massaged her calf with the other. Shen, she has been born into such a beauty. Unlike when we were young, we have all grown up, and she seems to be more restrained, unlike the way she always bullied me. It's really a good suggestion. People also think that taking a walk with Au is like wandering around in the fields and mountains before, Shen Tian agreed with a smile while making a delicate nasal sound. Nice. In this case, just stop the massage and ask her to cook dinner. It will not take half an hour to cook and wash vegetables at my speed. Then I will go out for another hour, and I will be able to meet Jasmine when I come back. Goo. At the critical moment when I was about to implement the plan, I made a humiliating grunt. Because I was very comfortable to serve, Shen bent her calf without restraint, bending her legs in a nearly 90-degree posture. Such an artistic arc actually made me swallow my saliva and my stomach screamed. I don't know how much Shen's figure is compared to Jasmine. Shen made a bewildered voice when I was thinking about getting into trouble. Au, didn't you say you want to cook dinner first? Chapter 30. Yes, then you wait a moment. I stood up reflexively, and walked to the kitchen with arms and legs like a robot. Shen might not be deliberate, he just didn't worry of me, but we are not kids anymore, can you restrain yourself a little? No, it's okay to let me take a closer look if it accidentally shows up. Unconsciously, my heart became numb, I sighed and looked for ingredients in the refrigerator. According to Jasmine's unwilling temperament when she was called to my house, she would linger late, so don't be too anxious now, first make some delicious things to make Ziwan happy before letting her go back. Finally, I decided to take the shrimp dumplings from the refrigerator and cook, and then make a stir-fried beef with onion and lamb chops with cumin. Sure enough, it's right to go to the supermarket every day to collect special foods when you have time. Wash the rice by the way, put it in the rice cooker and start cooking. After 30 minutes. Wow, it's my Au, who cooks superbly. There was a harmonious atmosphere between Shen sitting at the dining table and me. She even hummed a nice little tune by shaking her spoon left and right in a playful manner. Haha, so. But, before I get married, I have to ask Au to teach me how to cook. After all, I haven't received special training as a bride. Isn't it a long way to be a bride? Puff. I almost choked the beef that I had just bitten in my throat. This is really which pot is not opened, which pot is okay. Chapter 23 Farewell. To put it bluntly, although Shen has become a beautiful girl I never thought of, and came back to see me in an intimate manner, the only thing I have for her is fear except for the memories of my childhood sweetheart. To refuse, you must refuse. But the loyal dog character that I have developed since childhood makes me really unable to say this thing, because her slightly unsatisfied frown will give me the feeling that I have done a big mistake and can't sleep all night. I screamed desperately in my heart. Fortunately, Shen did not read minds, so on the surface, I could still chat with her one after another. After this absent-minded dinner, I immediately invited Shen. Shen, do you want to take a walk after dinner? That's right, if you have a little belly, you can't wear this kind of clothes. After touching her flat belly, Shen smiled contentedly at me. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief for the plan to proceed smoothly. After walking out of the apartment door, I closed the door nervously and took out my phone to check the time. Well, it's only 6:30, it's too late. Turning my head, I looked at Shen, who put my fingers in my shoes and put on embroidered shoes for my little feet, showing an ancient style and charm, and put on a hospitable smile. Ziwan, let's go, your hotel is in. It's on Bai Road. Oh, isn't it very far? Just a 20-minute walk. Let's walk. I cleverly combined a walk and sent her back to the hotel, so she wouldn't see my desire to stay away from her if she didn't delve into it. Oh, what a smart me! Walking out of the corridor, the night sky outside already showed a wonderful view of the starry sky. Because it is the May day full of spring, even the moonlight is full of vitality, giving people a warm feeling. It is a great opportunity to take a walk to relaxation without thinking too much. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, I inadvertently looked at Shin, who was walking side by side beside me. The beautiful agate-like eyes deeply reflect the lights of distant cities and the stars of the sky, like a universe containing countless asteroids. The plain face was fascinated by the moonlight, and the white forehead under the purple hair curtain perfectly explained what a flowery face is. Ew. Okay. She opened her mouth abruptly, and at the same time lowered her head, so that I couldn't see her expression clearly. But that sudden change of tone is still enough to make me feel 100 points uneasy. As she spoke slowly, the short sleeves of the cheongsam showed delicate arms like lotus roots, the snow-white satin-like skin glowed under the moon, and Shin played with her in a coy manner that I had never seen before. Finger. We haven't seen each other for more than 3 years. Well, yet. So I was shocked to see it suddenly today. Actually, I go back to the village every year and come to your house to find you, but only grandparents and them. That's a shame. I said in my heart that I blamed my parents. After I got a large sum of money, I entered the waste man mode to travel in advance. I took me to various strange places for a few days every year. I only go back to see my grandparents during the short winter and summer vacations. But since something happened, I haven't seen Shin for 3 consecutive years. I was surprised that 2 people get along so naturally when they meet. Because I can't get in touch with my uncles and aunts, I only communicate with my grandfather occasionally. After all, he is still the principal of your family. Ah? He also said forcefully that he told me to drop out of school and go back to inherit the skills of the family. I mentioned it. Babble. I almost called out. Fortunately, the introverted personality that I have developed makes my expression only slightly twitching, and I can't see the wavering at all. After a long while, I asked gently. Why? Because, you like me the most, don't you? This. Chapter 31. Faced with Shin's enchanting pupils and that innocent expression, I really had a hard time. In this atmosphere, I can't tell the reality that I have a girlfriend and I'm not a virgin. Ha ha ha, isn't it? We used to be so good. I can only perfuse it with a guilty conscience. That's fine, although I was also urged by my family to go out to practice, but Daddy is really wayward. He told me to go out when I was ready for a blind date. Uncle Yu. Yes, it would be great if he had Uncle Zhu's open-mindedness. Shin, who covered her mouth and laughed lightly, released the charm of beauty and incomprehensibility, and the surrounding scenes seemed to become illusory in an instant, as long as the 2 of us could see and communicate with each other. But I am still a little awake. Thinking of myself who was once so fascinated by Shin and then subdued Titi, I couldn't help but smile. Although her breath is now completely restrained, she is not like the smirk of a little devil like before. The long eyelashes and gentle eyes are quite appetizing to me, but... Ew. Okay. When I was silent, Shin cast a complicated and far-reaching look at me. This city is so beautiful, and the people on the street are all smiling and harmonious. Is that so? But, there are actually incredible monsters lurking here. Haha, what kind of urban legend is that? Au doesn't know if he doesn't come into contact with the ancestors' Taoism, but it is, after all, there are indeed a lot fewer monsters these days, and they all live in villages in seclusion. However, as long as I am here, relying on Feng Shui, you will not be approached by the monsters by warding away evil spirits and exorcising demons. Aha! Hee, forget it. Anyway, after I get married with you, I will teach you slowly, just leave it alone now. Come, get married, but it's too early. Au, you weren't like this before, obviously. Wow! Shin was sneering and trying to say something about my dark history. I immediately shook my hands in the air in a panic. It's so embarrassing, it's really helpless to face someone who is in control. In an instant, I suddenly realized how Jasmine felt. Ha ha ha, Au is really funny, no kidding. What? Although it is true that I want to marry you, Au is very gentle after all, and the family is indeed urging the marriage, saying that 10 years from now is the time to have a baby. You don't have to think so far, right? Yes, anyway, thank you for today. Unknowingly, we actually walked far, bypassing a few streets, and stopped in front of a bustling shopping mall. Shin pointed to the neon sign in front and smiled at me. The hotel is in front, it's enough to deliver it here. That's it, then see you next time. Well, next time. I will see you soon. I stood in place and waved to Shin, and she also waved and walked forward, the shadow of the dangling braid gradually disappearing. Until she completely disappeared from the field of vision, I still stood in place as if I had lost my soul. Toot. It wasn't until the phone in my pocket vibrated that my energy returned to reality. I looked at the screen and found that it was a message from Jasmine. Where is it? It seems that she came to my house much sooner than I thought. I showed the smile of the villain. Chapter 24. As I walked back, I pressed the phone to reply to her. Excuse me, there is something outside, now I'm back, please wait a moment. After sending the message, Jasmine did not reply to me again. After 10 minutes or so, I hurried back to my door, and I saw Jasmine with an indifferent expression still standing at the door. After seeing that I was late, the charming face hidden under her black hair seemed a little impatient. The girlfriend, who went home and packed her things, put a pretty long hair behind her, and her hair on both sides was gathered behind her ears, which brought out the lovely appearance of her oval-shaped face. After taking off her school uniform, she put on a small silk coat, and inside was a halter top with her belly button exposed, which highlighted the plump and firm breasts, and felt that the thin fabric was going to be broken up. Rarely did not wear a skirt for the lower body, but cocky tight bloomers. The thin material clearly outlined the shape of her plump buttocks. Glowing skin is exposed from thigh to calf, and below the ankle are beautiful feet wearing black socks and curves extending to high-top canvas shoes. Ah, it's so fresh. Jasmine, who is so youthful and so young, has a different kind of vitality, and she is simply outstanding. Sorry, have you been waiting for a long time? What do you say? When I touched the back of my head and smiled and apologized, Jasmine responded indifferently to me as always, and she looked even more glamorous after she hugged her arms in front of her chest. Think about it carefully. Fortunately, she has a handle in my hands. Otherwise, a beauty of her level would be annoying to talk to me, right? I opened the door and the lights inside were still on, so I took off my shoes casually, and as usual, I greeted Jasmine, who was not visiting my house for the first time. Good evening, feel free. Chapter 32. Hey! Excuse me. After entering the door, Jasmine's expression became a little weird. She gathered her hair and then gracefully sat on the sofa with her legs together, but clutching the small bag she brought with her with both hands, she pressed it down like she was protecting herself. On the thigh. If you look closely, her white forehead has actually oozes a layer of sweat, and her expression is coy because of depression. Sure enough, she was very nervous. After all, she knew what she would do every time I was called home. However, ordinary girls have long collapsed, and Jasmine has been able to remain nonchalant in school even after losing her purity. In a certain sense, she is really quite strong. Today, my play was very enthusiastic, but because of Shin's sudden visit, it felt like a stone was crushed in my heart. So I sat on the other side of the sofa, and rarely did I directly touch Jasmine. However, it seems that my rare conservative action made Jasmine misunderstand what I am going to do more excessively, so when I was silent, her pink knees were uneasily clamped and rubbed, and her little feet in the slippers were also curled up. The toes were slightly coy. Really? Shin has ruined my good mood. Thinking that she kept saying that she was going to get married with me or something, but my girlfriend was in my house in a blink of an eye, this kind of ambivalence is really indescribable. As time passed, Jasmine, who felt a little boring, put her chin on her hand and said casually, "Are you still not doing it?" Babble. What? Immediately aware of her failure to speak, her face turned red, and she quickly covered her mouth, and she shook her head with moist eyes. "That's not what I meant, I just think you are particularly listless today." This, because something happened. Oh. Without delving into it, Jasmine was still immersed in the sense of self-blame that she had said just now, and she lowered her eyes a little melancholy, but in my eyes, this look is also very violent. "By the way, is there anything in your bag?" "Just ordinary cosmetics and wallets." "Wow, after all, I have to go out to play with Sunflower tomorrow. Of course I have to dress up nicely." Yin and yang weird. As if she was very upset with me, Jasmine glanced at me with slanted eyes and mumbled softly, "Don't say that, I am also looking forward to tomorrow. After all, Sunflower is also my favorite person. Maybe it's extra fun to play with her in the amusement park and then go shopping and drink tea." Less long-winded, "I don't allow you to approach her." When I was speaking, I had imagined sunflowers full of energy, fluttering pale golden double ponytails, always smiling, and blinking when I thought of something interesting. But whenever I showed interest in sunflowers, Jasmine really exploded her hair for the first time, her tone became a bit higher, and she clenched her fists to warn me with a little angry voice. What? It was because I was obsessed with her that I caught the handle, and I fell into the way it is now. But she is so cute. I saw all the straps in her clothes, especially because she was facing me from the side, and the curves of her whole body were exposed. Of course, what is even more tempting is the curve of her legs. Jasmine, who is like an iceberg beauty, has a height shorter than me, but the body is quite beautiful, with chest and butt, and the elasticity is also excellent. The mind that had finally calmed down became hot again for a moment. Recalling that more than an hour ago, I was sitting on the sofa and doing a leg massage for Shan. By the way, I observed her jade feet. I wanted to compare the feet of my girlfriend with those of my childhood sweetheart. Revealed. Okay, stretch your legs. What? Jasmine's eyes widened and she looked at a loss. Sure enough, is my topic jumping too fast? So while her face was dull, I had actively moved her jade legs over and onto my thighs. Two unmodified white tender jade legs stood in front of me in a defenseless posture, which not only allowed me to observe the extremely attractive shiny skin up close, but also to appreciate the beautiful lines, from the roots of the thighs to everything is so perfect with the toes wrapped in the little socks, and the faint fragrance also makes my body sober for an instant. What are you doing? You are tired of coming here, you came so fast. What do you mean, do you think I want to come over? Don't be so indifferent. I squeezed her toes a little to signal her to calm down. My lovely girlfriend probably understood what I meant and pressed her lips obediently, just staring at me in vain. It's really a big reaction. Could it be that I tried too hard? There is confusion in my mind, but I still plan to compare the feet of Jasmine and Shan in the name of massage. At this moment, Jasmine's small and light toes were just wrapped in slightly thicker socks, and her small and exquisite toes were twisted and twisted, like cute corn kernels in my hands. Awesome. Don't be nervous, just give you a massage. Humph, inexplicable. It seemed that I would not do anything excessive. Jasmine's face was blue and white, but she didn't resist, she just leaned back, unknowingly posing in a charming posture, straightened her legs and let me do it. 4. Chapter 25. Back to the carbine. Great opportunity. I began to massage her carefully. In order to give different experiences on both sides, my right hand squeezed the acupuncture points on the soles of the feet with a little force, and my left hand stroked gently on the calf. Jasmine's figure is a rare type. It just happened to maintain the slenderness of the limbs while maintaining the buttocks. So when I stroked the calf, I almost didn't feel the fat. The calf and thigh were perfectly connected and stretched directly. The little covered by the skirt almost made me bleed. Ho ha ho ha. Calm down and don't be nervous. After a little massage, Jasmine squinted her eyes. But she just bit her lip and didn't pay attention to me. How do you feel comfortable? It's nothing. Obviously I looked comfortable, and I was massaged and put down my guard unconsciously, and the atmosphere between the two of us unexpectedly became harmonious. Jasmine hadn't noticed that her tight face also eased, and her lovely sniff was a little spoiled. Fortunately, since I was a child, I occasionally helped Ziwan serve, otherwise I would never be able to make Jasmine gaff to this point. Chapter 33. Once I became proud, my condition seemed to be better, and the strength at hand stimulated the acupuncture points more appropriately. Well, the feeling is, you actually have two things. Jasmine's brows frowned, she seemed to feel comfortable and depressed, so she started talking to herself in a strange tone. What's wrong? Your voice is very good. Facing my molesting, Jasmine, who seemed a little confused in her mind, just pouted, flushed, and retorted me unconvincingly with a vague and soft voice. Just, no. Ah. Her voice is really sweet, high and low like Zional, but it swept to my itchy place, not only the look in her eyes, but also my mind began to be confused. When I was massaging, her jade feet twisted uncomfortably, especially her toes curled up timidly like a cute silkworm, as pitiful as a young girl being bullied, which made me want to continue even more. Press, pinch, knead, rub, caress. I did my best to serve Jasmine's feet, and even let my hands raging on her thighs like playing a piano. The soft and warm feeling of my girlfriend's thighs made me unable to stop, but Jasmine was just powerless. The ground wheezes, let me exert force. Ha, so comfortable, this is. It's very honest, didn't you just say that there is no? You, hate, The little feet ooze sweat from the violent activity. Unknowingly Jasmine's soles seemed to be a little wet. Not only did the black socks appear darker in color, but there was a faint fragrance of sweat overflowing. And I also felt that my hands were a bit sore after a long-term massage service. Finally, after Jasmine was limp all over, I let go of her feet and helped her legs put a comfortable posture against my thighs. And we breathed out exhausted breaths almost simultaneously. Ha ha eh. The massage was finally over. Although I didn't come to the conclusion that anyone's legs were more attractive to me, seeing Jasmine's seemingly unresistible appearance can be considered a profit. As I smiled and stared at Jasmine, who was lying on the sofa and panting, her ink pupils that had lost their luster due to their strength focused a little, and then she retracted her legs and stared at her with an angry look. You scumbag, have you played enough? I really just want to help you relax. Slow wordy, me, I'm going to take a shower. Because she was sweating a little, Jasmine, who loves cleanliness, stood up directly, gathered her long black hair soaked in sweat, and hurriedly walked to the bathroom. Seeing her slender and beautiful shadow, my heartbeat became a little faster. It's not bad, there is such a girlfriend who uses the bathroom unceremoniously in her own home. Although I want to take a bath with her again, I just need to come back afterwards. Hee, I can't wait anymore, so why don't you go for a sneak attack first? Immediately after the bathroom door was closed, there was a patter of water. Jasmine who walked into the bathtub should be washing her body. Imagining Jasmine who is washing her body now, with her exquisite curves, tender skin, and her charming posture in the bath, I feel my mind becomes dizzy. Want to see. Although I've seen it, it's a body that never gets tired of. When I stumbled about to rush into the bathroom and admire it. Ding dong! A long doorbell turned my attention back. Wait a minute. Why would someone look for me at this time? Crack! I subconsciously tightened my throat and groaned. Then I shifted the route anxiously, went to the entrance first, and looked outside through the cat's eyes. In an instant, my hairs stood on end. Standing outside the door was Shin with a smile on her face. She was still wearing the cheongsam she had used before, and she was still rubbing her braids with some joy with both hands. Boom! My eyes went dark, and I just sat down on the floor with a puff. Babble! Shin outside the door seemed to have heard something and murmured in confusion, and then she tentatively and politely shouted into the door. Ayu, are you there? I'm sorry, my phone fell on your desk, because I can't contact you, I have to walk back first. It's okay, it's okay. I'll go get it for you. I reflexively jumped up from the ground, dragged my body at a hurried pace and rushed to the living room. Sure enough, there was a small flip phone near the fruit basket on the table. Although I really want to complain about what era is now, why some people use flip phones, but now is definitely not the time to entangle this. Ayu, can I come in? Shin's voice came from outside the door again. No, it's not good. Jasmine is taking a shower inside. If Shin, who used to have a distorted possessive desire for me, saw this scene, I would definitely not be able to clean it up, or maybe I would be killed. Glancing at the bathroom, Jasmine should not have noticed the commotion outside, so I pretended to be calm and walked outside the door, opened the door, and poked a head out to look out. Of course, one foot was still against the crack of the door to prevent her from pushing the door and seeing the women's shoes in the hallway. Shin is very delicate, put her legs together, put her hands in front of her and crossed her fingers and smiled at me. Ayu, I'm sorry, I just troubled you to send me back and bothered me again. It's okay, no problem. Chapter 34. It would be great if you were at home. Although you plan to use the wall to sneak in and take your phone and leave, you always feel a bit impolite. Through the wall or something, really or not. But considering that Shin came in inexplicably as soon as she came home today, maybe she really has some magic. Ha ha ha, of course I am at home, because I am an ordinary student. I wiped the sweat from my head, eyes wandering uncontrollably. But at the moment I put the phone in her hand first, and squeezed a gentle smile. Ha ha ha, Shin, you have to pay more attention to it. Mobile phones are an important thing. What does it matter, I can see you more, Ayu. As Shin was talking, her brows suddenly frowned. Chapter 26. Ayu, you sweat a lot, are you uncomfortable? Ah. No, maybe it was a walk that made me sweat. Could it be because of being with me? Seeing Shin, whose expression suddenly became depressed, I waved my hand quickly. No, I ran a long lap outside by the way, because I like to exercise more, so I sweat so much now. Oh, that's how it is. Shin, who had a completely different gentle attitude from when she was a child, also nodded understandingly, and then stroked her flushed cheek a little shyly. You must pay attention to protect your body, because you are my thing, oh no, you are my scheduled marriage partner. What are you thinking about this relationship for too long, right? But just don't let her see Jasmine. Ha ha ha, it's really easy to get me thinking about this topic in the big evening. Oh, it's getting late now, as expected, I shouldn't bother you anymore. The beautiful purple pupil blinked a few times, and Shin also seemed to smirk in embarrassment, and turned to leave. It's great, I don't have to bother to go back on my own initiative to find a way to get rid of you. Just when I was going to send Shin away. There is the sound of water in it. She suddenly turned her head and looked suspiciously into the room. Ah, that's... And Ayu, why do you only show one head? Why did your room feel normal before, but now it is invaded by feng shui, and the yin is very heavy? Shin's voice suddenly became lower and lower, and her bright eyes became darker and darker, like a broken woman who lost her highlights in the comics. Although I don't know what she is talking about, my whole body started to shake when I was attacked by that inexplicable sense of oppression. It's cold and terrible. Sure enough, Shin became angry as before. In a desperate situation, I could only scream at the doorknob. I just got ready to take a shower, and I didn't wear any pants underneath. Shen let out a series of screams, and his cheeks were dyed red with a pop, and the white smoke rising up vaguely could be seen from the top of his head. After all, it is really embarrassing to come to see you at this time. Although I took a bath together when I was young, but if it is a future husband, I can't be so impatient. Ho 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 ho. Shen's cheeks became full of spring when he was muttering words that he couldn't understand. Okay, it's perfunctory, let her go quickly while the iron is hot, since she knew that she won't stay long when she went to the bottom, it will be fine for a few days. Anyway, I want to take a shower, so please go back alone if I trouble you. It's just putting water, I always feel that the yin in the room suddenly becomes heavier. Shen nodded suspiciously while muttering softly. At this time, my cold sweat has soaked my back. It is hard to think that Shen's reaction power is so keen. Really, there may be a water leak. Go back. It is not safe for girls to come out at night. Yeah, yes. Shen, who had just turned halfway around, suddenly thought of something, and looked back at me again. Okay. Tomorrow, it's Saturday. Ah, yes. Although it is the same to me who is not studying at school, Au won't have to go to class tomorrow, right? Correct. Then tomorrow, shall we go out to play together? Babble. My breathing is about to stop. Shen, who showed a hearty smile in front of me, pressed her step by step like an evil spirit. What's wrong? Are you going to have something tomorrow? Ha ha ha, how could it be possible, I have a lot of free time. There was really no way to say tomorrow I am going out to play with two girls, one of whom is my girlfriend. I shook my head violently in sweat. That's fine, where shall we go? Don't worry, make an appointment first and I will take you. Chapter 35. Wow, it's Au, it's too reliable, come on, exchange the phone. Okay, because it's Shen, ha 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 ha. The mouth is as sweet as it always is, people didn't treat you in vain before, he, let's say goodbye. Shen, who was smiling more and more brilliantly, leaned towards me slightly, and then disappeared into the corridor. Finally, is it really gone? After closing the door, I nervously leaned in front of the cat's eye to observe the dark corridor, but the sensor light outside became dark after extinguishing, and there should be no one. Call. With a sigh of relief, I slumped softly on the ground. Au, are you mine? Ho ha. One hand grabbed the clothes on my chest, and I endured the self-blame and panic that had betrayed Shen, and let out a heavy gasp. Drops of sweat dripped down my chin to the floor. Calm down. After beating my chest a few times, I became a little calmer, thinking about what to do next. I agreed without authorization to have a date with Ziwan tomorrow, but I have an appointment with Jasmine Sunflower again. How good is this? Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow, since you have escaped from the dead once, then you should not stage a scene where you will have a blessing if you die. Comforting myself with such unconvincing words, I became suddenly enlightened. Snap! I opened the door of the bathroom generously, and it was filled with mist and the smell of shampoo, like a fairyland on earth. Of course, apart from the sound of water and mist, Jasmine's screams rushed over her face. What are you doing in here? This is a private bathroom. The barrier used to prevent water from splashing is not the curtain but the glass, so I watched Jasmine's beautiful body all over. The flawless, crystal clear back of the white jade revealed by turning around in a panic. Not only the bones are distinct, but the skin is also white and red, and it can be broken by blowing. From shoulders to buttocks, it has a softer waist and smooth curves than the average woman of this age, the little also twisted slightly because of the panic, his straight legs bent together embarrassingly. Oh hoo! I exclaimed, and I always felt that I was going to be fascinated and out of my body in an instant. And Jasmine's face was covered with hot water or tears. She hurriedly closed her wet hair and scolded me with an angry cry. "Are you a pervert? Come in halfway through the girl's bath, really can't find anyone worse than you. What does it matter, aren't we boyfriend and girlfriend? You're so inexperienced and perverted. Ah, so cold, what are you doing?" In my field of vision, Jasmine, holding a shampoo bottle, poses a baseball player's pitch to me. Hey! It was almost like a shooting star. The bottle hit my stomach and knocked me out of the bathroom with unreasonable force. Chapter 27 New 1. This one is not in the genuine catalog. Jump 28 directly. The plot has no influence. It's just that I have obsessive-compulsive disorders, so I added this one myself. By the way, one thing. I only post this book on the Good Book Friend forum. If you are from another forum, you can enter the Hushwia forum through the link below. Basically, Felushik has the most complete pirated concentration camp. http://www.bbooks.cn, x = 158017. The above. Chapter 28, Overwhelmed. Because I trespassed in the bathroom and was knocked off by the bottle, Jasmine was able to quietly close the door and take a bath. After waiting in the living room for half an hour, she opened the bathroom door. "Hey, I'm done." Jasmine bit her lip tightly and wiped her wet long hair with a towel. The curled ends of her slightly curled hair exuded an inexplicable fragrance, which moved my heartstrings like a waterfall in an ink painting. Although her attitude towards me has not been very good, but seeing her blushing pretty face and maintaining her innocent temperament no matter how many times she has been ravaged, I feel that even my heartbeat will speed up. "Oh, can I wash it?" I took off my pants and planned to go to the bathroom. "What?" Jasmine, who was wiping her hair, screamed reflexively, clutching the towel tightly with her hands, as if she was about to smash it over at every word. "What happened? Why did you take off your pants? Of course you have to take off in the bath. Won't you wait for me to go away?" As if being irritated by me, Jasmine's black pupils were full of sullen anger, and her small shoulders trembled with anger. Women's thinking is really hard to understand. Obviously we all have a close relationship. "Now I'm waiting for you, then you can help me warm up the bed first." "Humph." She lowered her head and hurriedly walked to the room after drying her hair angrily. Ha ha ha, so interesting. Chapter 36. I always feel that even with Jasmine, my mood will relax to the point of drifting into the clouds. Walked into the bathroom and found that the water in the bathtub hadn't been released yet. Stepping into the bathtub, there is still the fragrance of Jasmine's daughter after taking a bath, plus the undissipated steam, as if I had also jumped into the fairyland when the fairy was bathing. Slowly turning on the hot water, letting myself get wet, I squinted with some enjoyment. Well, it's so comfortable, the hot water flows through the body, like being embraced by a beautiful girl. After taking a shower and wiping off my body, I walked into my room with a relaxed tune. Today, I will serve as the love nest between me and Jasmine as usual. After all, the beautiful girl I was intimidated by cannot resist my request at all, unless I kill me, but how can someone kill someone because of this kind of thing these days? Ha 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 ha. He pushed the door open steamily, facing him sitting on the bed with his knees bent, his whole body exuding fragrance, and two clusters of tender white jasmine faintly exposed at the neckline. Because my back leaned on the head of the bed and hugged my knees, a large space was opened from the hem of the loose bathrobe. Not only did I see the panties, but I also admired the two beautiful long legs unsuspectingly. She seemed to be in a daze, and Jasmine's expression didn't loosen a bit until I came in. As if seeing something disgusting, her brows wrinkled, and she looked away as if evasive. Hey, I'm still very resistant after so many times. It really embarrassed me. Hello, wait a long time. I greeted her generously, and the response I got was undoubtedly silence. Of course I wouldn't be discouraged because of this, so I jumped onto the bed cheeky and sniffed Jasmine's hair. Her body is really fragrant, and the shrunken bathrobe makes her body more beautiful. As long as I imagine the beautiful body without underwear, I will become dry. Woo! With my hair pulled and sniffed abnormally, Jasmine showed a troubled expression, but she was accustomed to being asked for by me, but she just pulled her bathrobe a few times uncomfortably, and then mumbled softly. Hurry up. Oh? Are you eager to wait? I hugged her shoulders like molesting her, and met her swayed gaze. And she was naturally stiff. That's not it, you guys always do it for a long time, it's so troublesome. Oops, stop talking with her, and then the scum will start acting. Chapter 29 Morning. Probably I was really tired the night before, so when the sun shined on my face through the window the next day, I barely opened my eyes. What I saw when I opened my eyes was naturally Jasmine sleeping in my arms with a naturally relaxed expression. Although she would often show me an expression of shame or sadness, she looked so pure and quiet when she fell asleep, her black hair spread out under her, like a blooming black flower, covered by a curtain of hair. A small half of his face makes the pure white and snowy face appear looming. The most important thing is that she is still in a state of sex, her slender waist is so light and soft, and her white naked back can't find any flaws. This is something we often experience. Although it has only been half a year since she was coerced by me to become a girlfriend, occasionally I would ask her to come to my house like this. Normally, she would stay overnight. Of course, she also lifted up her skirt and stared at me in tears. Circumstances left. In short, this is our relationship. Jasmine, who was sleeping in my arms, didn't notice my sight at all, leaning on me unsuspectingly in the darkness of sleep, occasionally snoring from her lips, which really made me think she was too cute. Such a person's sexual orientation is actually female, which really surprised me. Maybe it was because she didn't care about the opposite and she had a thin face, so she could endure the shame of losing her virginity and be with me casually in front of others. I always feel that I feel better after sleeping with her, so let's make fun of her. With a playful heart, I gave a smirk and reached out and pinched her nose. Puff! With her eyes closed, Jasmine instantly frowned, her cheeks gradually turning red due to lack of oxygen. Oh, so tolerable, she still doesn't wake up at this level, it seems that she was really tired yesterday. Woo! Jasmine's nose was stretched by me like Pinocchio, but as a result, she frowned and groaned uncomfortably, and finally opened her eyes gradually. The ink-colored pupils were shining and clean as if they were covered with a crystal film, and my confused eyes suddenly changed color after meeting my face. "Ah, you!" She made a disgusting voice, knocked out my hand angrily, and then moved her buttocks behind her chest, her expression slightly distorted. "Ah, it's just the standard human response after seeing a bug. Maybe I really hate me for disturbing my dreams, but it's already time to wake up, so I can't help it. Good morning, Jasmine." "It's disgusting, what are you doing? Are you a pervert?" As if getting up very angry, Jasmine flushed her face and pulled the quilt to cover her body, while scolding me with a voice that was so excited that she was deformed. "Obviously, I'm super safe when I fall asleep." "Haha, it's nothing, just to remind you that today we did not have an appointment with Sunflower at 10 o'clock. I smiled and pointed to the clock hanging on the wall. Jasmine's eyes began to shift with my fingers, and when she saw 9:20 on the clock, she immediately screamed. Only half an hour. Don't panic, it's 40 minutes. I shrugged and explained with a relaxed look. After all, the place we made appointment is the downtown entertainment plaza not far from here. Next to the open-air amusement facilities is a big shopping mall, which can fully satisfy our requirements for eating, drinking, and having fun. Die away, this one can't be late. Hey! But Jasmine just smashed the quilt on my head, making my vision instantly dark. Chapter 37. When I was hurriedly pulling out the quilt, Jasmine was already wearing underwear at the speed of light, and she was walking towards the sink while putting on a suspender. This speed, so fast. With emotion, I slowly put on my underwear. Of course, I have to look at the phone, I remember. Hello, Au, where are you? Are you awake? You won't oversleep, do you? We have an appointment to date. I want to come here. Do you need me to show the secret of unlocking again? There are more than a dozen messages from Shin in my mobile phone inbox, and my tone is getting more and more impatient. Babble? I couldn't help making a sound of consternation. Oops, no, it's too bad. Yesterday I bit my head and agreed to go to the street with Shin, and said that as a half-local, I would take her with her, but didn't I have an appointment long ago, although I vaguely feel that I can move my hands and feet to hide it, but I still think about it. Not reliable. But letting the pigeons is even more wrong. My stomach hurts because of the torture of all kinds of souls. But the last message was 5 minutes ago, which means Shin might be on the way here now. Feeling that something is not good, I quickly slapped my phone to reply to her. Are you there, Shin? I just woke up, please don't come here. As soon as the message was sent, I got a reply in less than 30 seconds. Au, you are awake, it is great. So where do you want to go on a date today? Do you need me to wait for you at your door and set off together? No, that will turn into a very serious situation. Although reason tells me to leave Jasmine and Sunflower and let them play happily, but the one who has been eyeing Sunflower for a long time is reluctant to give up this opportunity. I also want to change my taste, cough cough, thinking too far. In short, if you put sunflower pigeons, the only thing that would be happy is Jasmine. I can't be lowered because of a missed appointment. Combining various considerations, I made up my mind. Ziwan, I'll come to the appointment right away, but because I got up late, I want to take a shower and take care of it. This is too polite, although they are savage and happy. Ha, anyway, wait until 10:30 at the Bakey amusement park in the city to wait for me. Okay, people also think the amusement park is a bit fresh. After finishing the communication with Shin, I breathed a sigh of relief. Just go to meet Sunflower first, play for a while, just take the time to find Ziwan, anyway, the two girls will not be embarrassed together. Although this plan is a bit risky, the only way to get the best of both worlds is to do this. In short, we must not let any of the three of them know that I am doing a double date. Determined to survive today's difficulties, I quickly walked to the washstand to wash my face. Jasmine had finished washing her face and brushing her teeth in front of the mirror, and was carefully combing her long hair. Hey, don't you clean up your body? I saw that she just put her clothes back on and didn't take a bath again, so I asked curiously while holding up the cup. The answer to me was that Jasmine's eyes were as cold as sharp arrows. You are a pervert, are you embarrassed to say? Your disgusting smell will not be cleaned even if you wash it 100 times. Woo, this is really an exaggeration. Humph, anyway, in order to see Sunflower in time, I don't have time to clean up, I'll talk about it when I go home. She carefully combed her hair straight and shiny, then took out her foundation and spread powder on her face. Judging from the densely packed variety of brushes and lipsticks in the makeup box, Jasmine couldn't figure it out for a while. Obviously, when I came to my house before, I was so face to face. This time I was really serious. While muttering, I stared at myself with messy hair in the mirror. Chapter 30 Amusement. There's really no way, since Jasmine has taken over the sink, I can only wash my hair in the bathtub first. Turning on the faucet to wet my hair, I dipped some shampoo on my head, rubbed it for a while, rinsed it out, and started drying it with a hair dryer. Naturally, the next step is to wash your face and brush your teeth in one go. When I put a hearty smile in the mirror, Jasmine, who had also finished makeup, just raised her head. The oval-shaped pretty face seems to be dyed with a light curtain, the charming face hidden by the hair, and the flaming red lips make people want to kiss Fangs immediately, not to mention the bulging chest. There was a camisole, but Jasmine, a high school student, completely showed a majestic beauty after putting on makeup. Oh hoo! I whistled in my heart. But Jasmine just showed a somewhat anxious look and walked outside the door. Ah, I'm almost late. After an exclamation, she rushed back forcefully, pushed me into the bedroom, then grabbed my hooded jacket and threw it over. Hurry up and put it on. Don't let Sunflower wait for a while. You are really positive? Looking at Jasmine, who was rarely exposed to the wind and fire, I raised my head and sighed with emotion. We didn't have time to have breakfast because we got up too late, so we decided to combine breakfast and lunch. The next step is to take the bus to the place where we agreed to start the game. The destination is a well-known local entertainment area crowded with crowds on Saturdays, so there is no way to crowd the bus. Probably Jasmine's overly beautiful red makeup made her gain more attention, and I also felt jealous in the eyes as usual. Although I wanted to take the opportunity to harass her on the bus, but because there was still business, I rarely harassed her. Just looked at her with a calm look. To talk about business, of course it is not going to meet Sunflower, but Shin. Chapter 38. Now I am walking a tightrope. Everything is because my childhood sweetheart suddenly appeared, and with a super tough attitude caught me off guard. In short, if this matter is not handled properly, I may not be able to start and end it well, because I have lied. Unlike the natural Sunflower and Jasmine, who is subject to me, Shin's personality is quite strange, and he is naturally sensitive to many things, which means that if something is wrong with me, I will be discovered, and this double date must not be exposed. Otherwise I will be finished. While thinking about this anxiously, the bus just stopped at the Bakey Amusement Park station. This open-air amusement park near the city is next to the Bakey shopping mall. Just let us eat as soon as we have fun. It is a great choice for entertainment. After getting off the bus with Jasmine, we realized that we didn't see Sunflowers at the entrance of the amusement park, which was the meeting place, and we were relieved immediately. Fortunately, she was not late, and it was a bit wrong to be seen by her when two people appeared together. Although it should be okay as a couple to be known to have had sex, I still considered that this hypocritical relationship would be broken in the future. Neither is good. Ah, classmate Zhu, Jasmine. A crisp and lively voice attracted our attention. It turned out that Sunflower arrived by taxi at the appointed time. Today, she also wore extremely cute slender ponytails. The golden ponytails hanging down from both sides of her head stretched to the waist. The pure and lovely girl's face was filled with an innocent smile, and her white cheeks flashed delicately. Under the long and curled eyelashes are big blinking eyes. This refreshing look is almost like a beautiful girl in the second dimension. And her clothing style is as cute as ever. The outer layer is a pink coat, the neckline on the chest has a bow tied with a ribbon, the slender waist is also tightly tied with a belt, a pure white skirt below are two beautiful legs wrapped in white knee socks. The perfect line runs from the thigh to the calf to the ankle and is hidden in the sneakers. Under the jacket is a bottoming shirt, which is probably the type that matches the jacket to draw the waist to highlight the chest. Therefore, her were not as good as Jasmine's, but she actually gave a feeling of bulging and bowing. It's so cute that it makes no sense. I sighed, but Jasmine had already walked over before me and naturally took Sunflower's hand. Sunflower, you are here. Hehe, Jasmine and her boyfriend have been waiting for a long time. That's not it. For a moment, Jasmine showed a panic on her face, but she immediately turned her head and stroked her hair casually to divert her attention. And Sunflower Lottie's character keeps her in a state of joy. Wow, there are so many people in the amusement park. Yes, because it's Saturday. I held my arms and nodded pretentiously, and glanced at the large electronic screen next to me. The time is displayed on it. It is now 10:01, and there are still 29 minutes before Shen appears. Before that, I played with them naturally, and then pretended to go away until I met Shen after lunch. I secretly set up this seemingly perfect battle plan, and immediately greeted Jasmine and Sunflower with a false smile. Since it's all here, without further ado, let's start playing in it. Oh, that's right, let my light bulb glow and heat today. Sunflower held up her hands in an excited manner. And Jasmine's face flushed violently. It's not a light bulb. With her puffed cheeks, she glared at me and took Sunflower's arm hard, and walked to the entrance of the amusement park before me. This look definitely treats my boyfriend as an electric light bulb. Hey! Hee, where should we go to play first? Sunflower turned her head and looked at Jasmine with a look full of expectations, and my girlfriend blushed honestly. This reaction was too quick. She rubbed the fingers of one hand across her cheek, as if she was thinking intently. Then her eyes lit up and she pointed to the carousel in front of her. Well, isn't that beautiful? Oh, that's right. Speaking of amusement parks, it's a merry-go-round. It's popular in movies and idol dramas. Yeah, right? Let's go and play together. Hey, wait for me. Just when I was scratching my head and intending to follow, Jasmine turned her head and cast a cold glance at me with a sullen face. My dear, how old are you, and still play something as naive as a merry-go-round? Awoo, speaking of which, shouldn't you be the same age as you? I've been born in high school. Women like Sunflower and I can play this kind of stuff no matter how old they are, because we have a girlish heart, but wouldn't it be naive if a man plays? What? Being attacked by her relentless words, my blood tank dropped a lot and I staggered back a few steps. Today's Jasmine seems to be in a worse mood after facing me. Is it an illusion? Doesn't Mr. Bamboo play? This merry-go-round is for two people. Sunflower blinked her big innocent eyes and pointed to the toy that was constantly spinning on the round table in front of me. Indeed, although the workmanship and design are all styles that can be seen everywhere on the street, in order to serve couples or let adults and children sit, many merry-go-rounds can be used for two people, as long as the person behind supports the waist of the person in front. Originally, I wanted to sit on a two-person Trojan with Sunflower, and then let Jasmine sit on a single Trojan horse, but with my toes, I knew that not only would Sunflower reject this decision, but Jasmine might be crazy on the spot. Since my girlfriend satisfactorily satisfied me yesterday, I will let her be well. So I waved my hand generously. Haha, it's okay, you two are good friends, I can't let Jasmine be more serious than friends, let's sit together. Yeah, classmate Zhu is really gentle. Sunflower seemed to squint her eyes happily, and even the long slender ponytail on the back of her head twisted like she was about to lift into the sky. As a result, Sunflower and Jasmine were sitting on a two-person carousel, and I leaned on the guardrail with my chin and stared. Wow, it feels like a fairy tale. Yes. Sunflower sits behind, one hand symbolically pulls on Jasmine's waistcloth, the other hand stretches out into the air to make a gesture of victory, while Jasmine blushes slightly, occasionally turning back to use the rest. Guang snickered at the Sunflower. The two people seem to have a really good relationship. From my side, they seem to be just ordinary good friends. Chapter 31 Combat. But inadvertently, Jasmine gently moved her back toward the Sunflower, her face shifting more and more, and her pointed little nose screamed loudly, as if she was sniffing something. Because I'm so bored, I'm very delicate in observing this. Of course I know that Jasmine is the fragrance of sunflowers. Why do I know it? Of course, it's because I sometimes my nose into Jasmine's body so abnormally well, because of the position of my boyfriend, I pulled a strand of hair with a big fanfare. But, Jasmine really likes sunflowers, although I don't know why, she wouldn't say anything anyway. Chapter 39. But maybe you will know in the future. When I recovered, the two of them had turned several times and got off the merry-go-round. Yeah, The mood has been turned great. Sunflower spread her hands like wings and hovered in place for several times, while Jasmine showed a somewhat unfinished expression, stroking the bangs on her forehead in embarrassment when she walked to me. What are you going to play next? Now that I have finished playing the merry-go-round, I should definitely mention some other items first, preferably 3 people together. Maybe I can get together with Sunflower. Since it's an amusement park, let's play bumper cars. Jasmine calmly pointed to the bumper car captain who was lined up in the distance. Not only were there tourists in a large circle, but there was also a fierce collision from the center. Bumper cars, isn't that thing for a car with a maximum of 2 people? I immediately became embarrassed. Could it be that she and Sunflower are in the same car again, and then let me err aside? Jasmine is determined to separate me and Sunflower. While sighing, I asked intricately on my face. Are you two going to be in the same car? Well, since classmate Zhu and Jasmine are close lovers, sure enough. Isn't that of course? Do you want a weak woman in Sunflower to be hit by someone on the cruel racing track? An expression of hesitation appeared on Sunflower's face for an instant, but Jasmine immediately intervened, and neither of us could refute it with the grandiose reasons. Although they are boy and girl friends, they are also good friends who have been together since childhood. Naturally, it is impossible for Jasmine to be openly forced to show favoritism, and I still want to maintain a gentleman's manner, so I shrugged and pretended to be generous. Well, then Jasmine, you have to protect the Sunflower. Humph, of course I know, dear loving dot. It's really okay. While muttering secretly and uncomfortably, I followed the line forward. Although there are a lot of people in the queue, because there is not much time for one session and there are still a lot of vehicles in this big bumper car yard, it was our turn after only 2 rounds. I got into a yellow bumper car and fastened my seat belt. I took a deep breath and put my hands on the steering wheel. Sunflower's very enthusiastic voice can be heard from a short distance, and it seems that the 2 of them in the car are also very happy. But this kind of near-bullying isolation really makes me uncomfortable. Yes, time. Shen and I agreed that the meeting time at the entrance of the amusement park was 30 minutes after the meeting with Sunflower, which means it should be almost there. If I go out, do I have to buy another ticket? It is not the time to entangle this. A little entrance fee is nothing compared to the double date of life and death. Drop. Because I was too entangled in the dangerous situation I will face today, so I naturally ignored other current situations. Boom. After the bumper cars were powered on, all the cars in the field crashed, and as soon as I took out my phone and looked at it for a while, I was bumped to the side. Because I was caught off guard by the impact, I could only let out a scream, and my phone fell into the car accidentally. Bad. I hurriedly bent down to touch my phone. The result was that I became a static coffin, ravaged by all kinds of people driving. Boom. Snapped. What? Oh. I was like a small boat in a violent storm. The bumper car carrying me was smashed into pieces, and the impact from head to tail kept me spinning. Oh. I finally touched the phone and put it back in my pocket with a sigh of relief. The sound of tires rolling in front of me. Another car is coming. I raised my head subconsciously. Oh, classmate Zhu takes the call. In front of him were Sunflowers with a brilliant smile and Jasmine with a gloomy face. Unlike Sunflower, who is really immersed in the bumper car game, although Jasmine is smiling, her eyes are completely smiling when she meets me, even because she gets closer and closer to me, she becomes more and more gloomy. Up. Her thin lips moved slightly, and her chin rose and fell slightly. Die. Such an announcement seemed to be spit out from her lips. Although Jasmine and Sunflower reasonably allocated the right to drive this car, Jasmine, who obviously controlled the steering wheel, completely aimed at me. This guy, wouldn't you want to kill me with a bumper car? Chapter 40. Cold sweat came out of my back, and I quickly stepped on the accelerator. The engine of the dilapidated bumper car made a dull rumbling sound, and finally ran forward in my expectation. But it was only in the initial stage, and it was less than 1 meter after driving. Boom! I don't know where the car hit my ass. I slid forward in despair. Boom boom boom. I don't know who I am, where I am, who is hitting me. In short, it's a tragic one-sided bumper car that I don't want to experience in my whole life. In just a few minutes, it was like hell. The bumper car felt like a roller coaster, and after getting out of the car, I languished weakly on the guardrail next to me. Vomit. Tomorrow I haven't eaten breakfast, but I have already squatted down and gagged frantically at the flower bed. Ah, are you okay, classmate Zhu? The sunflower slapped on my back with a worried look and bends down from behind is like an angel. Even if I show such a shameful look, she actually cares about me. Cut, take it for yourself. Jasmine stuck out her tongue, completely horrible as she wanted me to die. I raised my head with some loose eyes, and my face suddenly changed. Time, the time now is. I yanked my phone out of my pocket, and the time displayed was 10:32. Ah, bad! I screamed and rushed out. Hey, where are you going? This time it was classmate Sunflower's turn to be silent and stunned, but Jasmine shouted at me in a puzzled manner. I'm not feeling well, so find a place to rest. Let's play first. I yelled to them from my back. Chapter 32 Flaws. Ho ha ho ha. When I panted and ran to the gate of the amusement park, another 2 minutes passed. There are still people coming and going, and I am anxiously looking for Shen. She had already arranged an appointment with me, specially postponed the appointment to this late. If it is too late, it would be too unreasonable. Wandering a little bit, I saw the target. Shen, she is indeed waiting for me. However, that outfit is really jaw-dropping. Dressed in ancient costumes that look like people from ancient times, the upper body is a blue hanfu, both hands are hidden in long sleeves, the lower body is a white fluffy hakama, and the hand is a small embroidered bag. Unlike the sensational dress she saw yesterday, she actually took an older route today. And the purple hair was tied into a ball, a green hairpin was crossed in the middle, and the plain white face under the hair curtain had a quite peaceful atmosphere. Such a beautiful girl in ancient costume standing at the gate of the playground. No matter how beautiful she is, this is definitely a picture full of disharmony, so the guests who come and go cast curious eyes at her, and some even pull out. I used my mobile phone to take pictures. Xiuan unexpectedly showed no dissatisfaction with this, completely ignoring passers-by. But her expressionless face immediately collapsed when she saw me. Ah, it's Au. After she saw me, she exaggerated and showed a sweet smile immediately, and cautiously carried the skirt and walked towards me. The cuteness made me look intently. Coming to stand in front of me, Shen even heard an indescribable scent of flowers. Ah, ah, ah! Shen, why do you dress like this? I opened my mouth and closed my mouth like an oxygen-deficient fish, and my face couldn't hide the surprise. Shen just secretly smiled with her mouth covered. It's more interesting this way, and if women want to be attractive to men, they naturally have to dress up differently. Yes, that's it. Alright, let's go play. When I was speechless, Shen had already taken my hand in an impatient manner, and walked towards the playground with his mouth raised very happily. Ah, wait a minute, I'll buy a ticket. Oh, you have worked hard, Au. After I queued up to buy tickets, Shen finally smiled at me again, and extended his hand again. Oh, it's so lively here. If you don't hold your hands, it's easy to get lost. She meant to hold hands with me, I understand. After all, we have maintained a close relationship ever since we were young. But when I was about to walk into the playground, I hesitated. After running out in a hurry, I left Jasmine and Sunflower behind, just to come to deal with Ziwan. By the way, the two groups of people found out each other. If Sunflower saw him holding hands with her inside, then the name of the cheating scumbag would be taken seriously. What? No, it's not just the problem of the scumbag, Shen, who will be angry at that time. There is no way to imagine what a tragic scene at that time. If you don't hold hands, you can run away first and explain afterwards. If you hold hands, Seeing my hesitation and the subtle distortion of my face, Shen's eyes narrowed. Chapter 41. Ayu, what are you waiting for? Hey? I just feel a bit. What's the matter? Don't you want to hold hands with me? Shen's smile is still bright, but she always feels that her tone has become more and more gloomy unknowingly. No. Just. I faltered like a little rabbit who had met a big bad wolf. Shen had already taken a step forward without authorization, her body pressed against me. What is it, or did you despise me after seeing the girls in the city? Wow, this is already a murderous smile. What? Shen's face showed a surprised expression for a moment, and then she showed a full smile. It was like a piece of ice was put into magma, the ice before was completely gone, and the whole face was relaxed. Really, just talk about this kind of thing directly, Ayu, what is our relationship? Her face was red, with an expression that I had touched the softest part of my heart. Nice, that's a foolish pass. I breathed a sigh of relief in my heart, and the next step was to have fun with her. Following the flow of people into the playground again, I thought about what to play with Shen. Because I told Jasmine Sunflower earlier that I was not feeling well. Find a place to rest and let them play by themselves, so I can buy some time first. Thinking this way, I made a decision. Aster, let's take a merry-go-round. Yes. It is true that an amusement park is a merry-go-round. She nodded vigorously and readily agreed. Although that statement seems familiar, now is not the time to entangle it. Because I have played this with Jasmine and others before, they should go inside the amusement park, as long as they play with the outskirts of Xiuan first, there is no problem. Thinking about this, I bought a ticket for the merry-go-round and walked into the wooden horse field where the last group of people had disappeared with Xiuan. Before, I could only watch them playing outside, but I didn't think it was my turn to play. While sighing, I pointed to a two-person Trojan horse. Let's sit on this together. Wow, it's actually two people together, this one is great too. The expectant stars appeared in Shen's eyes, but she suddenly flushed femininely. What's the matter? Noting that she didn't sit up, but was daunting on the spot with some trouble, I tilted my head in confusion. The culottes I am wearing are too tight to step on. Shen said softly, covering her face embarrassedly. This. I grumbled a mouthful of water. There is really no way. Then I will help you up. Okay. Her expression was quite shaken, and her whole face blushed into a maple leaf. Although Shen is also a tall and beautiful girl, her body is still very light. I held her waist with my hands and just carried her up. The bottom of the hakama was slightly lifted when she crossed the horseback with her feet, revealing the light blue embroidered shoes with gilt edges, and of course the thin ankles. I took a sharp breath to prevent myself from being immersed in the current abnormal thoughts, and after Shen had settled down, I also stepped on the horse's back afterwards. I will support you. Okay. With Shen's permission, I put my hands on her waist. Shen's waist is quite slim. Compared with the slightly plump buttocks and breasts, the waist looks very small. Even in ancient costumes wrapped in layers of clothing, you can feel elastic skin. I always feel that this is a very novel experience. Shen, who turned her back to me, murmured something in a good mood. Although she can only be seen from behind, she can probably be judged by her red ears that she is still quite happy. Although I don't understand her very well, and until now I can't figure out Shin's true character, but now I should be successful to please her. Thinking of this, I felt relieved a lot, letting my chest bear the slight pressure on her back, feeling the beautiful body of the young girl who was constantly eroding by Yuxiang. Next, the merry-go-round started, and Shin and I kept a somewhat ambiguous atmosphere and went around the middle pillar more than 20 times before stopping. After getting off the Trojan horse, I briefly spent 1 second walking from the exit. Next to the exit is the console, where 2 staff members are monitoring and switching equipment. Babble. As I passed by them, I clearly heard someone making a surprised voice. How? Then came the question from the person next to him. I just think that guy isn't, forget it, illusion. Chapter 42. Baffling. Listening to the conversation between the 2 people, my heart jumped wildly. What is this thing? Why did that person recognize me? I obviously only had to lean on the railing and watch Jasmine and Sunflower play happily before. But fortunately, this is just their casual nonsense, and Shin shouldn't take it to heart. Chapter 33. Ayu, what are you going to play next? This, I think. Did it die? At this moment, the phone vibrated undeadly. I frowned and took out my phone to see what was going on. It was a text message, sent by Jasmine. How on earth are you doing? Does it matter to you? Really, I'm still worried about me. I'm not asking for Sunflower. Didn't I ask you to go play first? I silently complained about her meaningless inquiries in my heart, and I put the phone back in my pocket after sending out "You play with me first and I will contact you." Shin, why not play that target shooting game? The bumper cars in the middle are something I definitely don't want to play a second time, so I skipped it. Oh, that's not bad too. Then we took the air rifle next to us and started to play up the balloons. In fact, on the way, I was always worried about what to do if I bumped into Jasmine Sunflower, then it would become completely impossible to explain. Fortunately, the of fate seems to be on my side, and I haven't seen them both after playing for about 30 minutes. It seems that Jasmine really held the Sunflower very well, and the 2 of them should have been having fun now, ha 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 ha. Feeling smug in my heart, I looked at Shin, who was holding a teddy bear next to me. This is the trophy we 2 won at the shooting booth next to us. We didn't have very good shooting skills. After 5 challenges, we finally won all of them and won the first prize. Although Shin and the doll bear in ancient costumes don't seem to match, I feel a little relieved seeing her squinting and happy. Ayu, what do you think about going for lunch now? You didn't get up late before, so you haven't eaten yet. Shin tilted her head like a kitten, looked at the passage leading to the mall next door, and proposed to me. Because the amusement park and the mall next door are the same investment company and it was planned to seamlessly connect the 2 from the beginning, it was unexpected that there would also be a passage to the mall next door. This is indeed a good choice. However, doesn't this mean that I can't get close to Jasmine and the others for a while, right? Oh, okay, let's go. Although it was difficult in my heart, I was determined not to be shaken on the surface, so I had no choice but to walk openly with Ziwan to the mall. So, what do you want to eat? Ayu, what do you think? Well, since you are wearing ancient costumes, why not eat Sichuan food? I have seen on the internet there is a restaurant with a very good evaluation. Although I don't know if the 2 are necessarily connected, I still tell the store I have investigated in advance, because the taste is said to be really good, and Shin should be satisfied. Yet. After that, we came to a Sichuan restaurant on the 2nd floor of a shopping mall. The door here is also made of black wood like an ancient Chinese restaurant, and the red, yellow, and yellow wallpaper is pasted on it. It is really impressive. Kind guest, do I need something? Please show me the menu. Shin, do you have anything you like to eat? Hehe, as long as Ayu likes it, I can do it. We sat down face to face, I absently ordered a few dishes in front of the menu, and then began to think about what to do next. It's been almost an hour. Jasmine and Sunflower probably will have to wait impatiently, but now they have no chance to leave. What should be done? What should be done? What should be done? My heart has become a mess, and the anxiety from my heart makes my stomach cramp so much that I have to hold my stomach to hold it back. Hey? Ew, your complexion doesn't look good, is it uncomfortable? Hey? No, no, I just think the spicy flavor of the Sichuan restaurant is really strong, but it doesn't work if I smell it, ha 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 ha. Is there? I don't feel anything. If it doesn't work, let's change to another store. Don't. It's okay, just here. I stopped her sweating profusely, and then I started racking my brains and talking about trying to divert attention. Shen, why are you wearing these things these days? Well, because life in the city is so colorful, maybe Au has been hooked away by the girls in the city. If this is the case, you can't compete with them in fashion, you can only follow the old style. Ha ha ha, how is it possible? Although I live in the city, I still retain my original intentions like a country boy. As expected of Au, he is a perfect Superman. Obviously, I was talking about very boring topics, and Shen was so happy that it really made me feel bad. Is someone like me really qualified to date her casually like this? Or is it better to be honest about everything? As expected, it will become a Azura field. Anyway, Shen said that she had been here for a while, as long as she survived it, she would assume that nothing happened. Because my expression changed somewhat honestly with my mental state, my facial muscles were pulling, and Shen seemed to have noticed it. Au, what's the matter with you? My face is still not so good as expected. Haha. That. Could it be that you are hiding something from me? Shen's smile became weird again, and even her voice was instantly lowered by several degrees. In fact, I really have something to say. Oh? What is it? Why do you keep refusing to say it? Is it really sorry for me? No, that's... Chapter 43. I sweated and waved my hands, my eyes wandered extremely, racking my brains to think about the prevarication methods. The first thing I said should not be too plain, it will not constitute a reason for me to conceal, but I can't tell the truth. Ah, yes, that's it. I was so anxious that I stretched out my finger against Shen's clothes. Well, actually, I think Shen, you are very beautiful and have a good body. If only you can wear a beautiful swimsuit. Hey! Shen blinked, and then let out a cry in surprise. Ah, Au, have you been thinking about this? Yeah, I like it very much, because Shen is protruding forward and backward. I am also an adolescent man. There is no way to think of something lustful in my head. If you feel nauseous, I'm really sorry. Anyway, I am like this. But I really want to see Shen you wear a swimsuit. It would be better if you can go to the beach with you. I don't know what I'm talking nonsense anymore, I just think of what to say anyway. Shen, who was sitting across from me, was stunned in shock. It turned out to be like this, Au, you've grown up, that. Although I'm a little surprised, I still like you a lot. Well, it's here anyway. If you want to see it, let's go to the store to buy it later. It's not impossible. Shen responded with a sweet voice, touching her cheek as if she was intoxicated in the honey I poured her into. It should be said that women are all non-exaggerated species. Sure enough, she is a little airy now, there should be no problem. The next dishes are served one after another. They are all well-known Sichuan dishes. It is worthy of being one of the 4 major cuisines in my country. Whether it is Mapo tofu, Kung Pao chicken, and Ching Cheng mountain ginkgo stewed chicken, they are all delicious, and they are also very special. Yes, it's very spicy. Ha 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 ha. After only a few mouthfuls, I felt like the inside of my mouth was burning. It was spicy and painful, and I could only keep drinking cold water. Ayu, are you okay? Shen, who was sitting across from me, cast a caring look. The reason why she didn't lose her attitude was probably because she snorted and sips when the food cools a little bit. Then she sips and eats slowly. Hey, it's all right. With a wry smile, I took out my phone and checked the time. Not good, not only did a lot of time have passed, but Jasmine sent a message a few minutes ago asking for my position, and her tone of voice was already quite impatient. Oops. Cold sweat oozes from my forehead, which is delicious and sweaty. Otherwise, this kind of abnormal behavior might trigger Shen's suspicion again. But... Shen, my stomach hurts. Ayu, are you okay? Shen, who was sitting across from me and still eating tofu, looked at me in surprise when I dropped a spoon, and looked at me worriedly while wiping the corners of his mouth. Maybe the food here is too spicy, and I don't feel comfortable in my stomach. But I ate it for 10 minutes. I am going to the toilet, I have to wait here for Mi Xiuan. Yes, it is. Shen was sitting on the chair with a caring expression, and I hurriedly got up and stumbled outside the door. It wasn't until I got to the first floor that I took a breath and took out my phone by the way. It's really worrying. It's been an hour, and I haven't been with them. I don't know if Jasmine and Sunflower will think too much. I texted them and told them my location, and I started waiting for them at the interface between the amusement park and the mall. Before long, Jasmine and Sunflowers came in front of them. The two people seemed to be in a relaxed mood, probably having a good time in the playground, each holding an ice cream in his hand. Where have you been? As soon as she stood in front of her, Jasmine started to count her head and face to me. Sure enough, in public, she also used the identity of a girlfriend to vent her dissatisfaction with me, although it is still my own self-inflicted feeling. As you can see, I just got sick and left for a while. If you feel uncomfortable, you have to sit in the mall for an hour. Just when the atmosphere between us became a little stiff, an ice cream was inserted between the two of us. Chapter 34 2 Meals. Okay, don't bother you, Jasmine is also worried about classmate Zhu. I didn't. Student Zhu, look, Jasmine bought one specially for you when she came over. Sunflower laughed and licked the ice cream in her left hand, and handed me the ice cream in her right hand by the way. Thank you. I took it subconsciously, and then Sunflower naturally took Jasmine's hand and greeted me. Student Bamboo, where should I go for lunch? Well, I think the dessert shop, it's the one on the first floor. I wiped the sweat formed in the corners of my eyes unknowingly, and put on a natural smile. But my mood right now is definitely ups and downs like riding a roller coaster. After all, Ziwan is still in the Sichuan restaurant on the second floor, so I definitely can't go there. If I am seen when passing by, it will be over. Also, I said to go to the toilet. I guess I can't leave for too long. What if Shen waits in a hurry? All kinds of embarrassing thoughts came up in my mind, and I felt like I wanted to die in an instant. Okay, Jasmine used to go to the nearby dessert shop with me. By the way, her favorite is mousse. What's the matter with you, Mr. Zhu? Your lips are very red. What? I subconsciously touched my lips. The scorching sensation still remains when eating Sichuan food, because it is too spicy. Embarrassing, if you don't hide it well, you might be found out. I wiped it quickly, then licked the ice cream. Chapter 44. No, that's an illusion, don't worry, it may be caused by irritation or something. Well, let's go. Because I used a vague voice to get through, Sunflower is not suspicious at all, and Jasmine, who is indifferent to me and even hates me, will not be entangled in this kind of thing, so I successfully confuse the past. In a sense it's really great. That person. What's wrong with Xiaomei? Because it's a shopping mall with good business, there are two welcoming ladies next to the aisle. When they saw me, they stood casually, but when I met with Jasmine Sunflower, they passed by and they planned to go inside. At the dessert shop, one of them frowned, with a confused look on his face. Ah, didn't a man come in with a girl in ancient costumes? Yes, what's the matter? I always feel that this boy is the one who accompanied the girl in front, but now he is playing with other women again. Really, although I can't confirm if I read it wrong, there is an 8-point similarity between two people. Don't worry, it's work time now. This is just a casual chat between two people. Generally speaking, whether it is Jasmine Sunflower or Shen, I don't care about it, and I don't even notice the sound. But I, who is particularly sensitive to double dating, have my cold hair erected in an instant. It was discovered. I'm not sure, but someone passing by has noticed me. Because Shen's dress is quite public and she is very cute, it is difficult for people not to remember her, and I was also impressed with her at the same time. If this goes on, maybe my double date will be exposed. If someone who has something good runs to Shen and talks about it, I will be dead. An alarm bell rang in my heart, and I squeezed my fist nervously. Absolutely must not be exposed. Miss, please give me strawberry mousse. For me, just this macaron that looks fancy. Black Forest. By the way, another pot of orange tea. Okay, guest. This is a very stylish dessert shop. The main product is a variety of sweets, but the drinks are also unique, and the waitresses wear black and white uniforms, and the short skirts are slender legs. People have to sigh with the boss's insight. Of course, I think that the maid coffee shop where Sunflower works is also a place of insight. In short, after we ordered our own things, we sat around the table and chatted together. But it was mainly Jasmine and Sunflower chatting, because the two of them seemed to have played a lot of entertainment when I was away, and now they are still thinking about it. Oh Jasmine, don't you think the pirate ship we're on is very interesting? Don't you think that ship hoo is swaying around, even we think we want I was thrown out. It does feel very exciting. There is also a haunted house. Although I know that there will be no ghosts jumping out, but I always feel that the atmosphere is very good, as if there are really ghosts behind. This, not bad too. Hehe, these are all places that can test your guts. Wait for Jasmine, don't you consider going to play with classmate Zhu again? Babble. What? Jasmine and I looked dumbfounded at Sunflower at the same time, but she was just gushing happily. Oh, you are not a couple. It is a rare occasion to invite me this light bulb and let me occupy Jasmine for a whole morning. I am embarrassed, so it is okay to let you get along for a while in the afternoon and let me watch it by the side. No, I just want to play with Sunflower. Jasmine's face flushed red for no idea, she seemed to be very saddened by Sunflower's remarks. After a quick glance at me, she took Sunflower's arm and pressed her closely to her with a touched look. Jasmine, you are really my good friend. You can't forget me. I always felt that the two of them were playing a bitter drama similar to Lee Flag, but I really felt jealous of Jasmine's indifferent attitude. On the bright side, you are still my girlfriend. Hey, why didn't you look at me before? Be careful, I will punish you. I angrily took a bite of the black forest that was sent to me, and then... Shen. The sudden speech made me spray the cake out of my mouth. Cough 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 cough. Ah, what's wrong with you, San? What a shame, what are you doing? Cough 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 cough. See. I pinched my neck in pain to let my breathing flow smoothly, and I still looked at them both in shock. It's nothing, I mean the shin here is pretty good. Jasmine had an inexplicable look. She pointed to the table on the opposite side of the aisle away from us. There was a vase on it with a few aster flowers in it. In a small indoor space, a few of them shone purple on the surface. The flowers swayed like a dance, indeed beautiful. Oh, it turned out to be a flower, it scared me to death. I breathed a sigh of relief, and then smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I got it wrong, ha ha ha. Don't be nervous, take tea. It's really inexplicable. Compared with the sunflower who always smiles, Jasmine's thorny attitude makes me angry, but now it's definitely not the time to get angry. Wiping the corners of my mouth, I gobbled up the cake, showing a flamboyant expression on my face. Chapter 45. Oh, my stomach hurts. What? What's wrong with you again? Jasmine, who was sitting opposite, opened her eyes wide, as if she was puzzled by my abnormality today. Sunflower's face was surprised and anxious. Does it really matter? It doesn't matter, I'll go to the toilet, you two will wait for me here. Ah, are you really okay? Why don't you buy some medicine? Let him go, Sunflower, let's sit down for a while. Oh, Jasmine is so enthusiastic today, she is so serious with regard to friends and despise. When I turned my head and left, there came the flirting and scolding voices of Sunflower and Jasmine, which made me quite bitter. Now is not the time to care about how they are, we must get out safely. After checking out the lunch at the dessert shop, I hurried back to the Sichuan restaurant, and Chen really sat in position. Sorry, I'm late. Ah, Ayu, it's okay. Her previous expression looked a little melancholy, as if she was thinking of something sad, but she smiled immediately after seeing me, which made me feel a little relieved. Sitting back in my seat, I found that the dishes were all cold, but I had hardly been passive. Hey, Shen, didn't you eat it? I didn't call you. No, Ayu, I don't have an appetite if you are away. After all, I have to eat together. Shen said, dragging his chin and staring at me tenderly. Staring at her with all kinds of complicated expressions, I felt that my back was starting to chill. Calm, I keep reminding myself that there is no problem. Although I just ate and drank at the dessert shop, I was not hungry at all, but Shen must not find anything wrong, so I chuckled and continued to pick up the chopsticks. Let's eat. Okay. Chapter 35 Swimsuits. Next, I fought a variety of Sichuan dishes that were so spicy that I didn't even feel my mouth. Finally, I checked out and walked out of the Sichuan restaurant. Because I hurriedly said that I wanted to see Shen's swimsuits before, she really took me to the popular swimsuit store. Fortunately, it was on the 4th floor, so I don't have to worry about bumping into Jasmine and the others for now. However, the eyes of passers-by bothered me quite a bit. Look, what kind of fancy clothes that girl is wearing. Are you taking a photo shoot? Then that person is a photographer. Women are so cute, I want to strike up a conversation. In short, all kinds of rumors spread into my ears, and I am a man who looks a little different in the women's swimsuit store, and all kinds of eyes also make me restless. Fortunately, the enthusiastic saleswoman has already greeted her. 2 guests, what do you need? Please recommend me some swimsuits. Okay, here is the latest style in May. The summer vacation is coming, and the company has already launched preferential measures. Shen dealt with the clerk with ease, her strong communication skills shocked me a bit, and then she put a lot of racks with swimsuits in front of me for advice. How about, which one do you think is the best? This, the one-piece style is good. Doesn't it look like a naive student? It's okay, girls should show less. Oh, is really conservative, but I also think it's pretty good. After careful consideration, I chose a dark blue one-piece swimsuit that seemed uncharacteristic among a bunch of colorful swimsuits with open back and navel. This seemingly conservative choice actually has a lot of ways, so I have to mention the characteristics of the one-piece swimsuit. That is, it can perfectly wrap the female body, like a container, protecting the girl's beautiful body, and at the same time, the tight restraint force makes their concave and convex body to be arrogantly fucked. Yes, this is better than nothing, which is the advantage of one-piece swimsuits that cannot be ignored compared to split swimsuits. Standing in front of me, Shin seemed to be seriously thinking about which one is better. In addition to the ones I recommended, she also selected a few styles with rather fancy patterns, and then walked to the fitting room. Do you want to come in? Hee, just kidding, but it takes a while for me to take off this dress, please wait a moment. Wait a minute. Then I will avoid it first. My eyes widened, and I was 10 meters away from the twisted Shin, and I looked like I was going to the ends of the world. It doesn't need to be that far. It's okay, because when Shin takes off his clothes, I just imagined that I would not be able to resist the one who was on the same floor as you. For your safety, I will go to the first floor and wait. I'm so excessive about Ao's charm. Shin blushed and played with her fingers happily. When I found the opportunity, I rushed downstairs directly for reasons of making up. When I returned to the dessert shop panting, Jasmine was still chatting with Sunflower quite enthusiastically. In fact, I still can't understand why the two of their classmates have so many topics, but now is not the time to entangle this. I originally wanted to get closer to Sunflower today, and then look for opportunities to suggest that I am actually interesting to her. Try to see if she can get the bait for her novice in love, but seeing my weak presence in front of them today, all plans can only be postponed. Hello. I suffocated my breath and sat back in my seat, sweating profusely, causing Jasmine and Sunflower to show surprise expressions at the same time. Student Bamboo, what's the matter with you? Could it be the wrong place? Chapter 46. You guy, has been missing for so long. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha, it's okay, I just went to the toilet and I didn't expect my stomach to be so weak, ha 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 ha. Your mouth. Jasmine squinted her eyes and stared at my lips with a weird look. What? Only then did I think about it, because mapo tofu is really too spicy, and even after it cools off, it still gives me a heavy attack on my lips. In short, my appearance is still ugly, probably a sausage mouth. No, it's okay, I found there is a store selling spicy strips, I couldn't help but buy a pack of them. I didn't think it was so spicy, ha ha ha. Buy spicy noodles on the way to the toilet. Sunflower tilted her head as if she was curious about it. And Jasmine was completely indifferent to my rhetoric, she just moved her buttocks intimately to the Sunflower side, always feeling very sad. Just because I had eaten that brand when I was a child, and then I never saw it again. Now I finally have the opportunity, I can't wait to take it apart and eat it. I didn't expect it to be so spicy. Hey, classmate Zhu is really humorous. Cut, it's really inexplicable. Jasmine's attitude was completely different from that of Sunflower, except that she raised her legs like a queen, and coldly faced me with her beautiful side face. I can only touch my head and laugh. But the stomach is really overwhelmed. It seems that the power of Sichuan cuisine is really not covered. So, student Zhu, can you still eat it? That said, my stomach really hurts because of the spicy strips. It seems that it is no blessing to suffer from desserts, ha 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 ha. While perfunctory, I finally found a reason not to continue eating. What a joke, Sichuan food alone is enough to fill my stomach. If I eat a little cake, my stomach will really explode. So where do you go next? It's rare, let's go buy some clothes. Sunflower looked at us with a smile. Because I must go back to the beach during the summer vacation. I have to prepare a new swimsuit. Last year, Jasmine complained that the laces of the previous one were too loose and slipped off halfway through the swim. Why not buy a new one? Hey, Sunflower! As if she had been publicly executed, Jasmine pushed Sunflower embarrassingly. Hehe, what does it matter? Can't you even talk about these things in front of your boyfriend? Woo, not so. After the distressed Jasmine met my gaze, she finally turned her head in anger. If I heard that they are going to buy swimwear under normal circumstances, I must be very happy and agree with both hands, but today I have investigated. The swimwear store here is on the 4th floor, because it's the tail stage of the spring sale recently, maybe there will be discounts. When Sunflower said these words, I was so scared that I almost lost my soul. It's really the pot that doesn't open and which one to mention. It was clear that Chen led Chen to the swimsuit store on the 4th floor to avoid them. Sunflower actually asked to go to that floor so desperately. But, wearing a swimsuit in front of him. Oh, don't little Jasmine be shy, it's just a normal swimsuit. Woo, okay. Blushing and muttering a few words that I couldn't hear, Jasmine made up her mind and nodded. And my face became pale. Me, I'll go to the toilet again. Babble. When I stood up, the eyes of Sunflower and Jasmine were already so surprised. I'm having trouble again, it seems that spicy strips are too spicy, ha 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 ha. I hurriedly perfunced them, and rushed out of the dessert shop like the wind. 3 steps on the escalator and 2 steps forward, I finally returned to the swimsuit sales area at a critical moment. You can see Shen looking around looking for me from a distance, and the expression on her face is also subtly anxious. Aster. I waved to her and ran over. She breathed a sigh of relief after seeing me. Ayu, where have you been, eh? Why are you breathing so eagerly? I was chased by a dog. How come? There are dogs in the mall. Shen's eyes widened, and then he condemned with indignation. Really, it must be an unqualified person who brings pets to public places casually and it is not easy to take care of them, but Ayu, you are not bitten. No, Ohu. When I raised my head, I couldn't help but shake. Shen's white, satin-like skin unexpectedly fits with the black swimsuit fabric, because her swimsuit has a V-shaped neckline on the chest, from which she can see her flawless skin, and the 2 bulging are wrapped in the fabric. She looks graceful in shape, from shoulders to waist to crotch, her black tight swimsuit outlines her round and curled buttocks very sexy. In a nutshell, it is the perfect swimsuit. This is too sexy, my TM social security. Chapter 47. Chapter 36 Changing Room. Really, Ayu, don't you suddenly make a strange noise to scare me. Shocked by my sudden Ohu, Shen's white cheeks turned red, and her already charming face added a bit of charm. She looked away a little embarrassedly, probably because she was shy in a bathing suit in front of me. It was the conservative Shen. Although I was unexpectedly aggressive when I was alone, it was inherently easy to be shy in front of the crowd. I swallowed my saliva, stared at the hills raised by her plump breasts, and then shook my head desperately as if remembering something. Ayu, what's wrong with you? No, I think this swimsuit is pretty good, that's it. I hope you can wear it and go to the beach with me. What? Shen's eyes widened, as if listening to some big news, but a smile immediately appeared at the corner of her mouth, like a child who had gotten her favorite toy, her snow-white legs rubbed in a twisting manner. Oh, Ayu, you are really impatient, but I don't have the right to say just hee hee, as expected, Au, you are the best in this complicated world. The beautiful body of youth and exquisite body is only wrapped in a tight-fitting swimsuit, and Shin's expression is so shy and full of expectation. If it was the previous one, I might be overwhelmed and knelt down to propose. Wait a minute, Jasmine and others. I finally broke free from the infinite fantasy of Shin, sweating profusely, and interrupted Shin, who was posing in a lovely pose with his head slightly sideways in front of me. Xiuan, I think, you are such a cute girl, you need more cute clothes, so the 5th and 5th floors are the fashion area, let's go there and take a look. In any case, you must send Shin away when Jasmine and Sunflower reach this level. Is that right? Okay, then I'll change it back. Shin was startled, and immediately showed a very happy expression. As she walked back, I ran back non-stop. Hurry up, now hurry up and get together with Jasmine and the others. I always feel that I have been exhausted all day, am I insane? But thinking of after the incident was revealed, my stomach hurts, and I became more determined to stop it. However, just as I was about to rush to the escalator, what I saw was the Sunflower and Jasmine walking up from the lower level talking and laughing. Among them, Jasmine said this while operating her mobile phone. Doo-doo. My phone rang. Where are you? Sunflower and I went to the 4th floor to buy swimsuits. What a mess. Can't you wait for me? A heart hit my throat, and I ran back hurriedly. If I guessed correctly, the largest swimwear store closest to Shin will become their first stop. If this is the case, they will definitely meet together, and then I can't show my face at all. In this case, Shin can only be dragged into the locker room. Hey, gentlemen, you can't go in. Ignoring the astonished clerk, I rushed to the dressing room area. Aster. As I was chasing after me, I saw that Xiuan walked into one of the locker rooms of the store. I was quick to open the curtains and rushed in. Ah. Of course I was faced with Shin's cries of surprise and shame. So, she just walked in and planned to change her swimsuit. So what I face is Shin in a swimsuit. Aster, wait a minute. When she moved her lips to say something, I stepped forward and covered her mouth. Because the dressing room is relatively narrow, I directly cling to her in an ambiguous posture as if pressing her. Woo. Her face was so red, her delicate body was struggling slightly, and she looked at me incredulously. Because I was so close to her, I suddenly felt a scent. Her body is so soft, and it clearly gives me a strong feeling, but now she is both well behaved and quiet. Ziwan. Calm down, I have something to tell you. Her big eyes blinked a few times, and then nodded. I was relieved. Success. But immediately, I felt my body suddenly become hot and unexplainable. Staring at Shin carefully, I know the reason. We are clinging to each other in an ambiguous posture, especially face to face, almost about to bump into it, and her big watery eyes have been looking at me expectantly, her cute yao nose is also moving, her cheeks are red and white. The beautiful long purple hair spreads out like blooming flowers in the chaos, showing the girl's water-like tenderness. Guru! What a stunning beauty, as a man, I can't stand it at all. Faced with such a Aster, I was really intolerable. I really want to leave this city, and her. Wow, this swimsuit is really erotic, Jasmine, don't you give it a try. Chapter 48. No, this scale is too big. From outside came the refreshing chattering of Sunflower and Jasmine. My face changed again. Oops, lousy. No matter what plans I have next, the top priority should be to solve the time bomb caused by double dating. Fortunately, Shin in front of me didn't hear other voices at all, but stared at me with intoxication. In this case, hide with her for a while, and wait for Jasmine and Sunflower to finish their activities in this area before going out. Au, what do you want to say? Why are you so anxious? Shen asked me expectantly in a super nice voice. What? This is completely distorted atmosphere. And she was close to me, her soft body was warmly felt by me. What to do? I took a breath and looked at her bewilderedly, my mind was also spinning fast. Think of a way, you must think of a way to delay. Because I have a lot to say to you, I have been unable to say it, but I can't stand it anymore when I saw you were so beautiful before. My throat twitched, and I said half-truths. Ziwan's face was already red as tomato, and she continued to ask in a coyly voice. Then, what are you talking about? I think you are so cute. Anything else? Also, you know housework well and you are very caring. Anything else? Also, you have always maintained your innocence, which makes me envious. Virginity. Shen's face suddenly changed. And I yelled badly. It felt like I had stepped on a landmine. In short, the temperature in the locker room dropped suddenly. Ayu, what do you mean? Ayu, do you have no virginity anymore? Although she still asked in a soft voice, Shen's breath became cold and dark unknowingly, and her eyes turned into a deep to black purple that lost her luster. My whole body shuddered suddenly. No, it's not. Ayu, what you want to say is that you don't have virginity anymore, so you want to get rid of me? Don't worry, I will definitely kill the guy who took your virginity and let you be by my side forever. Although the smile is still perfect and radiant, the look in his eyes has become cold and frosty, and I think I have a knife stuck in my neck. No, it's not like this. I mean innocence, just like a child's innocent happiness. Ah, that's it, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Shen suddenly put on a sunny smile and stuck out his tongue playfully. It really scared me to death. I changed my face in an instant. Is the hideous expression in front of me an illusion? With a sigh of relief, I continued. Well, Shen, do we have many memories? There is still a lot to say, can you listen to me? I listen to me, Ayu, tell me, it takes as long as you want. Shen showed a terribly touched expression, her eyes moist as if she was about to cry. My brain turned so fast, I started to talk nonsense. As for the occasional mobile phone vibration in my pocket, I naturally have no time to take care of it. Chapter 37 The crisis is lifted. Wow! I don't know how long it has been. Anyway, from the noisy external environment, I can no longer hear the conversation between Jasmine and Sunflower. I guess they should have gone to another store. If this is the case, it's okay to come out. So I opened the curtain, and sneaked out for a while, and realized that the Sunflower and Jasmine were indeed gone, so I took Xiuan's hand out with a sigh of relief. But what? I found that the scene of a man and a woman suddenly coming out of the locker room is too conspicuous, especially Shen's face has turned red, the youth jade body in swimsuits is also a little nervously stiff, and we are squeezed into the dressing room. Being in the room for so long made her hairstyle a bit messy. In short, we became the focus of passers-by and shop assistants. Although most people pretend that nothing has happened, some good people have already looked at us with ambiguous eyes, and even whispered to each other while covering their mouths, vaguely hearing things such as "the young people are so bold now" and "the dressing room. The door is about to appear, the door of the swimsuit is about to fire" is such inexplicable words. Originally, it would be fine if it was just talked about, but when someone took out the phone and seemed to want to shoot us, my face turned pale. What a joke, if I was found hiding with Shen for so long and then spread to the internet to become a celebrity, my social life would be wiped out. Therefore, I quickly pulled Shen, who was still in a trance, and put her ancient costume in the dressing room on her as a shawl, and covered my face and walked towards the counter. "Miss, I want to buy this one worn by her. Take it away without taking it off." With red eyes, I spoke to the clerk in an almost roaring voice. The cashier in front of me was obviously shocked by me. Chapter 49. Good, 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 if you don't plan to let the lady take it off, sir, just let me scan the barcode on the label. Okay. While I was talking, I glanced at Shen, who was barely standing by my side, and his face was in a trance of happiness. No, it's not good, her face is so red, and her eyes are full of stars, as if she is planning a shameful future. Fortunately, the label was not hung on the hips but only on the back, so after the clerk scanned the barcode, I hurriedly paid the money and then pulled Xiuan out of the swimwear shop. For safety, I directly pulled her down the escalator. Go. Ah, Au, where are you going? Shen, who was in a trance, suddenly woke up and followed me unhurriedly. I have to say that the combination of wearing a swimsuit on the inside and an ancient costume on the outside is incompatible with the explosion, but I just want to escape the danger zone early, so it's no problem. When Shen spoke to me, I slowed down and turned my head anxiously. That one. Okay. She stared at me with clear eyes, and the corners of her mouth were raised cutely. The green shirt is fluttering, and the braided hair hangs down smoothly, which is really cute. It almost makes my heart beat faster. Facing such a cute Shen, most people will definitely want to stay with her for a while, but I took a deep breath. I have a stomachache, maybe I'm not in good health, so today's date, can we end here? How come? It took me a long time to summon up the courage to say this, and Shen on the opposite side showed a surprised expression, but then her slender hand was gently placed on my forehead. Au, are you okay? In fact, I also think your complexion is wrong, and you are really sick. I blame it. If you find that your complexion is not good yesterday, you should not be forced to date you. With that, Shen's face lowered, and she blamed herself as if she was about to cry. Hey, my conscience hurts so much. Wait, it's actually not that serious. You don't have to comfort me, it's all my fault. No, because it is Shen, I want to date you even if I am sick. Really? Really? Her expression of weeping suddenly opened up, and she smiled like a clear rain. Then, Au, today you have to go home and have a good rest. I'm going to do my own business too. I nodded frantically, admiring my wisdom in my heart. That's great, and only my IQ can solve the problem of double dating. Then Au, I will take you home first. Then Shen's words immediately made me gossip. Fuck off, if I go home now, I can't get close to Sunflower. What's worse is that I don't know if I've been dating half of the time with them today, and my dating performance is also terrible. In this case, will I not be able to try to capture the lovely and sunny Sunflower soon? Cold sweat came out from behind, and I waved my hands quickly. No, although I'm sick, but I'm a man for the time being, how can I ask a girl to take me home? I just need to take a taxi. Really? She sniffed, looking guilty. Ah, my conscience hurts, because I really can't face my ugly self, so I turned my head. It's true. Au, you are so gentle. Shen smiled mysteriously, as if relieved, she distanced herself from me and waved her hands somewhat happily. Then, goodbye. At the entrance of Beike shopping mall, I watched Ziwan go further and further, until she disappeared in the crowd. Phew! I finally let out a big breath. That's it, it's over. Then just... wow! When I took out my phone, I couldn't help but called out in surprise. Actually received more than a dozen messages bombed by Jasmine. I opened it tremblingly. What are the things like where are you, why are you missing, are you dead, is the corpse cold? It's better to say why it came later. The content is so worrisome for me. Fortunately, she gave a message, that is, because they couldn't find me, they temporarily went to the Top Game arcade. In this case, I was patient again, wiped the sweat from my forehead, and started walking from the first floor to the top floor here. Walking into the slightly noisy top-level game arcade, I squinted for Jasmine and the others. Because the business here is still good, especially on weekends, nearby students and couples will flock here, so the items here are crowded, such as a little more casual shooting, bowling, and classic arcades. Games, or simulation racing, shooting guns are quite business. Chapter 50. After looking around for a while, I found Jasmine and Sunflower. They are sitting in a game cabin, which is a simulated racing game. Because of the somatosensory equipment equipped, the entire seat will shake when the car is moving, which is quite interesting. In front of the big screen, Jasmine and Kawa each drove a car and went wild. Although it was cyclonous, the driving skills of the two of them were not very good, and they knew that they were not the old drivers. Ha 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 ha. However, it can be seen that both of them are excited, especially Sunflower is like a real racing car. While making a simulated sound in his mouth, he makes his golden braids swing with the shaking of his body. Although Jasmine was not so lively, she stared at the screen intently while stepping on the accelerator enthusiastically. Seeing the two people thrown into the backs that even I have overlooked, I suddenly felt a complicated feeling. Game over. Yeah, fun and fun. At the end of the game, Sunflower stretched her waist greatly, and then exhaled quite happily. Then she blinked her big eyes, and suddenly uttered a loud voice. Because she saw me staring at them, she was a little surprised. And Jasmine next to her finally discovered my arrival. Student Zhu, where have you been? Let us wait. You guy, so you didn't die. Hearing Jasmine's somewhat disappointed tone, I could only smile bitterly, and then put my hands together and apologized sincerely. Chapter 38 Retreat. I'm sorry, it's all because of something wrong with my body, so I must go to the hospital. Oh, no wonder you look bad today. Go to hell, you fellow. Sunflower nodded without thinking, as if she completely believed in my words, while Jasmine had a gloomy expression, turned her face to one side and started to mumble about cursing me again. In short, in order to make amends, I invited each of them to have a big mango shaved ice. Oh, don't you really want to eat Takeshi-san? Yeah, your stomach is sick. Sitting at the table in the shop facing each other, Sunflower looked very happy while licking the ice while holding Jasmine's arm casually. But after all, they seem to have been good friends since they were young, which is also a normal thing. Really, obviously you suggested this. Although you may have some other purpose, I won't thank you. With one hand resting on her chin, Jasmine glanced at the Sunflower shyly and glanced at me viciously. It seems that my girlfriend is still very malicious towards me. But this may be just another kind of dog food in the eyes of outsiders. In order to divert this embarrassing topic, I can only smile happily, and then casually ask something else. By the way, you said you went to buy swimsuits. What kind of ones did you buy? Well, we haven't bought it yet, because Sunflower said it would be better to let you as a male judge. Jasmine used a spoon to remove the smoothie on the surface, sucked the drink in it, and reluctantly replied to me. Isn't it? Are you going to the store that embarrassed me again? In an instant, my expression collapsed nervously. What's happenin'? Sunflower noticed the sudden silence of the atmosphere, shaking her head and looking between us. Jasmine naturally shrugged inexplicably, and then cast her gaze at me. Haha, it's nothing, it's just too touched. I was able to see the beautiful girl's swimsuit. I thought I would miss it because I just left, ha 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 ha. I hate it, classmate Zhu must be reserved in front of his girlfriend. Sunflower also smiled relievedly, covering her mouth and grinning complaining about me. It's not necessary. Jasmine blushed and turned her head when she noticed the ambiguous eyes of her good friend. And my heart is filled with the thought of it's not good. Back at the swimsuit store, I almost looked around like a thief, for fear of being recognized by some clerk. The Sunflower in front of her was discussing the swimsuit enthusiastically with Jasmine. So, I think the previous one is pretty good, it's breathable and cute. No way, it's too revealing. Although the topics they talk about are generally interesting to me, now I have no thoughts at all. Standing in the familiar swimwear store, I already felt the surprised look of the clerk. There are more than one, besides the salesperson, there are also cashiers and cleaners. Because I was shopping with an eye-catching beautiful girl in ancient costumes before, and now I buy swimsuits with two beautiful girls in modern styles, it is too late to wait for them to slowly forget me. Student Zhu, wait a minute, come and Jasmine, let's change it together. Wu, wait a minute. As I watched them enter the dressing room, I stood on pins and needles, guilty of not letting my eyes meet anyone. When they came out, I almost unintentionally admired the style of the swimsuit because of the anxiety in my heart. Hee hee, look at you, dang dang dang. Holding Jasmine's hand, Sunflower walked out of the dressing room enthusiastically. It's actually a sister-wide swimsuit. It's the kind of split-color swimsuit. The chest seems to be stuffed with silicone. So the two peoples look bigger. Coupled with a reasonable lifting design, the youthful and compelling are natural. They are upright and straight, and the shorts on the lower body are also triangular, with a bow on the side of the crotch, which should be taken off. Chapter 51. And the two people whose white jade legs were completely exposed were as eye-catching as Hawaiian beach girls. For a moment, I also yelled "Oh hoo! How is it?" "It's pretty good, Mr. Zhu." "Yeah, it's okay." Why do you think those shop assistants are looking at us with indignant eyes?" Jasmine, who was next to her, had been holding her legs in a somewhat uneasy manner, and when she looked at her surroundings, she made a somewhat surprised voice. "I rub it, it's real or fake?" I hurriedly leaned over and pushed them to the locker room. "Ha ha ha, there is nothing to entangle with this kind of thing, these swimsuits are too beautiful, just buy them directly." "But, there are others. Girls want to clean themselves and love themselves, how can they show so much meat in public?" I asked them to change their clothes quickly for reasons of silly breaking, and then after they finally went back to change their clothes in peace, they dragged their heavy steps to a nearby stool and sat down. "Hey! Really exhausted, really dying." While sighing, I suddenly felt a chill. I stood up abruptly and looked around. No one. Shen should not be there. If she finds out what I did, I should be treated as a scumbag. Cautiously confirming that there is no problem again, I was really relieved. It seems that it has been too hard recently, and even the nerves have become sensitive. In short, after they bought their swimsuits, I finally accompanied them to the safe area on other floors that had not been hit by the clerk. After relaxing my mind, I was able to devote myself to staying with them, although most of the cases were Jasmine and Sunflower's interaction, but just looking at the smiling faces of two people, I actually felt a little satisfied inexplicably. It seems that I have grown up. When it was time to part, we walked to the subway station in a harmonious atmosphere. Then, let's go. The direction home is the same, so Jasmine and Sunflower take Metro Line 2 while I take Metro Line 4. Okay. I also nodded. This time I didn't even have the idea of teasing Jasmine anymore, because I was really tired. Although I didn't cultivate a lot of favorability with Sunflower this time, I was very satisfied to be able to successfully get through the crisis of Shen. When I was about to part, Sunflower suddenly came to my side. "Classmate Bamboo." "Hey." I looked a little surprised at her face so close to me. The corners of her eyes under the curvy eyebrows were slightly lifted. She raised the corners of her mouth, covering her profile with one hand, and moved her mouth at me. "You are really good, I am optimistic about you and Jasmine. My good friends are entrusted to you." "Haha, thank you." Your body smells good, is it perfume?" "No, it's an illusion." A heart suddenly lifted up, and I remembered the scene of hugging Shen in the dressing room before. If there is any smell on my body, it must be at that time. Unexpectedly, I would be smelled by Sunflower, so I almost jumped up in fright. But fortunately, she didn't think much about it. After she retracted her body cleverly, she held Jasmine's arm with full energy again. Hee hee, Jasmine, let's go. What did you say to him? Secret. Woo. Stay away from him anyway. You, don't you think I'll take love with a sword? No, there are many reasons anyway. In this way, the two people talked to each other about the common love topics of women and walked to the other side of the subway station. Completely separated by the crowd, I finally took a long breath. I don't know how much I sighed today, anyway, I really broke down. And looking at the look of Sunflower, she seemed to have no interest in me at all, but rather cared about Jasmine. In this case, can I really attack her? With mixed flavors in my heart, I shook my head, thinking about retreating temporarily today. But I really didn't expect that as a scumbag, I would pay the price of my life. Chapter 39. But to be honest, although I was tired this time, the perception experience was quite good. After all, Jasmine still had something to do with me, and there was absolutely no way to get rid of me. When I got home, I walked through the empty living room and slumped directly on the desk. I'm so tired, this time I'm absolutely exhausted, but if I think about it carefully, since everything is safe through, I shouldn't have complaints. Turning on the computer, I lifted my heart and planned to play a few games. Staring at the screen, after I finished the game and watched today's updated new episode, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, and my stomach was groaning. With a dull expression inexplicably, I turned the chair, got up, and lay down on the bed without energy. I'm very hungry, but I don't want to cook by myself. Let's order a takeaway. Think about it carefully. Today is Saturday. It's not bad to have a big meal to celebrate tomorrow without having to go to class. Chapter 52. But tomorrow is Sunday, what should I do? I have no scheduled itinerary. When it comes to men's pleasure, isn't it just food sex? Today is the time. Tomorrow should be the enjoyment of sex. I am really a genius. Although I don't know if Jasmine and Sunflower are separated, let's contact her first. Although she was called to my house yesterday, it's okay to come again tomorrow. Anyway, she was eaten to death by me. Thinking so triumphantly, I sent a text message to Jasmine. Are you there? But it was not surprising, I got neither a positive answer nor a negative answer. I guess Jasmine is too lazy to talk to me. There's really no way. I opened the phone album, thinking about which photo I would use to remind her. Because, after all, Jasmine has been with me for so long, so I will keep some super expected stocks either consciously or unconsciously. Every photo represents Jasmine's ugly face in front of me. In the end I chose a photo of her in school uniform and forced to make a victory gesture to the camera. When sending it to her, by the way, I added a sentence: if I don't reply within 5 minutes, I will send it to Sunflower. By the way, I am sorry to send it wrong. This is what Jasmine asked me to take and send to her to appreciate. Just 30 seconds after I pressed the send button, the phone vibrated as I received the text message. I'm here. I can feel Jasmine's angry mood through the screen, it's really interesting. But since it's good to be able to communicate with me, then I'm going straight ahead. Then I sent text messages to each other about inviting Jasmine to come over. Are you free tomorrow? No. Why? A relative's child is coming to my house. It's impossible for a child to be there all day, right? Just be there all day. It's really nerve-wracking. In that case I can only take a step back. Do you happy today? None of your business. If I didn't deliberately walk away, you can't enjoy the world of two people with Sunflower. So you said it on purpose today. Of course. Although it was actually because of Shen's random entry that I had to take the two-way run, but now it seems that I can be used as a bargaining chip against her, and I have to admire my IQ. So what is your purpose? Ah, I just think that you are my girlfriend, so I should give you some benefits for you to rest. Metamorphosis. So cold. But I was not discouraged and threw a straight ball to her. By the way, since you can't come with me tomorrow, it should be okay to send a photo. What do you mean? Yeah, send me a selfie. Girls at this age love to post selfies. The female classmates I watched in my circle of friends send me every day. By the way, I have to smile at the camera. Need scissors hands. Are you at fault? Damn, although he is very cooperative in some aspects, his attitude is still as bad as ever. Don't be like that, just show me. Anyway, I haven't read it. As long as you finish posting, I won't come to you this weekend. This time the other party's text message did not reply. It seems that Jasmine is thinking, which makes her more embarrassed to compare the shame of sending me a selfie or being harassed by me on the weekend, but the answer seems to have appeared. Then you can't bother me again next week. I will never find you before Wednesday. This is the bottom line. A word is a deal. Although I couldn't get a glimpse of Jasmine's expression and mood through the text, she should be very entangled. After all, she sent a photo slowly after a long time. In the dimly lit room, she sent me a selfie with a condescending 45-degree angle. It was taken while sitting on the bed, and my pure and beautiful face made me feel excited. As I instructed, Jasmine, with a stiff smile, stared at the camera with super red face, probably just after taking a shower. Her upper body was a simple blouse, one hand was tightly placed on her thigh, and her lower body was wearing loose bloomers. One hand is in the V pose. Although the corners of her mouth are twisted and upturned, her beautiful ink pupils clearly reveal a lot of sadness and helplessness. Ha 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 ha, what is this? Such a tight face, and Jasmine's smiling face makes me very happy. Ha ha ha, okay, then see you next week. Because this was not the first time I asked her to do this, and every time I had a way to make her compromise, she didn't send any messages to me after this time, so she probably avoided me. After enjoying the foolish sex, my mood suddenly became much brighter. Well, have a good meal first, and tomorrow we will go to the dark with Zhiju. After a peaceful Sunday, today is Monday. This should be a good day, a peaceful day. After a pleasant and regretful weekend, I slept well and then went to school. What are you going to play with your girlfriend today? No, according to our agreement, we can only play with her from Wednesday. No, it's better to say that Shin didn't contact me all night after yesterday, which made me a little uneasy, and wondered if she would vaguely discover some secrets on my side and then run away, so that I would not be able to bear it. Although I think I'm hiding well and I've hidden it from both sides, for safety's sake, to prevention from taking the route of some mysterious transfer students in certain comics or sneaking over to see me, I have to live carefully at school. First of all, I can no longer be as open and generous with my girlfriend as usual. Chapter 53. Wait a minute, why do you want to hide when you have with your girlfriend? Although I really want to complain about myself subconsciously positioning myself as the perpetrator, but there is no way, after all, I took away her precious things by chance, and kept her purity on the ground constantly rubbing. Scum. Humph. Suddenly I felt a little ridiculous after thinking about it like a fool, and I grinned open the corners of my mouth. However, when I walked to the school gate, I finally stopped. It's a trouble ahead. Chapter 40 Exposure. At the school gate where people come and go, in addition to the on-duty members who check the wearing of school uniforms, there are 1 or 2 people supervised by the student union's discipline committee, and one person stands at the gate with his hands folded, like a stone elephant. Because this look is so eye-catching, I have to cast more eyes on that person. Not only me, but most of the people passing by will behave strangely towards this person. Just looking at his tight face, I screamed inwardly. I always feel that this person is squatting on me. Sure enough, when I wanted to pretend to pass by him casually, Shi Tianhe, who has a stalwart height and a straight waist like an iron tower, brightened his eyes, and he immediately called me with a loud voice. Hey, you! Wait a minute! Although I want to grease the soles of my feet and leave, if he continues to struggle, it will be troublesome, and the trouble will be even more troublesome. In this sensitive period, I can only try to solve it peacefully with him. Anyway, it's a pool full of beautiful girls, maybe I want to throw out something that Jasmine and I are not in love and he is the one who wants to force me to break up. Anyway, this is the gate of the school. No matter how unconscious this guy's mind is, he won't be able to grab me and fight, so I might as well deal with him first. So I sighed, made no secret of my troublesome mentality, puckered out my ears, tilted my head and asked him impatiently. What do you want to do? Come over here for me. What are you doing? Do you want to drag me to a small corner to fight? Because it seems that more and more people are watching us who are facing each other, so my confidence is even stronger. Anyway, I guess he doesn't dare to actually do it, so I just want to satirize this poor bug as much as possible. By the way, I will definitely protect myself and not put myself in dangerous corners. Just when I was so proud that I could be in an invincible place, Shi Tianhe's expression became a little uncertain, but his hand reached into his pocket and took out his mobile phone. Here, take a look at this. After reading it, I hope you can talk with me over there. He handed me his mobile phone and pointed the screen at me by the way. What are you talking about? I glanced at the phone screen casually, but for a moment, I felt my blood clot. It was a set of photos. As Shi Tianhe's fingertips slid on it, more and more photos were clearly seen by me. That was the scene when I had a risky double date before. His photo album was quite rich. It seemed to have been followed for a while. Not only did I play bumper cars with Jasmine and others at the beginning, but also I ate with Shen afterwards. The pictures of Sichuan cuisine, and the worst part of course is that I appeared in the same swimwear shop with two groups of Sunflower Jasmine and Ziwan, and from the shooting point of view, I looked at them wearing swimsuits and looked a little wretched. A chill rose from the soles of the feet. When? There was no time to blame myself for being careless, so I asked Shi Tianhe in a shivering voice. You are following me? If you know, just talk to me. His face is also quite gloomy, it doesn't seem like he is proud of grabbing my handle, he seems to be thinking about something in his heart. Even if I hold the handle, I won't be obediently beaten by you in the past. As a person who used photos to intimidate Jasmine, I naturally know how bad it is to have a handle in the hands of others, but fortunately, I still have a thick skin and the problem of peddling two boats is serious. It's not as good as homosexuality. In short, if this guy tried to use this command to obediently be beaten by him, I would definitely call the police. I see, I won't use violence to solve problems, so let's talk a little bit. I know. With a deep sigh, I reluctantly followed behind him and walked to the hill near the school cafeteria. Because it is the time to go to school in the morning, scattered students are walking from the canteen and dormitory area to the teaching building, and there are steps under the hill to go up, and there are lush grass on both sides of the walkway. After taking a few steps and making sure that there is no one, Shi Tianhe turned his head and stared at me with a cold look. So, do you want to explain something first? I don't want to explain my personal affairs to someone I don't know well. My eyelids twitched. Although I felt that something major was approaching, I still bite the bullet and wanted to fight him. Are you kidding me? Don't think about getting anything from me. You know I'm a selfish scumbag. And don't mention that I really don't have any impression of this person who has only seen two sides, he can be remembered by me purely because he is tall and looks stale. Humph, then are you not afraid of me telling these three girls? You still have the skills to do it yourself. Grinning with an angry face, Shi Tianhe showed white teeth, like a wild wolf about to bite at any time. I can't help it when he said that. Although the phone is on him, just grab it, smash it, and throw the memory card into the sewer, but I can't guarantee that his photos are not backed up, and secondly, I can't beat him, so. What do you want? I tensed my face, one hand was already full of sweat. What a shame, it seems that because he has grasped the handle, there is no way to refuse the other party's request. Because of my negligence, I was followed by this pervert, and was also found decisive evidence that could destroy me. This is reality, and I must face it. If my 2 boats were discovered, I would definitely be despised by all the girls who knew me. After all, women hate scumbags and are isolated in the class. Boys might find opportunities to treat me. Find the difference, the next 2 years of high school life will definitely become a level. In this case, it's terrible. Although I was scared to death in my heart, and my stomach began to ache as soon as I imagined the miserable life in the future, but in order to prevent the other party from getting really into it, I still put on a look like a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Shi Tianhe's expression was still serious. He hesitated for a while, then said lightly. Although I really want to beat you up as a scum on 2 boats, this is the school, and in short, it would be fine for you to break up with Jasmine. Isn't there a girl here? She seems to have something to you. Good impression, it's better to be with her. In this case, I won't talk to these 3 girls. Unexpected request. Chapter 54. Chapter 41 Stakes. I thought that using this guy's straight and stupid brain would directly let me fight him as a duel or something. But now it seems that this condition is quite open and normal, and I can calm down the storm caused by peddling 2 boats at almost no cost. For an instant, I felt that I was a little moved. Yes, if I agree to this idiot's condition and break up with Jasmine, I won't be safe, and I won't have to put the scumbag on my back. But, it always feels weird to throw away the girlfriend who has finally soaked like an object. I reject. After gritting my teeth, I still mustered the courage to refute his request. In order to make myself more upright and courageous, I even moved out all kinds of perverted anti-generals. What do you mean? Does Jasmine mean that you can break up by breaking up? You are a materialized woman. As long as I post your remarks on the internet, feminists will knock on your house every minute of the next day. The door. You. A twisted look appeared on Shi Tianhe's face for an instant, and his gloomy face became even more ugly. Then I can only tell them the truth clearly. Even if Jasmine may be sad because she was deceived by a scumbag at first, I will do it for her. The man seemed to have withered, turning his head and leaving with a displeased expression on his face. I panicked immediately. Hey, what the is this? Isn't it all bad for everyone if the fish die at this time? Isn't this person's brain awkward? The current standard process should be a step back. Wait. I rushed over and hugged his arm tightly. Although it looks very masculine, I keep pulling him back when he is about to leave. What are you doing? Don't leave now. If you go to jail me, you will leave a whistleblower name yourself at the end, so it's better to sit down and talk. I don't want to talk to you scumbag anymore. I'm going to go to class. His brows wrinkled visibly, and he looked impatient. It's embarrassing, but I have to put my face on his cold ass. It's okay, but it doesn't matter if you are late for morning class. After letting go of my arms, I opened my arms to block his way. I always feel that the form has suddenly reversed. Although it seems that I am stalking him, as long as I can impress him with conditions, this time I will be able to reduce the danger. So, I assumed a S2 posture with my arms straightened and my index finger pointed at him. If you are a man, don't let me break up with Jasmine by coercion, it's better to fight in a man's way. Hearing the duel, Shi Tianhe, who was born as an athlete and was full of ambitions, was finally shaken. What are you talking about? Are you going to fight me? He showed the look of whether you are a fool, and he raised his arms and looked at me with interest. Yes, because you can't convince the other party to threaten with words. They say that beautiful women are worthy of heroes. As long as we reach the conclusion of who is a hero through a duel, we can legally possess Jasmine, right? Although I always felt that in the end it became irresponsible to treat her as an item bet, but I can't help it to get through the crisis. Well, if you lose, then leave her obediently. But you can't choose any weird items for a duel, such as learning or something. No problem, of course, given that you are a member of the basketball team, I would not choose to have a basketball duel with you. I shook my fingers, squinted my eyes and looked into the distance. Ah, by the way, let's compare triathlon. Oh. Triathlon is one of the sports events. It was born in Hawaii and belongs to the emerging comprehensive sports competition. The competition consists of natural water swimming, road cycling, and road long-distance running in order. Athletes need to work hard to complete the race. But obviously in a slightly crowded city, this kind of project seems a bit inconvenient to carry out. So Shi Tianhe, who was standing opposite me, naturally showed a hesitant expression. How do you dare? Of course I dare, even if I struggle with physical strength, I will abuse you without completeness. When I was provoked casually, he honestly started a fire, and even the blue veins on his forehead violent. It's really dangerous, if I really fight with him, maybe I will be terrible. Then start after school, because there is no professional venue, the rule is, first start with the school swimming pool, we swim 5 back and forth, then ride a bike to the school track and field around 10 laps, and finally run to the school gate. How? Kind. Although you feel that the rules are arbitrarily set, but it doesn't matter if you lose anyway. Lightning bursts out of his eyes, full of strong will, and even burned all over, I felt a wave of heat in front of me. Is this the spirit of sports? I couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then sneered like I was courageous. Humph, then prepare for 30 minutes after school and then gather in the swimming pool. Swimming trunks can be bought in the school supermarket, and I will ask people in the school bicycle club to lend the bicycles. Hey, it doesn't matter what you do, just wait. After holding down a sentence, he turned his head back confidently and walked to his classroom. And I also breathed a sigh of relief and dragged a slow pace back to my classroom. Along the way, I was still thinking about countermeasures. I want to say why I suddenly thought of the triathlon project. Naturally, it is different from traditional sports. Triathlon is an event that requires both physical strength and intelligence. You need to allocate energy in 3 small projects. Let yourself be the fastest. Of course, in theory, all skills are scumbags in front of absolute strength, so I am not foolishly letting myself fail, I have a plan. In today's class, I listened a little bit better because of the frustration of the previous exams, but in my free time, I didn't get in a daze or play with my mobile phone as usual. At noon, I rarely harassed Jasmine. I just sent a text message to her and told her to wait for me at night. After a few minutes, the other party only faintly replied with "Oh." Chapter 55. The person I found was Hiju, my best friend. Hey, Chihisa, do you have a bicycle? What? Hiju, who had just returned from lunch in the cafeteria, showed an inexplicable expression. I mean, can you help me get a bicycle? Don't our school have a bicycle club? Oh, there are people I know, but most of them are bicycles that I bring, because the school allocates very little money to the clubs to buy cars, and there are only a dozen cars for training, and the foot feel is said to be very poor. Although the appearance is painted with a cool club logo, it is almost as difficult to ride as a shared bicycle on the street. No problem, let's say it's really great. Can you help me borrow that thing? A training car, a bicycle club member's own car. It's okay, but what are you going to do? It's just an ordinary game. I'm going to a duel with a certain sports student. Aha! Although I had spoken out of my purpose lightly, Hiju was still taken aback. He scratched his long hair and looked at me with a little bewilderment. What's wrong with you lately, have you fallen in love with sports? It's not. It's not a big deal anyway, you just need to help me get it after school, and then arrange the 2 cars for me on the track and field, and I will ride there with someone on the track for 10 laps. Of course, before that, it's swimming first, and running last. That's a triathlon. Almost, please, please. Remember, take the training bike to the sports students to ride, and give me the good one. Okay. Although his face was unclear, he nodded in cooperation. It's a great help. My friend's unquestioning character is my favorite. Chapter 42 Filling the Duck. In the afternoon class, in order to give myself a greater advantage in the duel, I specifically asked for leave in the last class. This time it was a tactic called the duck-filling tactic. The purpose was to make the stupid guy eat a lot of food before the decisive battle, and then he couldn't play it. After sneaking out of the school under the guise of being sick, I ordered a cup of coffee at nearby KG and drank it leisurely. Then I bought a bucket of Fin Bucket and 2 glasses of Coke at the front desk almost after school. When I went to school, it was just after school time. There were already 2s and 3s of classmates walking towards the school gate, and I was particularly conspicuous with a bucket of Winged Bucket. But it doesn't matter to me. Because Jasmine had already been asked to wait for me after school, I walked to her class with a big swing. Walking down the corridor, I actually vaguely heard her classmates discuss her, and the 2 boys who were standing outside the window chatting seemed to covet Jasmine. Hey, don't you think that classmate Jasmine has an inexplicable sense of color recently? Ah, do you think so too? Well, it should be said that the expression has become mature, or the skin has become softer. The lips are shiny and bloody, and I feel that the body will be very soft. If you smile, it must look good. And the original have recently, is it a little too much emphasis on your sense of existence? Even running in physical education class is shaking a lot. I understand, I can see it too, people nowadays are really well nourished. Oh, it's a pity that she has a boyfriend. The 2 were chatting. After seeing me, their chatting stopped abruptly. After all, my real boyfriend had already appeared on the stage. However, will their reaction be too allergic? During this period of time, Jasmine's body was touched all over by me. Naturally, she would develop a feminine side. She would become if she had more kisses on her lips, and her would become bigger if she touched too much. This kind of subtle the difference is actually noticed, it's really amazing. But because it was the faces of 2 passers-by, I didn't say anything to them, I just passed them indifferently, and I didn't care about the envy and jealous eyes that these 2 people cast at me, and gave them generously. Sunflower, who happened to meet at the door, said hello. Hello Sunflower. Student Zhu, how are you? Today's Sunflower still has double ponytails pretty, and the hair covering her forehead brings out the lovely appearance of her baby face. And the under her uniform were still plump and strong, tightly wrapped in a small tight-fitting shirt, and she felt like she was about to break through her clothes. I swallowed my saliva and greeted her with a smile. Wow, it's so fragrant, classmate Zhu, you actually brought food to Jasmine. Smelling the scent from the wing bucket, Sunflower's nose moved, her eyes lit up, and she glanced at me with interest. Would you like one? Okay, I'm hungry. He took a chicken wing enthusiastically, and Sunflower thanked me and walked outside. Today you are going to another place with Jasmine, right? Then I'm leaving first. Okay, goodbye. After saying goodbye to her with a false smile, I turned my attention to where my girlfriend was. At this moment, Jasmine really sat in the position waiting for me. Her black and soft shawl and long hair set off the beautiful girl's graceful appearance. Our school's light blue uniform was put on her ting-ting yuli body, perfectly delineating her slender body. Slim and graceful curves. Probably not long after waiting for me, she was still packing her books, her legs were elegantly joined under her short skirt with her small buttocks, because she was wearing almost transparent black stockings with perfect ankle curves. It was full of temptation, and the tight and slender calf made people couldn't help but touch it. I've been salivating for my girlfriend's beautiful feet a long time ago. If it wasn't for someone else in the classroom, I would have to let her take off her shoes and let me lick. Ah, wait, don't think about it, today. But there is business. I'm here, my dear. I greeted her casually, and I sat down in her empty front row, grinning, and placed the wing bucket and Coke on the seat. While laughing, I was also looking at my perfect girlfriend. Full of femininity, it must be the jasmine that I developed. The slender eyebrows, the clear ink-colored pupils, the delicate and smooth lips, these delicate little details make up her fresh and refined beauty, which is almost irresistible when people see it. It's no wonder that he fell under Jasmine's pomegranate skirt, and even provoked me, trying to take her away. Today, what do you want to do? Didn't you say that you won't find me for the time being? Her brows wrinkled visibly, and Jasmine, who had stopped unpacking, raised her head and looked at me coldly. Oh my dear, you really care about me, do you think that you have come so late? I completely ignored the hostility she exuded, and instead enjoyed just putting my hand on her cheek and rubbing it. Her icy white and smooth skin is almost as creamy and slippery to the touch, which really makes me feel bad. What? Jasmine made a visibly embarrassing squeal, and then her face became visibly red, and she moved her chair back as if she was escaping from the high temperature, and then she hugged the school bag in her hand and showed me a sullen expression. Chapter 56. What do you want to do? Please have dinner. I pointed to the winged bucket in my hand. No, don't you have a strange medicine? A suspicious look appeared on her face, and then she refused without hesitation. Oh, really, although the winged bucket I bought was not for her to eat, I want to see her frankly leaving saliva like a sunflower. So, today will not bother you for a long time. Just go out with me first. You see, we have been spreading dog food, and your classmates are not happy. I tried my best to face the classmates who unwittingly looked at me with admiration. Jasmine just lowered her head, bit her lip slightly, and tangled for a while before closing her school bag and standing up reluctantly. What do you want? Hee, don't be nervous. I graciously put my arms around her waist, and led her out of the classroom with an irresistible aura. She is indeed a coveted beautiful girl. Her delicate body is incredibly attractive. The slender waist that can only be grasped in my hands makes me cool, and the smooth and slender legs are because of me. His existence took small steps anxiously, and the looming face hidden by his long hair revealed a pure and water-like temperament. Because she was completely suppressed by me in her position, even if I walked down the corridor with my arms around her, Jasmine just bit her lip and blushed, trying to follow me in a normal manner. The place I took her to was a classroom in the 2nd grade. By the way, do you know he released his hand, facing Jasmine, he asked her carelessly. There was a reminiscence expression on her face, but immediately she shook her head. I don't know this person. He should have pestered you. Think about whether anyone pestered you before, letting you break up with me or something. This, yes. Turning her head and thinking about it seriously, Jasmine nodded and admitted. Then I have to tell you something first, that person has found me again and wants me to break up with you. Humph, you won't agree with a scumbag anyway. Even though I didn't have one, but I still had a duel with him on you. What? Jasmine, who was still lacking in interest before, suddenly widened her eyes, and questioned me loudly with an octave higher voice. What do you mean? Chapter 43 Tactics. What do you mean? Yeah, I made an agreement with him. Today will be a sports competition. If I win, he will get out. If I lose, I will break up with you. Are you sick? What do you think of me? Jasmine's angry teeth bit her lower lip and stared at me with frosty eyes. For a moment, I actually felt that the blood was coagulated. Ho ha ho ha. It's terrible, the breath that Jasmine exudes. I always felt that I was so scared that I almost knelt down just now. However, the pressure I am facing is too great, and I must first stabilize the situation. After the silence, I also took a few breaths with a little nervousness, and then forced a calm smile at the unresolved girlfriend in front of me. Don't be nervous, we are a duel between men. It's definitely not about gambling or gambling with you as an item. Do you think that in ancient and modern times? Wife and savage man duel. I'm not your wife. Folding her hands across her chest, making her bulging chest even more upright and beautiful, Jasmine scolded me coldly. I responded by stuffing her a plastic bag with a wing bucket and Coke. Because my actions were really illogical, my girlfriend made a voice. I have investigated. Shi Tianhe is in class F of the 2nd grade. He is good at basketball, but his intelligence is average. He is sitting in the penultimate row and is now in a daze. So what? It seems that he has a high degree of affection for you. As long as you walk over and say that you want to cheer for both parties and you have prepared food for him, he will definitely finish eating with gratitude. So you take this and feed him first. It's full, he won't be able to give full play to the game after 20 minutes. You are really a scum, don't you even dare to stand upright in the game. With her brows furrowed, Jasmine reluctantly took the plastic bag while mocking me bitterly. Well, don't worry about this, I will thank you very much after this is done, whether it's stealing sunflower to let you smell it or creating a chance for you to hug you in the pool. Woo, don't think I will believe you. In an instant, Jasmine's face turned red, and her squeezed brows stretched out as if thinking of something good, and I even saw flowers blooming from the solace of her feet. Hey, what kind of special effect is this? And what I said casually made her so excited. Immediately, Jasmine reacted. She bit her lip, said to me in a shaking voice, "You can remember it for me," and then walked into the classroom with the bag. Unexpectedly, although I am very unhappy, as long as I throw out a little benefit, she will be happy. It seems that the ancient strategy of give a hammer and a sugar in education is quite reasonable. Then I began to hide in the corner and quietly observe Jasmine's situation. Walking slowly to the place where Shi Tianhe was, Jasmine first gently put the plastic bag on his table, and Shi Tianhe, who looked out the window in a daze, immediately regained his senses as if awakened, after seeing Jasmine. With a very happy expression. Then Jasmine sat down on the empty chair next to her and said something softly. I couldn't hear it because the distance was too far. But in short, after Shi Tianhe was flattered at first, his expression became more and more excited, and then he was happy. Huadi grabbed the wing bucket and began to gobble it up. Humph, rookie! Seeing him swallowing hard and drunk the Coke, I started to sneer in my heart. How can a truly successful person win the beauties so easily? Chapter 57. When Jasmine was still sitting beside him with a cold face and watching Shi Tianhe gobble it up, I had quietly left the teaching building, planning to go to the place where the triathlon started, and waited in the swimming pool. After I bought my swimming trunks and paid a fee by the way, I entered the dressing room smoothly. There are already many people here. Because the swimming pool of our school is quite large, 8 lanes can satisfy the fun of nearby residents. Every day the swimming team members will open it to the public after training, which is convenient for others and also adds camps to the school. Close. Before the official start, I plan to swim back and forth to warm up, so that I can catch the stupid big man by surprise. Thinking that my plan was so perfect that it would solve the sequelae caused by double dating, I couldn't help but laugh. So I jumped into the water with a thump, and galloped in the water like a wandering. Although I am not a professional athlete, I still know how to swim fast. First of all, the water cannot be very big, and the coordination of hands and feet is very important. Both must maintain high-frequency swing. With the basic skills, plus my weight is also very dominant, I personally think that I can play the advantage in the first round and keep it until the end. Humph, silly big guy, go to hell. After swimming happily in the pool, I sneered. At this time, I saw Shi Tian. He had walked in from the men's locker room area, and Jasmine, who was sent by me to feed him before, was missing. He also saw me, his burly muscles trembled as if showing off, and then he stepped on a heavy step and stood in front of me. Compared with him, my poor muscles are naturally dwarfed, neither his height nor the exaggerated muscles in his lower abdomen, nor the smooth lines of his legs. In short, it seems that I am out of an absolute disadvantage. Hey, can you start? As soon as he saw me, he said with a bad attitude. Yes, then I will confirm the rules again. After a while, we will swim in the pool for 5 rounds, and then ran to the locker room to change clothes. At the entrance of the swimming pool, someone will remind you to ride a bike, and there will be people on the track and field. Referee, we have to ride on it for 10 laps, and in the end, whoever ran to the school gate will be the criterion for winning. Humph, let you know what is hitting a rock with a pebble right away. He snorted, showing an expression that he wanted to kill me immediately, pressed his leg to do a warm-up exercise, and then stood on the platform next to him. Can you start it? I also stood beside him. By the way, Jasmine, by the way, I told her about our affairs at noon today, and then she disappeared at night. In fact, there are obvious loopholes in my words, but I am also wondering why Jasmine is missing, so I want to ask him, but if he knows that the wing bucket that Jasmine gave him is actually a trap for me, it is not good, so I can only hit the side first. But I didn't think Shi Tian he had such a tendon. He turned his head and looked at me with provocative and proud eyes. Humph, you must have never imagined Zhu Ziyu, your girlfriend came to cheer for me just now. Aha! I deliberately put on an expression of surprise. This stupid big man really became more proud. Tell you, Jasmine not only brought me a winged Coke, but also watched me finish eating. Because she didn't bring a swimsuit, she was waiting outside for the good news that I beat you. It's finished, well done, Jasmine. Although I was smiling inwardly, I still showed an annoyed expression on the surface. How could it be that she actually betrayed me? Chapter 44. It seems I'm right. You are not worthy at all. Then you will break up with her obediently after this game. I will try my best to chase her and treat her with heart. The winner-like smile on Shi Tianhe's face became brighter, and then he fiddled with his arm to make the deeply bulging back muscles show a stronger sense of explosiveness. Squinting at his naked upper body, I suddenly felt an uneasy feeling in my heart. This guy obviously ate a bucket of chicken wings and drank a carbonated drink that is easy to bloat. Isn't it swaying? And his muscular belly didn't look bulging, but I obviously saw him devouring it. Damn it, it won't roll over? It is impossible not to think too much. My plan is so perfect, not only let him eat so many things in advance, but also prepare a bicycle that is not convenient for him to ride, so I can definitely win. Just comforting myself, I started to do some simple preparations, and at the same time, I calculated the next process in my heart. In short, first swim 5 back and forth, then run from here to the track and field, ride the bike prepared there for 10 laps, and finally run to the school gate to win. In order to select the starting time, we also used the electronic clock installed on the wall as a reference. When the time reached 56 seconds, our mouth began to count down. 3, 2, 1. Wow! When we both shouted 1 at the same time, both of us swim forward like a fish quite tacitly. When I just came ashore, I was surrounded by water again. I shook my hands vigorously, and tried my best to sway my feet like duck webs. This is the standard freestyle position. I have the confidence to keep moving forward at a high speed even with a little harder. Very good, because the splash is not big, it means that I waste little effort on friction, and there are not many people hindering me in front of the lane, so it can be smooth. Wearing swimming goggles, I became a little proud for a moment, but immediately my face became a little ugly. In the lane next to me, that is, in the lane where Shi Tianhe is located, a white figure is rowing forward at a very fast speed. Hoo, ha. His two hands vigorously slap forward at the same time every time, and then forcefully return behind him in the water. Not only that, when his arms are raised, he will use great force to make his body jump out of the water, and then roll the waves move forward. That is, butterfly stroke. Although I was surprised that the other party would actually use such gorgeous moves. This is a technique in which athletes use their two arms to reach the thighs and then raise the water surface, and then migrate from the air. From the appearance, it looks like a butterfly spreading its wings and flying, so people call it butterfly stroke. Because its leg movements resemble dolphins, it is also called dolphin swimming. Although this posture can theoretically explode the body's functions to the greatest extent, it consumes a lot of physical strength. If the vital capacity of an average person is less than 5,000, it can't support a 200-meter butterfly stroke at all, and our 5 back and forth swimming competitions are complete. 500 meters. Under the gaze of my suspicious eyes, Shi Tianhe was like an aircraft carrier, swaying its body at an accelerating rate while raising a huge wave, and even when my body sank under the water, he could feel the undercurrent from the bottom of the water. Although my body has been submerged in the water so I can't see the sweat, but I feel that my back is inexplicably wetter, and the heat from the sweat collided with the cold pool water, making me fight all over. This person is worthy of being a sports student. Wow! Chapter 58. The first back and forth, when I swam to the opposite bank and stepped on the wall with my feet violently and backed up with force, Shi Tianhe had actually moved 20 meters away from me. What a joke! Being shocked by his unexpected and brave performance, I couldn't help becoming a little anxious. If I lose to him, won't Jasmine leave me? No, I have to abandon her. Although there are tens of thousands of beautiful girls in the world, I am not going to hang on a tree, but I always feel that failure feels uncomfortable, so I definitely don't want it. Driven by this mood, the movements of my hands have also become a little faster. Fortunately, although Shi Tianhe's performance in the first round was scary, he was always a human being. When the swimming reached the fourth lap, he finally stopped the continuous gap between him and me, and the butterfly stroke also changed. It becomes a breaststroke that saves a little energy. Wow! The ears are full of water, and every time I sink to the surface, I refer to the distance between me and him under the pool with high visibility. Well, it seems to be shrinking continuously. It seems that he has limited the effect of disarming me by the butterfly stroke at first. When we all swam to the last lap, Shi Tianhe, who was always in front of me by his physical advantage, approached me about 40 meters and landed on the bank. After landing, he looked back at me. Belch! He seemed to be satisfied that he was able to lead me so much. He smiled proudly, but he immediately burped after drinking a large glass of Coke. Without thinking, he shrugged and ran to the dressing room. Humph, just laugh. It didn't take long for me to swim to the shore at a constant speed, put my hands on the ground and turned over and landed. Looking at the dressing room where Shi Tianhe has long been gone, I squinted my eyes. The game has just started. After changing my clothes, I didn't have time to dry my hair. I just wiped my body and put on a pair and ran out in a hurry. It takes about 5 minutes to run from the swimming pool to the track and field, and 7 minutes from the track and field to the gate of the school, which means that the pressure of running is not great, but it hurts the stomach for Shi Tianhe who has a full stomach. His movements will definitely give him a lot of pain. While thinking, I ran out of the swimming pool. To my surprise, Jasmine was sitting on a row of fixed chairs near the door. She seemed to be sitting on it in a daze. Her straight and slender legs were wrapped in black stockings, and the faint snow-white skin could be seen through the ultra-thin part of her knees. The black silk and leather shoes made Jasmine's already beautiful legs more attractive, soul-stirring. Her black hair was hanging down her head, and she was holding a can of power drink in her hand on her thigh. The beautiful legs under the skirt were slightly open in a sultry posture, even though she looked like a sleeping doll from a distance. Normally, but when I ran closer, her ink pupil blinked, and her dazed face regained consciousness. "You are behind." She stood up, tucked her hair behind her ears casually, and said to me coldly, "Oh? How long has he been running?" "1 minute. That's really bad. In fact, this is expected. After all, it is a sports student who can hold on for a while even if the stomach is uncomfortable, but I was quite surprised that my body became so weak after entering the state of seeking quickness. Just now, I felt exhausted and dry mouth, so I touched my throat. "Then I will go first. Here." When I was about to run over, Jasmine hesitated for a while, and handed the energy drink in my hand unhappily. Is it for me?" "Yes, after all, you are going to be defeated soon, so you have to roll far away, so I will celebrate it. It doesn't matter if you drink a drink or something." Jasmine's beautiful black eyes were full of contempt and mockery, and I couldn't help becoming a little depressed when I was attacked by her merciless words. I really hate her. Chapter 45 Mutation. If you think about it carefully, if you win this bet, you can still have peace. If you lose, I have to break up with Jasmine according to the agreement. Although this sudden breakup will attract a lot of people's suspicion, at least it should be good to save the face of two people. So why should I default to losing? There is no chance. Suddenly I woke up and grabbed the energy drink in Jasmine's hand, and drank it gruntingly. The sweet and refreshing liquid poured into my throat, like a dry desert finally raining, and I felt very comfortable for a while. "Humph, thank you Jasmine anyway, to show my gratitude, I will definitely change my posture with you at night." "Don't be wordy, get out of here." With big eyes with a bit of complicated hatred, her snow cheeks are flushed with shame. Jasmine, who was molested by me, turned her arms and turned her head, not looking at me at all, although looking at her stubborn look, I wanted to play a chest attack or touching the butt, but now it really can't be delayed any longer. I drank the remaining drinks. When I rushed out of the swimming pool, I threw the drink can into the trash can and ran to the track and field non-stop. Ho ha ho ha. When I arrived at the track and field, I saw that Shi Tianhe had already mounted a bicycle and started cycling around the track. Because he has already been training for track and field athletes, he doesn't have to worry about hitting people. His speed can be said to be very fast. However, I keenly discovered that there were several blue veins exploded on his forehead, which was obviously already quite exhausted. If you look closely at the bicycle he is riding, you can find that it is also a bicycle with small wheels and an old structure. Combined with the details that he gritted his teeth every time he stepped on the pedal, I judged that his bicycle is really worn. "Beautiful, Zhiju, I never thought that the equipment you provided him was so beneficial to me. This kind of shady textbook level made me love you to death." The initiator of all this, my best friend Liu Zhiju, was beside the starting point, and immediately waved his hand at me after seeing me. "Here here. I see, I have worked hard for Zhiju." He ran to him in a hurry. Before I could speak, he smiled and pointed to a bicycle with a high-tech texture next to me. "First of all, the wheels of this car are a bit larger than the general style, and are more like a cross-country bike, and the chain is bright, and the reasonable distribution of large and small gears makes people know that this bike is not simple." As soon as the big guy came over, I gave him the colorful training car, because he didn't have time to tell the difference between the two cars in a hurry. "Ha ha ha, Ayu, come on, this Merida Wolf I borrowed it from a local tycoon in the bicycle club. It has 8 speed gears and can walk like flying. 5,000 is not affordable for ordinary people." Thanks, thanks." As soon as I held my hand on the handlebar of the bicycle, I felt its explosive power, just like a medieval knight riding a dragon. My heart exploded with great pride. As soon as I stepped on it, my bike drove me forward for several meters. "Wow, this is too cool. Eyes widened, I finally showed a sinister smile after I realized how unbalanced my equipment was. At the same time, Shi Tianhe seemed to have been ahead of me by 1 lap, and he even laughed when he passed by me. Chapter 59. Ha ha ha, why are you so slow? In this case, Jasmine is mine. Humph, what a joke. Looking at his back, the corners of my mouth began to rise. The feet that hadn't been fully exerted before began to pedal with all their strength. In an instant, the high-end bicycle I was driving led me forward like the wind. Even Shi Tianhe tried his best, but the power of the 2 bicycles was not at the same level at all. He was surpassed by me only 10 seconds later. Goodbye to the silly big one. What? I made a grimace as I passed by him, ignoring his screams of astonishment, and started sprinting with all my strength. 1 circle. 2 turns. 3 turns. Ha ha ha, this is too fast. After being surpassed by me from the beginning, no matter how hard Shi Tianhe tried, the broken car could not support his pursuit, and the chicken wing cola that I had eaten my stomach finally played a role. As I finished the 10th lap, he only finished the 8½ laps. I clearly saw him covering his stomach in pain and belching continuously. Hee, is Coke good? Must have a stomachache now, right? After losing the bet, be sure to get out of the way. I sneered, put down my bike at the midpoint, gave Chihisa a thumbs up at the side who was smiling and watching me, and then ran to the school gate. Along the way, I bypassed the school office building and wandered on the trail, with the smile of the winner on my face. Ha 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 ha. Although it was a bit thrilling at first, the opponent eventually lost to me intellectually. Ha 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 ha. If it wasn't for laughing while running, it would make me consume less energy and consume less energy. I would like to laugh all the way. Although the steps are getting heavier and heavier, considering that I have already carried out 2 projects that consume much energy, it is normal. Because my body seemed to be giving off signs of fatigue, I thought that the winner was in hand anyway, so I might as well just run slower, so I gradually filled my pace. Call. I adjusted my breathing and wiped the sweat dripping from my chin. It's now fully into the night, and it seems that the match between me and Shi Tianhe took quite some time. Pulling down a few drops of sweat again, I suddenly found that the scene in front of me had become more and more blurred. At first, I just thought it was because I was too tired to run, and the blood supply to my body was insufficient, but when I felt that the scene in front of me turned around, finally, I felt something was wrong. Before I knew it, I couldn't run. I could only drag forward with heavier and heavier steps. My legs seemed to be filled with lead. It seemed so difficult to move every step. Ha, ha. Obviously I didn't run hard, but I didn't stop breathing, just like an athlete who ran a marathon for dozens of kilometers. I must look stupid to people passing by. But now is a critical moment, I don't have time to care what happened to my body at all. I'm going. Step. 2 steps. I couldn't lift my feet, I almost moved forward with friction, and the school gate finally appeared in my field of vision. Although my eyelids could hardly be lifted due to unexplainable reasons, I still persisted. Now my eyes must be full of bloodshot eyes, because it seems so hard to even open my eyes. The sweat continued to drip, because it was more difficult for me to move my stiff body now. How could it be? How could it be like this? Patter. Finally, I completely lost my strength and knelt on my knees, barely supporting my body with my hands. My hands and feet are no longer strong, and they are like boiling frogs in warm water. When I was most relaxed, my strength was unknowingly emptied. Not only that, but my brain was dizzy and swelling, as if it was about to burst. My only wish now is to sleep. But, how is it possible? The end is here, I can't sleep here. Ha, ha. I tried hard to get my knees straight up and stand up, but a little harder, my feet became more loose, and I fell to the ground with a tragic thump. Ah! It seemed that this look scared someone. I heard the screams of the female students. What's wrong with this person? Classmates, classmates! Because it was close to the small gate, many students who left the school gate were still nearby, and several security guards in the security room also noticed me. After a while, I felt a dark crowd around me. But this scene is so unfamiliar and psychedelic, because my mind has been completely confused, and it is not good to know who I am and where I am. Finally, my vision was blurred, and in a daze, I only felt that the people around me were whispering, but I didn't know what they were talking about. Wait a minute, I'll take him to the infirmary. A somewhat familiar voice rang in my ears. What? Who is it? Where is she going to send me? Chapter 60. There are too many questions piled up in my heart. The sad thing is that I can't say a word at all. Let alone move my lips to ask for help from passers-by. I can't even open my eyes. So I just felt that I was being picked up by someone, and I didn't know where to go steadily. No, I can't leave. Although I don't know why my body has become like this, if I am now taken to other places and can't show off against Shishinhe at the end, I won't be abandoning the game. No. But this is just my wishful thinking. Then I felt my body floated up lightly, and finally all my consciousness fell into darkness. Chapter 46. Once. What? Cough. Okay. The picture is shaking. The cold moonlight shines on the ground through the corridor, and this gorgeous courtyard built in the mountains is shining brightly in the night by the lanterns. Ha! My eyes were blood red, and I was holding a long, slender, sharp tang knife. The scabbard used to bury its sharp blade had long been thrown away where I didn't know. The tip of the knife struck the ground and made a sharp sound. Wherever it went was a black mark with high temperature due to friction. A pair of oriole birds stood side by side on a branch, probably because they saw the silhouettes hurriedly passing by and made a pleasant cry, but at this moment, the beautiful music of one female and one male flying in both directions sounds so harsh to me. Paper kite, paper kite. I gritted my teeth, meditating in my heart the name that made me hate but couldn't escape. Before I knew it, the sound of piano came from my ears. As I passed through the center of the courtyard with exquisite rockery and old clouds, the sound of the piano became clearer and clearer. The music is so beautiful and sweet, even with the sound waves swaying through the air, even the pool in the courtyard slightly ripples, making the bright water moon more and more vivid. Under the shining light of the bright moon in the sky, I held a tang knife and finally stood at the door of that room. Behind the exquisite small door made of mahogany, a shadow looks beautiful in the light of the lights. The hazy young girl's posture is like a mortal fairy, with the sound of the piano becoming more and more melodious, her figure becoming more and more charming. She's in it. My heart was numb by the poison of sadness and anger. I opened the door with a sword and stepped in without mercy. She is indeed there. My blood-red eyes glared at her. Zaiwan sat at a low table, calmly fiddled with the delicate 7-string guqin in front of him. She is so beautiful. The lavender hair that hangs behind her head shines like a purple jade, and her body is covered with a layer of starlight close at hand. Such a beautiful beauty dances the piano in front of her. It is definitely a scene that can make people fascinated. Not only does she have a perfect temperament, she has a pair of extremely beautiful hands, like suet jade polished, with moist and white skin, slender fingers. Azu, you are finally here. The beautiful stunner in front of me smiled at me, and at the same time she stopped her hand movements, and the magical sound of the piano also stopped at the same time. When the paper kite smiled at me, I smelled a faint fragrance. It is the smell that makes me quite familiar, not the vulgar fragrance of rouge gouache, but the charming fragrance that has always been unique to paper kites. Why? My hands trembled, and I drove the narrow tang dao to her neck. Did you poison and kill Mo? The cold light of the blade's edge showed its incomparable destructive power. Compared with the cold moonlight, the blade's light exuded a more breathtaking aura. Even if he was held up with a knife around his neck, the expression of the paper kite did not appear panicked. Rather, she seemed to be very happy, her blushing face decorated with rouge exuded a gorgeous light. Her eyes met me without flinching. Yes. As she smiled and nodded, I felt the sky spin. No matter how self-explanatory or excuse her, when Ji Yuan confessed in person, I finally couldn't help falling into a breakdown. Why? I endured the roaring desire, lowered my voice, and suppressed the urge to kill her. Azu, do you really want to live with that demon for the rest of your life? She is not a demon. Hey! As the same setting sun flashed, the paper kite's skirt gradually oozes blood. I slashed her shoulders, under her torn clothes, the frosty and snowy skin was thrilling, and the blood oozing from the wound on the shoulder was like a red rose that kept blooming. Facing the shocking wound, Ji Yuan only frowned slightly, and then smiled happily. Azu, it hurts, but if it's your pain, I'm so happy. You are crazy. The hand holding the knife kept trembling, and I put the tip of the knife on her neck again. Just now, I hesitated just now, I should have cut her neck in front of me to avenge Mo. Although the blade did not touch her neck at all, as my anger deepened, the chi that overflowed from the knife had left tiny blood marks on the flawless neck of the paper kite. Ah, Azu, this kind of chi, is the perfect combination of sword and chi, 99 sun and moon? It seems that Azu, you and that demon girl are very diligent in practicing. Slow wordy, I want you to make amends with Mo. Azu, are you really going to kill me because of her? A look of sadness appeared on Ji Yuan's face for an instant, she lowered her voice and looked at me cowardly like a child scolded by her parents.